Chapter 289. The moment their gazes met, Lenivus suddenly bent down and rolled forward. Clang! A tarot card with an angel and a horn on its face stabbed into the wall of the sewers like a flying knife. It was positioned at the same height as Lenivus's neck. Clang! 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 Lenivus rolled, leaped to the side, or pounced forward. With abnormal agility, he avoided the 3 cards that came at him in succession, causing them to collide violently with the wall, the stone slabs, and the cement, producing a metallic echo. At the same time, he saw the man in the clown mask following closely behind him from the corner of his eye. He held a thick stack of cards in one hand and dealt them with familiarity with the other. The sun with facial features on the paper came into view. Lenivus pushed against the wall with his left hand and leaped into the air, making a huge change in direction. At that moment, he heard a whooshing sound and felt a sharp pain in his ankle. 2 cards were dealt. One was slightly delayed, and it happened to be aimed in the direction where I was dodging. He can predict my movements. Lenivus's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he landed, he endured the pain and rolled again. Clang! Another tarot card was inserted into his original spot. It was a constantly trembling tarot card. It was only then that Lenivus saw a card deeply embedded in his right ankle. The stars, water bottle, and holy water depicted on it had been dyed bright red. Whoosh! 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 Lenivus didn't have the chance to think or treat his injuries. One tarot card after another transformed into sharp flying knives, shooting at different parts of his body. Soon the injuries on his right foot and left chest, the residual effects of the hole in his chest and abdomen, and the collision with at least a demigod level made him, a Sequence 9 marauder who was known for his speed and agility, slow down. Pah! A card was sent flying by him, but his wrist had been cut deeply. It was a wound that kept bleeding. The Nighthawks and the military would soon catch up. He couldn't delay any longer. At that moment, Lenivus's mind was very clear. Suddenly, he stopped in place and stopped dodging. A card with the word demon painted on it accurately hit his neck. Almost instantly, the card stuck and his body bounced off. The hideous wounds on his neck, right chest, wrist, and ankle had blood squirming crazily. Disgusting granulation grew out one after another. On Lenivus's skin, tiny lumps instantly protruded. They were iron-colored, as though they had formed a set of full-body armor. Dang! A tarot card was shot over, but it bounced off the dense lumps. Lenivus, whose eyes were bloodshot, looked at the clown opposite him, who had stopped playing and put away his cards. No matter what, after being tormented by the gods, there should be some gains. Before he finished his sentence, he kicked off with his left foot and leaped over the flowing, filthy river, pouncing towards the enemy in front of him. Klein, who was wearing the clown mask, dodged to the side as though he had expected it. He pulled his left hand out of his pocket, clenched it tightly into a fist, and threw it at Lenivus's sun acupoint like a cannonball. Bang! Lenivus swung his elbow sideways, raised his forearm, and accurately countered his opponent's fist. The violent force surged over like a torrent, and Klein's body was dragged along as he staggered. Pah! 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 One crisp explosion after another exploded in Klein's ears. Each punch was heavier and faster than the last, and each punch was reflected in his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten to maintain his balance as he staggered and fell to the side. Then, with the support of his left elbow, he changed directions and rolled. Pah! 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 Bang! Bang! Lenivus's punches and kicks were fast and fierce. Klein was almost hit several times, but he was always able to rely on his exaggerated balance to dodge the attacks. Sometimes he was on the wall, and sometimes he was on the ground, as though he was performing acrobatics. He appeared very calm and not impatient at all. It was as though he had made up his mind to delay the battle as much as possible until the Nighthawks and the military caught up. But once Lenivus showed signs of escaping, he would definitely pester him and not give him a chance. Pah! Lenevis's punch forced Klein to use the rebound from the wall to fly back into the air. He didn't hesitate to turn around and escape through another tunnel. Klein's toes touched the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball, straight at Lenevis's back. At that moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if Lenevis had no bones. He forcefully twisted his upper body and punched him. This was the clown's intuition. Without any hesitation, Klein took the initiative to reduce his subsequent strength. With a smack, he still pounced forward, but he was much weaker than he had expected. Crack! Amidst the jarring sound of friction, Lenevis's legs didn't move, but his upper body suddenly twisted back. His face was facing backward, and his toes pointed forward. In this terrifying scene, Lenevis rushed forward with a punch at Klein's head. The force was so strong that the air produced an explosive sound. Boom! His fist hit the void, about 20 to 30 centimeters away from Klein's face. The strong wind blew Klein's hair, but he didn't take this opportunity to attack his enemy. Instead, he chanted a word in ancient Hermes in a low and hoarse voice. Crimson. Charm? Lenevis's forehead twitched as he immediately pounced to the side in an attempt to dodge. But at this moment, Klein didn't throw out the charm. Instead, he clenched his left fist tightly and followed Lenevis's movements. He similarly pounced to the side and rolled, only pulling the distance between them slightly apart. He's lying to me? Just as this thought flashed through Lenevis's mind, his eyes clearly reflected the clown's upturned lips, as well as the dark red flames that had ignited in his left fist. Lenevis's gaze immediately froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears, and a deep sense of tranquility instantly filled the air, enveloping both him and Klein. What is he trying to do? He wants the two of us to be affected at the same time so that the subsequent Nighthawks and military personnel can arrive. Lenevis's eyelids drooped heavily, and the exhaustion and weakness he had been suppressing used this to fight back. He tried his best not to fall asleep, wanting to rely on his current body's uniqueness to forcefully survive the most intense stage of the slumber. Klein didn't put up any resistance and quickly fell asleep. However, when he fell asleep unnaturally, he would instinctively wake up. This was his special ability to resist spirit channeling and intrusive dreams. This was what he relied on to luckily escape from Madame Sharon's clutches. In the battle, just now, after the card-throwing knives were ineffective, he immediately took out the slumber charm and held it tightly in his palm, waiting for an opportunity to use it. He was waiting for an opportunity to affect himself and his enemy. In just an instant, he who was abnormally rational forcefully broke free from the dream. His eyes clearly reflected the swaying Lenevis. Phew! Klein suddenly became very calm, as if the person in front of him was just a target. He took a deep breath, turned his waist, pulled his shoulders, and thrust his fist forward with all his might. Bang! Crack! His fist ruthlessly struck Lenevis's throat, producing the sound of bones shattering and causing flesh and blood to splatter. Lenevis took 2 steps back and pressed himself against the wall. The intense pain finally allowed him to escape the effects of his slumber, but the fine iron-colored lumps on his body had all faded away. After Klein's punch landed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out 2 cards. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each of the 2 tarot cards was inserted into one of Lenevis's eyes, and the blood-colored liquid instantly flowed down. Lenevis actually endured the pain and didn't let out a shrill scream. He suddenly lunged forward, intending to struggle fiercely. Klein didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. As if he had expected it, he turned his body sideways and took a step back. Then, taking advantage of Lenevis's missed attack, he rushed behind him in 2 steps and wrapped his hands around the enemy's neck. Crack! Klein exerted strength in his arms, suddenly turned around, and twisted Lenevis's neck. After doing all of this, he took 2 steps back and looked at his opponent. Lenevis's eyes, which were stuck in the cards, looked forward weakly as his body slowly slumped to the ground. At the same time, he asked in a very puzzled manner. At the same time, he asked in confusion. "Why, want to kill me?" Klein, who was wearing a clown mask, stared at the enemy in front of him and replied rather indifferently, "No reason." "No." Lenivis's eyes widened as he fell to the ground of the sewer, unable to let go. His aura finally dissipated. At that moment, the seemingly calm Klein suddenly took a step forward, tightened his right leg, and kicked with all his strength, landing a kick on Lenivis's head. Bang! Lenivis's neck, which was already a mess of flesh and bones, could no longer withstand the pressure. Lenivis's head flew out like a rubber ball and slammed heavily into the wall, splattering red and white everywhere. Klein looked at this scene and suddenly bent his back. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha." He laughed maniacally, and the clown mask on his face looked so happy. The corners of his mouth were curled up, the tip of his bright red nose, and his fair face looked so happy. "Ha ha ha ha." Klein laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. His laughter sounded worse than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and squinted his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then the corners of his mouth curled up as he silently said to himself, "Captain, look, we've saved Rouen again." Drop after drop of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been completely digested. Chapter 290. In the dark sewers, Klein wiped his neck and turned his attention back to Lenivis's cracked head and headless corpse, as well as the 2 tarot cards stuck in his eyes. He had originally wanted to retrieve all the flying knives he had thrown out and erase the corresponding clues, but he discovered a very real and serious problem. He didn't have night vision. He was able to rush through the pitch-black sewers and engage in an intense battle with Lenivis because of his spirit vision. He could see the colors of Lenivis's aura and the spiritual radiance of various creatures. He could vaguely grasp the places they illuminated and use that to identify his path. Unfortunately, the tarot card he was using now wasn't the one he had obtained from the Nighthawks. It didn't have any spiritual silver patterns, and it was ordinary and without any special characteristics. In such an environment, Klein could use the colors of his aura and the spiritual radiance to distinguish the outlines of objects in a very small area around him, but he couldn't see the cards that were stuck in the walls and the ground or scattered everywhere at a distance. His intense battle with Lenivis hadn't been limited to a single spot. Of course, he believed that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be too difficult to find the tarot cards that he had thrown out. But the crux of the problem was that the Nighthawks and the military personnel on the airship who were pursuing Lenivis might arrive at any moment. I can't be careless in this aspect. I've been wearing gloves. This tarot card was bought before I came to Bakeland, and it's a national model. I don't usually use it. Even if I carry it with me, it's usually placed with Mr. Aztec's copper whistle most of the time. No matter what method they use, it'll be very difficult to locate me through them. At most, they'll be able to recreate a portion of the battle scene. And I have a mask on my face and my shoes are padded. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein quickly made a decision. He turned to Lenivis's headless corpse, squatted down, and reached out his black-gloved right palm to quickly search for the items left behind on his body. Klein had no intention of performing a spirit-channeling ritual. Firstly, the feeling of an evil god descending had left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to blindly channel Lenivis's spirit unless he brought it above the gray fog. Secondly, the Nighthawks and the military could arrive at any time. He didn't think he had enough time to set up a ritual, summon himself, respond to himself, and then channel the spirit above the gray fog. I should give up when I have to. Klein silently muttered to himself as he retracted his hand from Lenivis's body. This crazy swindler seemed to have fled in a hurry. He didn't bring any cash, materials, or charms. He only had an eyeball-sized badge on him. There was a light and thin spiritual radiance on it that was quietly shining. Klein wasn't afraid that the item could be located because he planned on throwing it above the gray fog to study it slowly. Hence, he stood up straight and put the badge into his pocket. He stared at Lenivis's corpse, and without waiting for the Beyonder characteristic to appear, he took out the remaining tarot cards with his black-gloved left hand. Then he straightened his left arm and placed his palm directly above Lenivis's corpse. Suddenly, Klein released his palm, allowing the tarot cards to fall and cover the headless corpse like leaves. Some of them faced up, with pictures and numbers drawn on them. Some had dark red backs with faint patterns. After doing all of this, Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle and threw it a few times before running into the depths of the sewers without looking back. After almost 2 minutes, figures finally found the place. Some of them wore thick black windbreakers, while others wore well-tailored, military-like uniforms. The leader was Crestet Casimir, who carried a pure white bone sword. His red gloves were stained with dust, and his determined face revealed obvious exhaustion and weakness. They stopped a few meters away from the corpse, and with the help of their night vision, they saw Lenivis's corpse and the head by the wall. There were 2 tarot cards stuck in the head. One was the Emperor, and the other was the Wheel of Fortune. The surface of the headless corpse was covered with even more paper cards, which depicted the chariot driven by the victor, the hermit wearing a long robe and carrying a lamp, the Grim Reaper riding a white horse and wearing armor, and even more Holy Grail and scepter-numbered cards. On the surrounding walls and floor, there were also tarot cards such as Demon, Sun, and Judgment. All of this looked like the scene of some strange ritual, and Lenivis was the sacrificial offering that was destined to be sacrificed. Crestet Casimir drew a silent breath and frowned. The Beyonders around him were momentarily stunned by the terrifying and mysterious scene in the dark environment. After leaving the scene of Lenivis's death, Klein quickly found an exit and left. He tore off his clown mask and walked quickly towards East Borough in the shadows of the gas lamps. Before that, he had already dealt with the stains on the soles of his shoes. It wasn't until he entered East Borough and arrived at Black Palm Street that he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, in his rented 1-bedroom apartment, he quickly held a ritual to summon and respond to himself. In his spirit-body state, Klein moved all the clothes he had worn that night, the remaining charms, herbs, essential oils, and the badge he had obtained from Lenivis above the gray fog. He then used spiritual flames to burn the corresponding clues. Phew! He exhaled and finally had the time to take a look at what the badge he had obtained from Lenivis looked like. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on the front was engraved the symbol of fate and concealment. On the back was a tight circle of tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions. You can join with this item. What does that mean? Is Lenivis a member of some secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and the timing wasn't right. He decisively gave up on his research and decided to think about it after the tarot gathering. He quickly left the mysterious space above the gray fog, changed into another set of clothes, and removed the disguise he had previously made. However, he wasn't in a hurry to return to Minsk Street. He planned to sleep until the next morning. This was because moving on the streets after midnight was easy to attract attention, and with the incident that had just happened. Lying in bed, Klein looked out the window at the night sky where the moonlight had receded. His mind gradually calmed down. After completing the initial stages of his revenge, he felt that he had removed a huge burden from his shoulders and lost a lot of his depression. Compared to before, his mental state was clearly much better. In Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08 aren't something I can deal with at the moment. Furthermore, the difference is huge. Only by becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, a demigod existence, will I be qualified to participate in this matter. Before advancing to Sequence 4, I'll pretend that they don't exist. Yes, my goal for a long time to come is to work hard to improve myself. I've already completely digested the clown potion. Once I gather all the Beyonder ingredients, I'll be able to advance to magicians. After that, there's still faceless marionettist and the corresponding sequence for whose name I still don't know. Other than that, I'll be a normal detective. Klein's mind was at peace as he thought about his plans for the future. He was no longer as anxious or depressed. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he silently muttered to himself, "Captain, Banson, Melissa, you probably prefer to see me like this." At dawn, a group of people wearing surgical caps and white masks, dressed like doctors, arrived at the entrance of the Dock Workers Association's dormitory. The leader, who looked very experienced, said to the confused residents, "A contagious disease has been discovered in this building. A contagious disease has been discovered in this house, and a man named Kevin has passed away because of it. We'll provide free treatment. There's a special medicine for this contagious disease. As long as you take it in time, you'll be fine. Kevin." One by one, the residents exclaimed as they looked around for their colleague named Kevin, but they didn't discover anything. That was Lenivis's alias. Seeing that this medical charity was accompanied by a policeman they knew, the residents no longer had any doubts. They began to nervously line up to receive the medicine. The first was a middle-aged man with a big beard. He nervously asked all sorts of questions, afraid that a bottle of medicine wouldn't be able to fight the contagious disease. It was not until the doctors showed signs of impatience that he drank the bottle of blue medicine. Following that, he was helped to the side and aimed his mouth at a hole of the same size. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The man suddenly felt nauseous and vomited violently, spitting out a blob of sour and bloody stuff. Just as he was about to move his gaze to see what he had vomited, he was forcefully pulled away by two strong nurses. The hole the size of a mouth was located in an iron-black metal bucket. The bottom of the bucket was dark and deep, with almost no light coming from it. And there was a pool of yellowish-green liquid. In the middle of the liquid was a small piece of blood-colored flesh. The flesh was covered in fine black hair. Ugh, ugh, ugh. One by one, the residents drank the medicine and vomited in pain in front of different metal buckets. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Why did you suddenly come to visit so early? Audrey looked at the sky outside and then at Viscount Glaint in front of her. Glaint looked around and only saw a huge golden retriever squatting beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "I was planning on going to the race course, but I met Kong Si on the way. I was going to the racetrack, but I met Kong Si on the way. He told me something very interesting. It was really interesting. I thought I would pass by here, so I came to share it with you." "What is it?" Audrey asked with interest. Glaint didn't pay attention to his choice of words. "You should have heard of the Aurora Order, right? It's the Aurora Order that assassinated Ambassador Intis. They were captured, and a few important members died. A very large plot failed as a result. I thought it was something related to the true Creator's godhood. Zio and the others got someone to report it yesterday evening, and they took action at night. Wait, the Aurora Order seems to worship the true Creator." Audrey's eyes lit up, and she asked in a reserved manner, "What plot?" "I don't know. Kong Si refused to say. He only told me that the person in charge of this plot was a former wanted swindler named Lenivis." Glaint spread out his right palm. As expected, Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She didn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Was he caught?" "He died, but he didn't die at the hands of our people." Glaint paused. "This is what I meant by interesting. When his corpse was discovered, it was covered in many tarot cards. It was the same for the surroundings. Imagine the scene. Tarot cards? The corpse was covered in many tarot cards. Audrey was taken aback at first, but then she came to a realization. This was done by our tarot. This was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. Chapter 291. Believing that she knew the truth, Audrey couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Viscount Glaint. Lenivis collapsed in the darkness, in the mud, his body covered with tarot cards. There was the Fool, Justice, the Hanging Man, the Sun, the World, other main cards, and many numbered cards. Some of them were in reverse positions, while others were in normal positions. Some had yet to be flipped open, only revealing their backs. It was as if a large-scale, strange tarot divination was taking place. Such a scene would definitely be very shocking. I wonder where the Justice card will land. What will the Beyonders of MI9 and the Church think of this matter? Will they think that a new secret organization has appeared? Lenivis has the godhood of the true creator, so what he and the Aurora Order are plotting is definitely not trivial. If they succeed, it will definitely bring a terrible disaster to Bakeland and the kingdom. Yet, such a plot has been stopped so easily and calmly. It has been stopped by a simple mission issued by Mr. Fool. Is this a game at the level of deities? Mr. Fool and the true creator are mortal enemies? No wonder he calls him the fallen creator. Thoughts flashed through her mind, and Audrey's body trembled imperceptibly. What are you thinking about? Viscount Glaint, who was sitting opposite her, finally couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and tilted her head slightly with a smile. Weren't you the one who wanted me to imagine a corpse covered in tarot cards? Haha. Glaint smiled awkwardly and sighed. I wonder which secret organization's member killed Lenivis. It's really in line with my imagination of something like this. It's too cool. It's our tarot, Audrey replied silently and smiled faintly. Maybe it's a powerful Beyonder who doesn't have an organization and acts alone? No matter what, I like this style. Hurry up, Zio and Furs, and ask them when I'll be able to find the apothecary formula, Glaint said excitedly. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. She looked around and lowered her voice. Quiet, lower your voice. How can you talk about potion formulas here? Glaint smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, it's nothing. I've already confirmed it. Other than you and me, there's only one dog here. The golden retriever, Susie, subconsciously changed her sitting posture. North Bakeland, in a room in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, dressed in a black hooded robe with blue eyeshadow and blush. Daly casually found a seat and sat down. She picked up the documents on the table. Her gaze suddenly froze as her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed to be suppressing something as she asked, Lenivis, why didn't I know about this? Why wasn't I informed of last night's operation? Sitting in the seat of honor, Christet Sesamir, who had once again hidden his chin and lips under his collar, said in a deep voice, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions, which would bring unnecessary risks to the operation. So I didn't tell you. I understand your feelings very well. The Tingen team has a Nighthawk who is currently receiving guidance and training in the Holy Cathedral, preparing to join the Red Gloves. His performance is similar to yours, but as the person in charge of the operation and a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, I have to eliminate any unstable factors. Daly looked at the other Nighthawk captains and deacons who had been gathered and scoffed. Why do you think I won't be able to control my emotions? I'm very calm. I won't be impulsive. My anger will only erupt after Lenivis is captured. This is the professionalism of a senior Nighthawk, a deacon. If I capture Lenivis, I'll make him understand that men are also very weak. I'll make sure there's a cold, rotting, but stiff corpse behind his ass. I'll make sure there's a pile of bones filled with barbs and a stench in front of his body. I'll make sure those cold little fellows enter and exit every inch of his body. Damn it, you've let him die just like that. Christet Sesamir looked at Daly calmly and listened to her quietly. Then he sighed and said, How long have you been tolerating it? Daly froze for a moment. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, she whispered dejectedly, It's been a very long time. Sesamir retracted his gaze and looked at the other deacons and captains. What did you find? We've preliminarily confirmed that the person who killed Lenivis is a member of the Secret Order. He's a Sequence 8, and his potion name is Clown. He's good at using cards as throwing knives, a deacon reported truthfully. However, we can't confirm this guess. The tarot cards scattered on the corpse don't seem to be a cover-up. After all, the Beyonder didn't deal with the cards on the wall and Lenivis's head at the same time. We all believe that the final scene was closer to some kind of ritual or symbol. Therefore, we suspect that the Beyonder might belong to an organization that we don't understand yet. Of course, that scene could also be a special habit of his. Casimir nodded slightly. We can start from this aspect and carry out follow-up investigations. Al, what did you discover from the investigation of the informant? Al Harson, who had the charm of a middle-aged man, flipped through the paper in his hand. We investigated the informant and discovered that his actions were instigated by a bounty hunter. In the process of searching for the wanted criminal, Lenivis, the bounty hunter's companion was killed by a member of the Aurora Order. In order to seek revenge, she secretly carried out an investigation and finally locked onto the target at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Ballamdock. Based on the target's movements, she discovered Lenivis. Her actions were basically confirmed by witnesses. There's nothing strange about it. At the same time, we used Beyonder means to confirm that she has no connection with the person who killed Lenivis. Now that she's in hiding, it'll be very difficult to find her. Casimir added, as if in thought, this is very consistent with Lenivis's description. This is very much in line with Lenivis's description. The radical and crazy members of the Aurora Order are a form of aid to his escape. Is there any problem with the reporter who went to the Workers' Alliance that afternoon? Another Nighthawk captain reported he's a fake reporter. According to the information we received from the police department, he's actually a private detective. Previously, he was helping reporter Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer investigate Siebel's murder. We speculate that he obtained a certain clue and found out about the dock union. Thus, he disguised himself and came into contact with everyone suspected of being the murderer. This guess has been confirmed by Eichinger Stanton. Casimir grunted in acknowledgement and asked about the others who had recently come into contact with Lenivis. He received no questions one after another. Towards the end, he deliberated and said, "The lack of a motive for Lenivis's murder puzzles me. That mysterious murder deserves our attention. Continue following up on this matter. In addition, according to common sense, the Aurora Order definitely wouldn't only have Beyonders at the level of a Rose Bishop or a Hermit Ascetic in a huge city like Bakeland. There would at least be an oracle or even a saint. Their plan to welcome the true creator's descent has failed. With their crazy and irrational characteristics, I'm worried that they will do a series of acts of revenge. All of you have to be on high alert in the near future. I'll also be staying in Bakeland." "Yes, Your Excellency Casimir," the deacons and squad leaders replied solemnly. Crestet, Casimir paused for a few seconds and added, "Tingin's Magos incident and last night's Lenivis incident have revealed a problem. The Magos incident in Tingen and the Lenivis incident last night revealed a problem. The factory district, dock area, and East Borough have become hotbeds for evil gods to descend and nurture. Send people to investigate and gather the truest information. If it's really as Lenivis described, I'll raise this matter at the Council of Cardinals and officially exert pressure on the kingdom and the government to push for the corresponding changes to be implemented as soon as possible." Klein slept very late before waking up, but it still wasn't bright enough outside. There was still a faint fog and it was dark and cold. "This doesn't match my somewhat brilliant mood." He mumbled to himself, changed his clothes, took his keys, and returned to Minsk Street without much attention. After changing his worker's uniform into a shirt and sweater and confirming that no one was investigating him as a private detective, he was completely relieved. He leisurely went out to the butcher's shop to buy food and prepare a sumptuous lunch for himself. There was some sun in the afternoon in Bakeland. Klein lazily basked in the sun, as if he didn't want to do anything for a moment. At 45, he took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it. He returned to his bedroom and went above the gray fog. After conjuring the fake world and familiarizing himself with the controls, he sat in a high-back chair at the head of the table and sent Sun a reminder to prepare for the gathering. At exactly 3 o'clock in Bakeland, beams of crimson light soared into the magnificent and ancient palace, outlining blurry figures. Audrey looked straight at the head of the table and said briskly, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted me with has been completed." She deliberately emphasized the word simple because she wanted to confirm from Mr. Fool if Lenivis had been eliminated by his adorer and if the death scene that was covered in tarot cards was a symbolic symbol of the tarot. Klein pretended to smile calmly. "I already know." After saying that, he sighed leisurely. In such an era, with such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, it's really a hotbed for evil gods to descend. What? The hanging man Alger was stunned for a moment, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. Chapter 292. I remember that the simple mission given by Mr. Fool was only to investigate 2 people who might join the gathering. The general content was to find the person in the portrait, and that person was confirmed to be in Bakeland. Alger Wilson tried hard to recall what had happened at the last gathering, and he found it increasingly difficult to understand what this had to do with the hotbed of evil gods descending. Isn't it just to find someone? Furthermore, it's the kind that isn't too dangerous. Mr. Fool's simple mission has a deeper purpose hidden behind it. This is a silent contest between deities. The hanging man instantly thought of many things, and he almost blurted out to ask justice in an attempt to pay the price to understand the specifics of the matter. However, as a senior official beyonder, a seafarer who steered an ancient ghost ship, he was experienced and shrewd. He forcefully resisted the urge and planned to first use the internal channels of the Church of the Storm to ask about the recent major events in Bakeland. As for Audrey, she immediately understood Mr. Fool's sigh, and she instantly understood the matter regarding Lenivis. It turns out that the bit of godhood that Lenivis possesses is the initial foundation for the true creator to descend into the real world. And the terrible situation in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district is a hotbed for the rapid development and growth of this foundation. Mr. Fool used a simple mission to stop the true creator's huge conspiracy and save all of Bakeland. Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table with sparkling eyes, and she couldn't help but be filled with admiration. At this moment, the gloomy and reserved world chuckled and said, "That's right. Every time I see or hear about a large number of child laborers who die in their teens, or how most workers rarely live past the age of 30 due to extreme fatigue and a harsh environment, or how they barely survive the previous tests but lose their jobs due to old age and lack of security, they can only wander the streets and die of hunger and cold. I don't doubt the existence of evil gods at all. They are on the ground in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There are even reports that it's difficult for certain factory workers to live past 5 years. And in the east side of Bakeland, there's a saying that the people who live there, Grandpa's generation, must be foreigners. There are no exceptions. The true meaning of this sentence is that the people there will not have a 3rd generation, and they will not have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger made their children very thin and weak. It was difficult for them to adapt to the hard work, and they would quickly wither away in Bakeland, not to mention getting married and having children. Audrey, who was hearing Mr. World speak so much for the first time, immediately fell into deep shock and confusion. Why didn't I know about such a thing? The newspapers and magazines I read only mentioned that the residents of East Borough had a hard time. This was more than hard. Audrey's eyes lost focus for a moment. She felt that her understanding of the kingdom and the world seemed to have been completely overturned. Suddenly, she deeply understood why Mr. Fool had made such a sigh. Why did he say that in such an era, such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district were hotbeds for the descent of evil gods? I can't let this continue. Otherwise, there will be a day when Bakeland will be destroyed because of this. Audrey suddenly had a strong urge to return to understand more. She wanted to remind her father, Earl Hall, and use her powers as a spectator and telepathist to secretly guide the implementation of laws and policies that could improve the lives of the pitiful people in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. At the end of the long bronze table, the fool Klein quietly observed Miss Justice's reaction. He had deliberately sighed and used his smuff account, Mr. World, to give a detailed explanation. It was to make Miss Justice, who was a noble and still had some naivety left, realize the seriousness of the problem. Through her, he could push for change in the kingdom. Before becoming a faceless, I have to remember clearly that I can't personally get involved in such matters. He silently set such a boundary for himself. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Bakeland. Your sigh has also allowed me to understand the root of the problem. Thank you, Mr. World. You have allowed me to know many things I didn't know in the past. Audrey reined in her emotions and sincerely thanked the two gentlemen sitting at the end of the long, ancient table. Saved Bakeland. The hanging man Alger was no stranger to the situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area. He was even more surprised by Miss Justice's description. How big of a deal did this actually happen? He thought with a frown in confusion. Son listened rather seriously. Although he didn't understand any of it, he still listened seriously, hoping to understand the situation in the area where Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and Mr. World were. Klein only smiled at Miss Justice's gratitude and didn't respond further. He turned his gaze to the hanging man Alger, immediately understood what he meant, and quickly conjured the last page of Roselle's diary. Klein took it out of thin air and casually glanced at it. January 14th. I discovered problem. If an unconscious high-sequence beyonder item isn't sealed, it will unknowingly attract low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway to the vicinity, resulting in an intersection. The higher the original sequence, the easier it is for this to happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to exist all the time, but is intermittent. This diary entry immediately made Klein spirited, because he had previously made similar guesses. After he came to Bakeland, he discovered that he quickly intersected with the secret order and the beyonders of the seer pathway. As a result, he fell into an extremely passive and dangerous situation. But as a result, he also obtained the corresponding sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas. Back then, he guessed that his transmigration hid a secret that allowed him to have a certain resurrection ability. It would intermittently attract people and objects related to the seer pathway, such as the Antigonus family's diary or the members of the secret order. And after seeing Roselle the Great's diary entry, Klein immediately had a new idea. He glanced at the thick gray fog and the illusory crimson stars from the corner of his eye and mumbled to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the one who created that attraction wasn't me, but the gray fog and the mysterious space above the gray fog? This can also be considered the secret behind my transmigration." Without any more clues or information, Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and read the second diary entry. January 16th. The taste of a demoness sure isn't bad. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't know what expression to use to face it. "Emperor, I've underestimated you. You really can do what others can't. Don't you care about her previous gender? Don't you care about her experience during her pleasure phase?" Suppressing the urge to slowly exhale, Klein looked at the last entry of the diary in his hand. January 20th. I've made the second card of blasphemy. Let me think. Where should I hide it? Yes, I plan on disguising it as a bookmark and placing it in a very valuable book. If the recipient isn't fated, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the most valuable item in a valuable book is actually that inconspicuous bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Emperor, why didn't you make it clear? Which book was that bookmark clipped to? Before I finished reading it, I was still filled with joy, believing that I would be able to follow the map and obtain a card of blasphemy that contains the secrets of a deity. Klein was rather disappointed as he let his gaze stop at the end. I hope that the Emperor's subsequent diary entries contain specific information. He consoled himself, leaned back, and smiled. You can communicate freely now. At this moment, Sun mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you gave me exceeded my expectations. I've already saved up enough merit points to exchange for the ingredients and advance to Sequence 8. In the next 2 days, I'll use the remaining merit points to hire helpers to obtain the true roots and sap of the Mist Treant. I'll be able to complete the transaction very soon. He spoke in great detail, worried that his trustworthy image would be doubted and destroyed. Of course, everything he said was the truth. Although the axe didn't meet his expectations of a Beyonder weapon, its power shocked him. That axe can produce a lethal bolt of lightning with just 2 or 3 strikes. Coupled with the temporary enhancement of my bard powers, I can definitely fight against a Sequence 7 close combat monster. If I encounter one that's afraid of lightning, I can even easily finish it off. I'm already a light suppliant and have a certain level of magic. My strength has been enhanced in a fundamental way, and I can fight against even more powerful monsters. Derek Berg felt that he had fallen in love with that Beyonder weapon. In the City of Silver, strength was a reason to like someone. The thick darkness around them and the monsters in the depths of the darkness forced them to obey this rule generation after generation. All right, the gloomy world nodded slightly under Klein's control. He looked around and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" Sir, do you have any clues about the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals? Audrey shook her head without hesitation. The hanging man Alger pondered for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "There will be a grand gathering of pirates on the Sonia Sea in the near future." On the Sonia Sea, there will be a grand gathering of pirates in the near future. The fleets of the 4 pirate kings and 6 pirate admirals may participate. It should be 7 pirate admirals. Someone else has joined the ranks. At such a grand gathering, there will definitely be transactions of Beyonder ingredients. There's a high chance that the rare, dark, patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and spring of the elves' marrow crystals will appear. I have the chance to participate in this gathering, but what can you pay in exchange? Chapter 293. There's a high chance of it appearing. Klein controlled the world and chuckled darkly. Yes, I really don't have the wind-blessed potion formula, and I won't be able to find a way to obtain it in a short period of time. However, I do have an incomplete Sequence 4 potion formula. Although it's incomplete, I believe you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10,000 pounds, and most of the time you won't be able to buy it even with double the price. This is a crucial step for humans to undergo a qualitative change. How about it? Are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther is worth between 500 to 700 pounds, and the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves are worth between 300 to 400 pounds. I believe you will need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or items of equivalent value. Klein had long guessed that the Sequence 4 Unshadowed of the Sun pathway could be interchanged with sequences of the Sailor and Reader pathways. And this guess had been indirectly confirmed by Mr. A's request and Roselle's diary. It had even extended to the suspicion that the Secrets, Suppliant, and Spectator pathways could also be added to the list. Therefore, he believed that the incomplete formula of the Unshadowed was an irresistible temptation for the hanging man of the Sailor pathway. It's fine if you can't produce something worth 9,000 pounds at once. You can pay it in installments under Mr. Fool's witness and slowly repay it. Klein silently added in his heart. He was currently lacking the spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther, so he didn't mind the other party putting it on credit. After all, he didn't have to worry about running away. Well, there are also hidden dangers. If Mr. the Hanging Man suddenly dies, I'll suffer a huge loss. Faced with such a heavy transaction, Klein couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. An incomplete Sequence 4 potion formula, an incomplete formula that leads to the path of a demigod? This is something that can't be bought with money. Audrey's eyes lit up. She couldn't hide her curiosity and asked before the hanging man could. Mr. World, may I ask something? Which pathways sequence for formula is it? If it's not convenient for you to answer, just pretend I didn't say anything. Mr. World actually has a sequence for potion formula. Even if it's incomplete, it's still very shocking. It's no wonder Mr. Fool pulled him into the tarot. He's not a simple beyonder. Zio and Furza's examination mission has already ended, and Mr. Fool hasn't mentioned letting them join. He definitely has other considerations. Perhaps he needs to observe them for a period of time. I can't take the initiative to ask. That would seem impolite. Instantly, Audrey thought of many things. Miss Justice's question was exactly what Klein needed. He made the world answer with a hoarse voice. I was going to say it anyway. That's the Sun Pathways sequence for unshadowed potion formula. The Sun Pathway? He suddenly looked at Mr. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. His eyes were instantly filled with eagerness and desire. However, he maintained his silence because he knew that he was still far from becoming a demigod. He had to first strengthen himself with the limited resources he had. Only caring about the present was the style of the City of Silver, because to their residents there might not be a future at any time. Unshadowed. Audrey nodded elegantly and said happily, "Thank you for your answer, Mr. World." She felt that she had learned another very important piece of information. Unshadowed. The hanging man Alger repeated softly and calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't need it." Don't need it? Klein was stunned. This was completely different from the reaction he had imagined and the script he had in mind. His shock indirectly made the world reveal a look of disbelief. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "You can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe that you will definitely make up for it." "No, I really don't need it." The hanging man Alger shook his head. "No need. I really don't need it. He's very confident that he will be favored and valued by the Church of the Storm in the future, and he will be directly bestowed with the corresponding potion? Or could it be that he actually has the sequence for potion formula of the Sailor Pathway? Its name is Cataclysmic Inter. Klein quickly thought of two possibilities. What should I do? Do I have to exchange the witch or demoness of pleasure formula with him? Klein made a silent, self-deprecating remark. He deliberately made the world fall silent for a few seconds before saying, "Other potion formulas or some secrets that I know. For example, the secrets of the top sequences." The hanging man Alger slightly changed his sitting posture and replied after some deliberation, "I myself know some secrets of the top sequences. How can you ensure that the two don't overlap? How can you be sure that the secret you speak of is equal to the value of the dark, patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals? We will each give the secrets of the top sequences we know to Mr. Fool, and he will compare them to see if they overlap and confirm their value. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" Klein controlled the world and asked himself. Then he said in a condescending manner, "All right." "Sure." Alger nodded slowly and said, "I have no more questions. Let's begin. I really want to know the secrets of the top sequences, but I don't have any extra money to buy them recently." Audrey looked enviously at the world and the hanging man as they each conjured a piece of goatskin. She, who had never had to worry about money since she was young, finally experienced what it was like to be poor. Soon, Klein received the contents written by the two members. The first thing he looked at was undoubtedly the piece of goatskin belonging to the hanging man. He discovered that the contents were very simple. There was only one sentence. "The path to godhood is hidden at the top of the sequence." Phew, that's good. Otherwise, I'll have to switch to other knowledge. Klein seriously examined the world's goatskin and chuckled. It's not repetitive. To most Beyonders, the secrets provided by Mr. World aren't of much value, but in the eyes of some, it's of great importance. It can't be measured by money. Upon hearing this conclusion, the hanging man Alger fell into a dilemma. To him, obtaining the two beyonder ingredients at the same time was quite a burden. He had to sell many valuable items to exchange for them, paying such a huge price just to hear a secret that might not be of any use to him? Alger thought for about 20 seconds. "Mr. Fool, can you give me a little more hint? I can't make a choice now." Unable to choose? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He understood that the words he had said to maintain his image had backfired and played a negative role. He hurriedly deliberated for a moment and smiled. "What he described is a detailed supplement to the secret, you know." "A detailed supplement? A detailed supplement to the path to godhood?" The hanging man Alger didn't hesitate any longer. He turned to look at the world and said simply and forcefully, "You're the hanging man deal." He immediately added, "I will exchange for the dark patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the elven fountain's marrow crystals within this week. Of course, the premise is that they appear at the Pirate Festival. Although the probability is very high, we still have to believe that anything can happen. In that case, it might be delayed to next week, the week after that, or even next month. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my promise. No problem. With Mr. Fool bearing witness, there's nothing for me to worry about," the world replied hoarsely. After they confirmed the deal, Klein conjured a piece of goatskin in front of the hanging man Alger, eagerly lowered his head, and eagerly read every word. "There's still sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. This can also be promoted through corresponding potions and rituals. Sequence 0, the echelon of a true god." The hanging man Alger was first stunned and shocked. Then he felt relieved and joyful as he muttered to himself silently, "So that's how it is. I understand what it means." He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. That secret must be shocking. Mr. the Hanging Man has lost his composure. Audrey reluctantly moved her gaze away and looked diagonally at the sun. "Mr. Sun, I remember you saying that the City of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas for the dragon pathway." "Yes." Sun nodded honestly. "The name of the sequence 7 potion is Psyche Analyst. If I want to obtain it, what price do I need to pay?" Audrey asked in a reserved manner. "The sequence 7 potion formula for the sun pathway," Derek answered without hesitation. Audrey nodded slightly. "I'll try my best to gather it." Zio and Furs mention that there's a beyonder of the sun pathway at Mr. A's gathering. He's at least a sequence 7, and he's good at purification and exorcism. After the recent matters are over, I can try to start from there. In addition, I should attend more gatherings in the medical school's abandoned school building and think of a way to make contact with the members of the psychological alchemy. 2 legs are definitely better than 1. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, but she suddenly realized that even if she had clues to the formula, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. This was because she had been in a financial crisis for the past few months, and she could barely hold on. The sequence 7 formula is worth about £800, so it's still possible to gather some. It's already October, and it's almost the new year. When that happens, I'll officially be an adult, and I'll be able to freely dispose of quite a bit of wealth. Or should I use the knowledge that Mr. Fool taught me to exchange for it? I wonder what his attitude towards such actions. Audrey's thoughts gradually wandered. She decided to wait until there was hope for the formula before asking Mr. Fool. The transaction ended. Klein had originally wanted to use the knowledge he possessed to exchange for a mystical item that didn't pose too many risks, but after sensing the pain from the hanging man, he knew that the other party would pay a huge price for the 2 beyonder ingredients. He probably wouldn't have anything extra left, so he could only give up regretfully. The moment the free exchange segment began, the hanging man Alger took the initiative to mention it. Chapter 294. Audrey was rather interested in the pirate admiral's matters and cooperated with him. "What's his name?" What was his current title? There is no such news circulating in Bakeland. The hanging man, Alger, nodded slowly. She's a lady. She used to be a famous pirate, ailment Maiden Tracy. You should have heard of her, right? No, I don't know much about it. Audrey shook her head, honestly. Me too. The fool Klein, who sat high above, echoed inwardly. Alger fell silent for 2 seconds and didn't waste any time explaining. In short, she subdued Zillings's fleet last month and used her actions to prove that she has the strength of a pirate admiral. She renamed Zillings's ship the Black Death and called herself Vice Admiral Ailment. In the past, she mainly acted alone. She's good at using curses, black fire, and frost. Those who are her enemies will always suffer from all sorts of illnesses. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but it's confirmed that she's at Sequence 5. Audrey listened with relish. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Mr. the Hanging Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals in detail? I've only heard of their names and nicknames. I don't know what beyonder powers they possess." Alger surveyed the area and saw that the sun and the world were all listening attentively, so he nodded slightly. "No problem. The most powerful pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epic's Solomon Empire. Not only is he a high-sequence beyonder, but he also possesses the terrifying ghost ship, the Black Emperor, left behind by the Empire. He's good at using order, and he can pull his enemies into a battle that he's best at, creating all sorts of unimaginable effects. He's also the oldest pirate. It's said that he was already active in the 5 seas more than 100 years ago, during the post-Roselle era. No one knows exactly how old he is. Of course, compared to the other pirate king, there's more information about him. As for the owner of the Dawn, we only know that she's a beautiful woman who was once a warlock. She's now a demigod. Her title is Queen Mystic." After introducing the 4 pirate kings, the hanging man Alger turned the topic to the remaining 6 pirate admirals. The owner of the Black Tulip, Ludwell, was once a subordinate of the king of the 5 seas. He later became independent and called himself Admiral Hell. Rumor has it that he has established a certain level of connection with the charismatic order. He's a powerful spirit medium who can control all sorts of spirit world creatures. He's both terrifying and bizarre. Rumor has it that he has a ring left behind by an ancient death. Admiral of Stars Catlia was once a follower of Queen Mystic, but the 2 of them nearly fell out a long time ago. As for the reason behind this, the rumors at sea say that she joined a secret organization and infuriated Queen Mystic. And according to the information I received, this secret organization is the Moses Ascetic Order. Moses Ascetic Order. Mystery, prior pathway, hidden sage. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil's loss of control and the evil god who would whisper enticement into the ears of low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. This was the first time he was learning about the Moses Ascetic Order in real life and not from books. Following that, the hanging man Alger introduced Admiral of Bloodseigneur, who is suspected to be an evil spirit but not a human. Vice Admiral Deepsea Hell Constantine, who had a partial sea monster bloodline. Edwina Edwards, who called herself Vice Admiral Iceberg, and Vice Admiral Bulatov Ivan. Thank you for sharing it. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea. Audrey said in anticipation. I wonder when I'll be able to truly travel. No, Miss Justice. It's definitely not as wonderful as you imagine it to be. From my point of view, it's a combination of blood, chaos, massacre, desire, and fear. Alger calmly poured cold water on her. Audrey nodded and said, Recently, there was a serial murder case in Bakeland. There were a total of 11 cases, but one of them was confirmed to be a copycat. This serial murder case targeted women who were once street girls but currently had a proper job. The murderer would cut open their abdomens and dig out all their organs. This sounds like it's related to devil worship. Was it done by the blood sanctification sect? The hanging man Alger instantly made a guess. I don't know. We haven't found the murderer yet. Audrey wished she could turn into a detective and bring Susie to capture the detestable fellow. At this moment, son Derek blurted out in a daze, I know of such rituals. I know of such rituals. He knows? That's right. Before the cataclysm, especially during the second epoch, devils were active in the real world and on the surface. They were the targets of hatred from both the giants and the dragons. It's normal for the City of Silver to have such records. Their history hasn't been hidden or tampered with, nor has there been a lapse in time. Klein looked at Son thoughtfully, waiting for him to say more. You know of it? Audrey asked in delight. Derek nodded. It's mentioned in our demonology textbooks. It's rather ancient. It's a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement. It often appears when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not a ritual to please devils, but a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement. Audrey asked in surprise. Derek answered very seriously, yes. Sequence 6 of the Abyss Pathway is called Devil. This is also the origin of their race's name. Abyss Pathway? Before the Cataclysm, the Devil Pathway was known as the Abyss Pathway. Devil is only the name of Sequence 6. Could it be Sequence 0, Abyss? Klein once again discovered the value of Sunday. The City of Silver still had a lot of knowledge and secrets that had been lost in the long river of history. Is that so? Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Mr. Sun, do you know the exact details of this ritual? Derek nodded and said, the minimum limit is 13 people and the maximum is 49. The lowest limit is 13 people and the highest is 49. The more complete the ceremony, the higher the chance of promotion. There has to be at least a 3-day interval between 2 killings. Otherwise, it's easy to lose control. However, the interval can't exceed 9 days, or the ritual will reset. Every time a person is killed, after every part of the ritual, the devil will eat the victim's organs. From then on, he will always be in a violent and bloodthirsty state, wanting to harm others until the desire is satisfied again. How terrifying! Audrey sighed from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even bear to imagine it. Klein sat in the thick gray fog, listening silently and memorizing it. After discussing the serial murders, Audrey looked at Alger and organized her words. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's something I've always been puzzled about. I've participated in several Beyonder gatherings and found that very few people sell potion formulas. Even if there are, it's very difficult to make a deal. Why? The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, It's because potion formulas are very easy to forge and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive. It's because potion formulas are very easy to forge and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive and don't have much binding power. Therefore, no one dares to risk their lives. Don't tell me you can prepare 2 sets of Beyonder ingredients and experiment with animals. That's too high a price. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. Besides, the additional cost isn't limited to that. After animals consume the potion, it's easier for them to lose control than humans. You have to hire a few Beyonders to protect yourself to prevent them from dying in the experiment. Therefore, for most Beyonders, even if the formula appears, they wouldn't dare to buy it, Alger added. Audrey felt even more guilty. The Hanging Man, Alger, didn't notice her reaction. Because of this, unless the host of the gathering or one of the members has the ability to verify the authenticity of the potion formula and has won the trust of the majority of the members, it is very difficult to trade the formula. Yes, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom can do it. Mr. A is a shepherd, so he should be able to do it too. Klein leaned back in his chair and muttered silently to himself without opening his mouth. A thought flashed through Audrey's mind as she asked in passing, Can it be done through a vow? Dear Miss, this is an underground gathering. Do you think it's appropriate to make an oath in the name of the 7 Orthodox gods? This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple oath. There must be a corresponding ceremony. The hanging man Alger chuckled and said, "As for the hidden sage, the true creator, and the other evil gods, devils, and hidden existences, who wouldn't be their believers dare to swear in their name and wish that they weren't dying fast enough." At this point, he suddenly sighed. In addition, without knowing the acting method, the potion can easily cause people to lose control, easily turning them into monsters. And the corresponding ingredients are very difficult to obtain and are rather expensive. Therefore, as long as the 7 churches don't allow such transactions to be officially verified, there's no need to deliberately control it to prevent the potion formula from being circulated on a large scale, much less popularize it. So that's how it is. Audrey muttered to herself, resolving a huge mystery in her heart. No wonder. Klein was enlightened. 7 Orthodox gods. Sun really wanted to ask who the 7 were, but he ultimately held back out of caution. He thought for a moment and said, "The City of Silver recently organized an expedition into the depths of the darkness and discovered a half-destroyed temple. The statue that was consecrated inside was a naked man nailed to a cross. Its body was smeared with blood. Do you know which god this is? This is the true creator. The forsaken land of the gods actually had a temple of the true creator. Furthermore, from what Sun meant, it was unlikely that the true creator existed before the cataclysm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the City of Silver not to recognize him." Klein used his clown powers to control his expression, not allowing his shock to show. Audrey, the hanging man, and the world looked at each other and shook their heads. "We don't know." Just as they said that, they heard Mr. Fool in the gray fog say in a deep voice, Chapter 295, Fallen Creator. Derek immediately furrowed his brows. The residents of the City of Silver had always believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. When they heard the word fallen, they couldn't help but instinctively feel repulsed and uncomfortable. The fallen creator. This is what Mr. Fool calls the true creator. So this evil god has such an image. But why would his statue and temple appear in the area explored by the City of Silver? It's suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods. Or could it be said that before it was abandoned by the gods, there was already a belief in the true creator? Could the holy sanctuary that the Aurora Order has always claimed really be in the forsaken land of the gods? The hanging man Alger thought of many things, but he was unable to make an accurate judgment. This was because the history before the cataclysm had long developed into myths and legends. This couldn't be described as simply shrouded in fog. He pondered for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We also have another name for the fallen creator, the true creator. The faction that believes in him holds the beyonder pathways of secrets, suppliant, listener, and hermit ascetic. Subsequently, there's the shepherd you mentioned." Shepherd? The silent Sun suddenly sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with the beyonder pathways mentioned by the hanging man. However, in certain sequences, the City of Silver used similar words, such as whisperer and listener. So that strange and sinister statue represents the secret's suppliant pathway. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd. She's acting more and more strangely. Derek suddenly worried about the newly promoted elder of the 6-member council and the safety of the City of Silver. In the past, when exploring the surrounding areas, the City of Silver had discovered a few cities that had been completely destroyed. In those places, there were only a few words engraved on the back of the rubble that proved that such a civilization had once existed. Those words were variants of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish. Most of them repeatedly described an existence. That existence was called Evil God. The residents of the City of Silver who had participated in the operation were guessing that those cities had been destroyed by evil gods. Therefore, how could son Derek not be shocked, worried, and terrified after discovering that the pathway Elder Lovia was in was suspected to be controlled by an evil god? He returned to his silent state, leaving Audrey, who had been waiting to hear more stories about the City of Silver, rather disappointed. After so many gatherings and the purchase of information on the dragons, her interest in the City of Silver had intensified. His reaction is a little different from what I imagined. The hanging man Alger observed calmly for a while, but he didn't gain anything. For a moment, he couldn't find a better starting point. And if he were to ask directly, he suspected that Sun would ask for payment. This wasn't a simple matter for him, who was burdened with the debt of 2 beyonder ingredients. At this moment, they heard the sound of the table being gently knocked. In the thick gray fog, Klein concealed his fatigue and chuckled. "Let's end this gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed. The hanging man, Sun, and world answered in similar terms. Klein waved his hand and severed the connection. He quietly watched the blurry figures of Miss Justice and the others turn into light and dissipate. Following that, he made his smuff, world, disappear instantly while he picked up the small badge he had obtained from Lenivis to study it. "You can join by possessing this item." Klein recited the words behind the badge, but he realized that the item in his hand didn't change at all. He thought for a moment and carefully injected his spirituality into it. A faint glow bloomed and quickly condensed into a beam of light that shot out of the gray fog. However, it was rebounded by the boundless gray fog. The light suddenly dispersed, turning into an illusory parchment the size of a palm. On it was written a line in ancient Fasak, for January 1350, 8 p.m., Bobber Valley. A simple communication device in the field of mysticism. Send a message and request for synchronization to obtain the latest gathering time and location. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen and made a preliminary judgment of the use of the badge. 1350, which is next year. Bobber Valley is located in the area before the Tussock River enters Bakeland. The time is very detailed, but the location is very vague. It's a valley that's nearly 100 kilometers long. Perhaps when I get there, this badge can be used as a positioning tool. Klein flipped the badge in his hand with great interest, wanting to study the corresponding symbols, incantations, and labels to see if he could replicate one himself. Unfortunately, as he had left the Nighthawks, his mysticism knowledge was still at its original level. He hadn't obtained the opportunity to further study it. Therefore, after studying it for a few minutes, he could only give up. As for the phrase, "you can join by possessing this item," Klein didn't plan on considering it for the time being. If I can become a faceless before the end of the year, then I can disguise myself and take a look. Otherwise, forget it. Klein silently muttered to himself and turned his attention to advancing to magicians. The true roots and sap of the mist treant in Sun should be stable. If my luck isn't too bad, I can also obtain the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther this week. Sequence 7 mid-sequence. I can already see and touch it. How should I act as a magician? As he thought about it, Klein began to consider the specific problem. Due to the encounters and experiences before and after his resurrection, he immediately understood the true meaning of clown. Therefore, in the past month or so, he only needed to act in his daily life to gradually digest it. There was no need for him to summarize it and make adjustments based on the feedback. When he killed Lenivis and completed his initial revenge, the moment he smiled with tears in his eyes, the clown potion would naturally be completely digested. This was different from the specific process when Klein first digested the seer potion. It could be considered a rather special situation, and now his acting as a magician would return to that of the past. The true meaning of magicians is to pass off the spurious as the genuine? Yes, according to what Zeradal said in the Emperor's Diary, although the mainstream of this pathway isn't fate, there's still a portion that belongs to it. So, there has to be corresponding content here. For example, it seems like I can change fate to a certain extent, but in the end, I realize that it's just an illusion, a magic trick, a deception. Klein rubbed his temples, wrapped his remaining spirituality around himself, and fell into the gray fog. St. George Borough in a 2-bedroom house. Thankfully, I prepared an additional place like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide. Furs stared at the mirror and brushed her hair. That's right, Zio replied weakly as she lay in bed. I just read in the newspaper that Lenivis is dead. However, this matter involves godhood, so it definitely won't end so quickly. We still have to hide for a while. No, you're the one hiding, not me. I'm an upright clinic doctor, a best-selling author. Furs looked at the mirror and put on some simple makeup. Zio was momentarily at a loss for words as she slowly sat up and said, Thankfully, I'm smart enough and have rich experience. Thankfully, I'm smart enough and have rich experience. When I got someone to report it, I didn't directly mention that it involved the true Creator's godhood. I only described it as dangerous with the huge changes in the target, as though I was praying to an evil god and so on. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in Backland. It's tough and dangerous to be embroiled in a high-level struggle. I don't want to take on Miss Audrey's missions anymore. Is that so? Furs asked without turning her head. Zio was silent for a few seconds before saying, Actually, there's no need for us to mention the godhood. Since Miss Audrey can find out about it, the Church of the Goddess will definitely be able to as well. They should have already killed that giant, right? I can't be sure, Furs answered bluntly. Zio was taken aback as she let out a long, slow sigh. Furs stopped what she was doing and turned to look at her. You basically completed the mission yourself, so I won't be sharing the bounty with you. It's a total of 200 pounds, together with your savings of 70 pounds. Even after deducting the commission, the first beyonder ingredient of the sheriff potion is very close, but the police won't be able to get the 100 pounds that quickly. Zio pursed her lips. This wasn't to say that the police weren't willing to offer a bounty, but that she couldn't get it directly. She had to go through the friend who had helped her submit the clues. That was the official recipient of the bounty. As she believed that this matter would definitely blow up, she didn't have the guts to look for her friend for the time being. As for whether or not her friend would swallow the bounty, she was still rather confident. She had helped too many shady bounty hunters in the past. A commission was a commission, but if she dared to swallow the bounty herself, she would have long died in some dark alley. But it will ultimately belong to you. Furs paused for 2 seconds and asked seriously, When you have enough money, will you contact the masked man and help him buy the corresponding ingredients from him? No, unless it's impossible to get anywhere else. There's no hope. Zio gave her answer. Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was still reminiscing about today's gathering when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Annie, come over with a piece of paper. Miss, your telegram, Annie said with a smile. It's from the east coast of Balam. Alfred's? Audrey happily took it and read it seriously. Dear sister, the rainbow salamander you wanted arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. My instructions to them were to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night? Then it should be delivered to my manor as early as today or tomorrow at the latest. Audrey turned her head to look at Susie, who was struggling with the snacks. She smiled faintly and said, Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here. Chapter 296. Ding! Klein rode the bicycle that Leopard had just completed and circled the lawn behind his house a few times. Not bad, just as I expected. However, there's no need to make a separate bell. When encountering a situation, it's very difficult for the rider to free his hand. It's completely possible to combine the bell with the handlebar. That way, it'll be more convenient, concise, and more in line with the laws of development. Klein gripped the brakes with his right hand, causing the bicycle to quickly slow down and come to a stop. At the same time, he placed the bell in his left hand back to its original position. Leopard thought for a few seconds. Yes, that's how it should be. I was simply imitating a carriage bell and forgot that this is a brand new mode of transportation. Having said that, he watched in puzzlement as Klein skillfully got off the bicycle and set up the frame. You give me the feeling that you've ridden a similar mode of transportation before, and you rode it very well. I'm sure that the other bicycles on the market have huge flaws, and they're clearly different from mine. Do you know about bike sharing? As a clown, I should actually be riding unicycle. Klein silently lampooned and smiled. This has nothing to do with experience. Excellent balance and athleticism are the key. He then changed the topic and said, but from what you just said, the cost is rather high, and it conflicts quite a bit with the positioning of our product. You have to come up with a plan as soon as possible to reduce the cost. You have to know that nobles, tycoons, and other members of high society definitely won't choose to ride their own bicycles. It's undignified. It's the same for middle-class people with an annual income of more than £300. Our target is petty clerks, postmen, and so-called worker nobles, which is the class with an annual income of £70 to £300. This is only a prototype. Yes, it's a term invented by Roselle the Great. It's normal for the cost to be high. If the subsequent factory phase goes smoothly, I think it won't be a problem to lower it to £6. It would be even better if we can find a cheap material that can replace natural rubber. That's the most expensive part, Leopard replied after some thought. Unfortunately, this world hasn't discovered petroleum yet. I wonder if there's any. Can refined coal tar replace it in some way? I don't understand at all. I'm not in this line of work, nor am I a savant. Klein thought for a moment. If the cost can be kept below £4, then we'll be rich. As for the cheap material to replace natural rubber, you can look through Roselle's manuscripts. Maybe he has some ideas. Leopard grunted softly and suddenly said, yes. Speaking of this, I just remembered that there will be a Roselle the Great memorial exhibition next week. It will be held at the Royal Museum. It's hosted by the Church of Steam and Machinery. It's said that the original manuscripts of Roselle the Great's inventions and various relics will be there. Invention manuscripts and all kinds of relics? Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. When exactly? I'm very interested. Next Tuesday to next Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Although Roselle the Great was once an enemy of the kingdom, the charm of his legendary life will not diminish because of that. I'll take the time to see the exhibition. Klein took out his bulging wallet and took out 2 £10 and 2 £5 notes. This is the second installment. Use it to study how to reduce the cost and make the most perfect application at the patent office. If you don't have a lawyer you're familiar with, I can introduce you to one. The last £20 will be given to you next week. Use it to find new investors and complete the industrialization of the product. Of course, I'll also help you contact people who are interested. He had never thought of monopolizing the profits of the bicycle. First of all, he lacked the money for large-scale production. Second, he believed that he didn't have enough connections in the factory, marketing, and sales. If he forced himself to do it or hired someone, it would be a waste of time and effort and might not succeed. He might even suffer a loss. In that case, it was better to introduce new investors with similar resources and channels. In addition, and more importantly, this way, he would have a chance to cash in a certain amount of shares in advance, saving up some cash for the resources needed to advance to Faceless in the future. He didn't want to have the money to buy it when he encountered it. Besides, I've never thought of becoming a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. Before I become a Faceless, I have to stay away from matters that might become the focus of society. I'll be playing the role of magicians, not businessman or factory owner. Klein sighed inwardly. I know a few solicitors, Leopard mumbled and took the second installment of investment. Leopard grumbled and took the second installment. Why don't you apply for a loan from the bank? When we get the patent, I believe there will definitely be banks that will lend us money, such as Bakelin Bank or Varvat Bank. We're not only bringing in investment, but also channels, connections, and capabilities. Do you understand? Klein explained with a smile. He then put on his hat and said, after you apply for the patent, send me a letter. You know my address. On the Sonia Sea, there was an island with an extinct volcano. Ships with masts and sails docked one after another, filling the not-so-small dock. The pirates singing, roaring, laughing, cursing, and cheering sounded incessantly, turning the place into a sea of revelry. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, walked down the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away, quietly watching everything. Apart from the 4 kings and the 7 admirals, the other pirates only received news of this event a week ago. Most of them won't be able to make it in time. This is also to prevent the various navies and experts of the various churches from ambushing us. Alger's mind wasn't focused as he watched the pirates bring out barrels of ale. He knew that the Rouen kingdom already had an epic-making ironclad warship, but he wasn't worried about encountering one here. This was because it had only been 4 months, and the invincible armada in the news still needed more ironclad warships. It needed different types of ships to work together, as well as the training of officers, sailors, and cannoneers. Without more than a year of work, it was impossible to form a true combat force. Just as Alger's thoughts were wandering, the pirates on the ship and dock suddenly let out exclamations. Some ran deep into the island, while others hurriedly steered their ships away from the dock, as though they were avoiding a devil or a plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before was reduced to a mess and silence. Alger turned his head to look out at the sea and saw a ship painted completely black. On its mast was a huge white flag with a skull painted on it. The skull was pitch black in color, and its eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames. Black Death, Alger muttered. He understood why the pirates had been avoiding her. Wherever Vice Admiral Aylmer Tracy passed, there would always be people who would fall sick for some baffling reason. The Black Death slowly docked as a figure wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat appeared at the bow of the ship. She was a rather beautiful lady, and at the same time, one that exuded a heroic aura. Her raven-black curly hair was coiled up high with a white headscarf wrapped around it. She wore beige trousers that fitted her body. Her figure was slender, but there was no lack of beauty in it. And the most eye-catching thing about this lady was her long, straight eyebrows and sharp, bright blue eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, appearing misty and extremely alluring. At some point in time, a wandering poet who was mixed in with the pirates had come to the edge of the cliff. He said in a moaning tone, "She will forever be a maiden." She indeed brought ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is filled with her. A number of the pirates who had left gathered again as they looked at ailment Maiden Tracy in infatuation. Alger held back his feelings of contempt as he glanced at the pirates and scoffed inwardly. What a bunch of fellows with no future and no will. They just knew how to avoid her a moment ago, but now they've been charmed by her beauty. Although Ailment Maiden is indeed very beautiful, it's not to the extent of what they've shown. Beyond her powers related to charm? As his thoughts raced, Vice Admiral Aylmer Tracy left the Black Death and headed for the pitch-black palace deep in the island. At this moment, another gigantic sailboat appeared on the surface of the sea. Its flag was an eye with 10 stars circling it, an eye without eyelashes. Admiral of Stars, Catlia. Alger nodded gently as he muttered silently. As the Black Death and other ships were already docked at the dock, the gigantic sailboat didn't approach the shore. Instead, it circled to a cliff that was sheltered from the wind and anchored. Following that, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up as resplendent starlight scattered down, condensing into a long, transparent bridge in midair. It was a long bridge that led from the gigantic sailboat to the palace deep in the island. A lady stepped onto the long bridge and strolled in midair. She wore a black classic robe with many symbols and magic labels painted on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye without eyelashes. By the lady's waist hung an astral globe, a short scepter, and other items. She looked like a powerful warlock who was active in the 4th epoch. Alger looked up for a while and suddenly frowned. He muttered to himself in puzzlement. That astral globe gives me a very familiar feeling. It's just like just like the strange glass bottle I previously obtained of unknown use. It was the strange glass bottle that shattered after I was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool. In the suburbs north of Empressboro, Audrey led her maids and her golden retriever, Susie, into her manor. "Miss, the goods from Enmat Harbor are just up ahead," the butler in charge of the manor said respectfully. "All right." Audrey nodded slightly and half-jokingly said to the golden retriever beside her, "Susie, this is your gift." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw the so-called gift. It was a gigantic lizard whose skin would change color according to the light. It was 3 meters long, and even though it was lying down, it was at the same height as Audrey's knee. They were 2 behemoths that could scare a child to tears. Chapter 297. In Audrey's heart, there had always been a hidden understanding. Rainbow salamander equals rainbow salamander's pituitary gland equals palm-sized beyonder material with a soft, hilly surface and constantly changing colors. So, what did this have to do with the 3-meter-long, knee-high behemoth in front of her? For a moment, she was in a daze. She only snapped out of it when she heard Susie's voice. She pretended to be satisfied and said to the butler, "This is exactly the animal specimen I need." It's just a little bigger than I imagined, just a little. Lead the servants to move them to the warehouse. I'll study them when I'm free." "Yes, miss." The butler immediately ordered the surrounding servants, who were peeking at their master, to get to work. Audrey looked around and didn't say anything else. She led Susie into the manor study and used the excuse that she needed to focus on writing her brother's reply. She left all the maids outside. When the dissection is done, there will be 2 portions of the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. One portion will be used to exchange for a Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid, which can be concocted into a bottle of telepathist potion. Audrey gradually shook off the shock and confusion from before and began thinking about how to advance Susie. At that moment, she thought of a serious problem. She didn't know if Susie had digested the potion. If she hadn't digested it, consuming the telepathist potion would easily cause her to lose control. She wasn't like humans. She could endure it. Wait, she endured it the first time. And her current IQ isn't any lower than a 10-year-old child's. As she's already learning Ruan words. She said she wanted to read newspapers and magazines and read books. Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She glanced at the golden retriever who was squatting at the side and didn't know what was going on. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digested?" Susie asked in puzzlement. Audrey had already told her that she had previously consumed a potion and reminded her not to tell anyone, as well as not to tell animals with a certain level of intelligence, such as barks and meows. Audrey nodded slowly and solemnly. "It's a very strange and unique feeling. It's as if something illusory in your body has broken and merged with your spirit. You can vaguely see one illusory star after another, and you yourself belong to one of them. These stars are attracting each other as if they want to merge into one." Susie listened quietly and replied briskly, "Then I should have completely digested it. I had a similar feeling before." "Huh. Susie has completely digested the spectator potion? But no one had taught her how to act. At most, I would occasionally remind her to observe more and keep a calm mind." Audrey asked in surprise, "When did you digest it?" "Last month, the month before last, or even earlier." Susie tried hard to recall for a while, but seeing that her master's expression was becoming more and more odd, she hurriedly wagged her tail and timidly added, "I can't remember clearly. I'm just a dog. I won't deliberately remember these things. Woof." "You're just a dog, but your digestion speed is only slightly slower than mine. Don't tell me that when I communicate with other Beyonders in the future, I have to say that I'm a little better than a dog when it comes to digesting potions. Pooey, Audrey, what are you thinking?" Audrey maintained her elegant smile and praised politely, "Very good. Very good. I mean, in terms of digesting the magic potion. You did very well." After returning from Leopard's Place, Klein took a leisurely nap. But it didn't take long for him to be woken up by a series of illusory and annoying pleas. Mail? Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Son, is one of the main ingredients for my potion finally coming? Klein carefully identified it for a few seconds and quickly forgot his anger at being disturbed. He quickly got out of bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He discovered that the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man was shrinking and expanding. Hence, he extended his hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched it. After the customary honorific name of the fool, the hanging man prayed, "I've already gathered the spinal fluid of the dark patterned Black Panther and the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves. Please allow me to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass them to Mr. World." That's fast progress. The hanging man said that there would be a grand gathering of pirates soon. From the looks of it, it's not soon, but now. He's always being secretive and not telling the truth. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Sure. After a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger held back his urge to ask Mr. Fool if the astral telescope beside Admiral of Stars Catlia had anything to do with him. And at this moment, Klein had already forgotten about him. He was admiring the 2 Beyonder ingredients placed on the surface of the long bronze table. The spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther looked like a transparent tube of liquid, but upon careful observation, one would discover that its clarity was divided into levels. The lower it was, the more transparent it became. It was perfectly segmented, fully satisfying the thoughts of an obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer. The marrow crystals of the spring of the elves were similar to a faded egg. The shell seemed to be very thin, as though it could shatter at a touch. One could hear the sound of flowing water without shaking it. I should be able to exchange for 300 pounds in cash and clues to the formula from the apothecary. My magicians are only short of the fog trent's true roots and sap. I wonder when Little Son will complete the mission. Klein thought in anticipation. As for the other supplementary ingredients, he had long bought them from different stores. For example, the water-shaped gems needed to be bought from a jewelry store and ground into powder himself. A 5-gram piece cost about 2.5 pounds. Sun didn't make Klein wait too long. On Wednesday evening, he prayed softly and told Mr. Fool that he had prepared the fog trent's true roots and sap. He also asked Mr. Fool to pass it to the world. The fog trent's true roots were heart-shaped, brown, and the size of a palm. The front was wrinkled like an elder's skin, while the back was smooth and exquisite like a gem. It was expanding and contracting slightly, as though it still had a certain level of vitality. Its sap was light green and crystalline. It looked delicious at a glance. Klein looked at them, feeling a little smug. In this era, Sequence 7 was the threshold of a mid-sequence Beyonder. This meant that Beyonders could finally bid farewell to the state of being only slightly stronger than ordinary people in certain aspects. They would possess relatively rich Beyonder powers. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and returned to his bedroom. He summoned himself and brought the Beyonder ingredients into the real world. He didn't prepare any additional utensils. After washing the iron stew pot in the kitchen a few times, he began concocting the potion according to the sequence of supplementary ingredients before main ingredients. With a clown's control over his body, he quickly completed the prelude and placed the dark patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the fog trent's true roots into the pot. Sizzle! Amidst the jarring sound, a pale white fog suddenly rose up and was forcefully pulled back into the pot by an invisible force. When everything calmed down, Klein quickly poured out the liquid from the pot, not leaving a single drop behind into a transparent glass bottle that he had prepared earlier. The liquid was rather special. It was as though fireworks were constantly blooming inside. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors constantly spread out, constantly disappearing and reappearing. This was the magician's potion. Klein held a 1-pound gold coin between his left thumb and index finger, flicked it up, and opened his palm to catch it. He was using divination to confirm if the potion he had concocted was a success. Pa! The gold coin fell, and the portrait faced up, indicating confirmation. Without any hesitation, Klein put away the gold coin, picked up the potion, and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, it was already late. The gas lamp in the room had yet to be lit, and it was pitch black all around. There was only a faint light near the oriel window, creating a dim scene. Klein sat on the sofa and used cogitation to calm his pounding heart, temporarily distancing himself from all his emotions. After doing all this, he raised the glass bottle, tilted his neck, and drank the magician's potion. Gulp! Gulp! The ice-cold potion flowed down his throat, and countless bubbles burst at every moment. Just as Klein was experiencing the stimulation, a massive amount of information surged into his mind, blooming like fireworks. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head felt like it was about to crack and explode. However, this wasn't an unbearable state for Klein. The terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog and the evil roar of the true creator were much more terrifying. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria. Ethereal temptation reverberated once again as Klein's head expanded and contracted repeatedly. Gradually, he regained his train of thought and began to consciously restrain his thoughts. He outlined the sphere of light, and bit by bit he approached cogitation. After an unknown period of time, his vision recovered. At the same time, he felt his entire body itch, especially his arms. Klein hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, and was surprised to see that the skin on one of his arms was deeply wrinkled, like that of a centenarian. The other had lost its color and turned transparent. He could see the blood vessels, muscles, and veins inside. Could it be that I still lost control? No, I don't think so. This is a residual effect. Klein sat on the sofa in the darkness, leaning forward as he vigilantly observed the abnormality in his arms. It was as if a monster was being nurtured there. He heard the sounds of passers-by on the street outside. He heard Mrs. Stellan greeting her husband, who had returned home half an hour late. He heard Mr. Sammer complaining about the traffic congestion caused by the narrow roads and the many carriages on the streets. And none of this had anything to do with Klein. He sat quietly on the sofa in the darkness, watching the wrinkled skin and the transparent state on his arms slowly recover. 5 or 6 minutes later, everything finally returned to normal. Klein sighed silently. Thankfully, no one is knocking on the door or ringing the bell at this time. I chose to advance only after completely digesting the Sequence 8 potion. If there are such serious residual effects, it would definitely be rather difficult for those Beyonders who rely on time to temper themselves. It's no wonder Captain took 9 years. It's no wonder the owner of Evil Dragon Bar, the former mandated Punisher Captain Swain, never dared to consume the Sequence 7 Seafarer potion. After sitting in silence for another 10 seconds, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he was already a mid-sequence Beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly and turned to examine the other spells and spell-like powers. The fourth was paper figurine substitutes. At critical moments, magicians could temporarily turn a paper figurine they carried into themselves and swap places with themselves. This was a relatively simple substitution spell. Apart from blocking a fatal blow, it could also effectively weaken the damage of curses. So this is the use of the paper figurines carried by Nimblewright Master Rosago. He must have found a pity because he was corrupted by the true creator. There's no way for him to use a substitute. The biggest problem with this spell is that it requires the preparation of materials in advance, which is a relatively exquisitely tailored paper figurine. In the early 5th epoch, Beyonders who carried such items would undoubtedly be viewed as black warlocks. Now, if they were discovered, they would most likely be suspected. Klein carefully considered the uses and limitations of paper figurine substitutes. The 5th was a spell-like ability called Flame Control. As the name suggested, through a simple action, One could control the flames within a 30-meter radius. It could also directly ignite certain items within the range. When the potion was completely digested or a sequence was advanced, one could even summon flames out of thin air. The sixth was illusion creation. By influencing the surrounding environment, one could create an illusion with colors, sounds, and smells that was close to reality. It could achieve the effect of passing off the fake as the real thing and deceive the enemy. This can be considered a special skill of magicians. Klein chuckled and walked to the oriel window, smugly admiring the night view of the streets. The seventh was a fake underwater breathing. Its principle was to create an invisible thin air tube so that the magician could breathe freely under the water. It looked as if he had become a so-called Murloc. The problem was that there was a limit to the length of the air tube. At present, Klein could only maintain a length of about 5 meters. In other words, once the water depth exceeded 5 meters, he might drown. Of course, the digestion of the potion and the advancement of a sequence would result in the substantial growth of the air tube. The eighth was a spell-like ability, bone softening. This could help magicians break free from handcuffs, ropes, and boxes. It's also a special skill. Klein thought in a good mood. The ninth was an evolution of a clown's ability to turn paper into flying daggers. It was called paper as weapons. Not only could it transform paper into sharp objects, but it could also temporarily transform it into weapons such as clubs and bricks. These were the 9 main spells or spell-like abilities of magicians. Although they weren't particularly powerful in attack and defense, and they lacked sufficiently strange types, they were magical and varied. It allowed Klein's strength to instantly increase by more than 1 level. He was even better at life preservation and escaping. Furthermore, magicians had the ability to cast spells quickly. Beyonders of this sequence didn't need to chant incantations or inject spirituality. All they needed was a simple action to cast the corresponding spell or spell-like ability. In addition, the potion also allowed Klein to obtain some small tricks, but they weren't very practical. I can barely be considered a pretty good beyonder. Klein sighed silently, just as he was about to head out for a stroll and make a trip to the Brave to restock his revolver and bullets. The crimson moonlight outside the oriel window, which was dyed by the light from the gas lamps, suddenly deepened. Klein looked up in surprise and found that the dark clouds and mist in the sky had dissipated. The crimson moon, which was slightly more circular than a semicircle, was clearly revealed. Its outline quickly filled out, and in just a second or two it became a full moon that was as red as blood. And it had only been 2 weeks since the last full moon. According to the normal calendar and the contents of astronomy, there were still about 10 days before the next full moon. This is the blood moon. Klein's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in relief. In this world, the moon's changes were both regular and irregular. Usually it was identical to what Klein had experienced in his previous life, but there were always a few times a year when it would suddenly become round and red like blood. Such a situation was illogical. Sometimes it would only happen once a year, and sometimes it would happen 4 or 5 times a year. Be it an astronomer or a mysticologist, none of them could explain this phenomenon. They couldn't come up with a pattern, so they could only temporarily ignore this problem and treat it as one of the mysteries. They joked that perhaps the goddess was suddenly in a bad mood, and that the changes in a woman's mood were undoubtedly irregular. Of course, not knowing the reason and not understanding the essence didn't mean that there wasn't a corresponding conclusion to the phenomenon. In mysticism, this situation was called the blood moon. It was believed that it would cause the rise and eruption of negative emotions. It was believed that it would strengthen the powers of the underworld and the spirit world. Even if the dead weren't awakened, they could still crawl out of their graves. This is the 2nd time this year, right? Klein stood by the oriel window and admired the clear and clean sky. He admired the round, red full moon and felt that he was in a rather good state. In a certain house in Sherwood Borough, Furs Wall, who had attended a gathering that night and couldn't return to her 2-bedroom room in St. George Borough, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. As she chewed on the new bread with meat and vegetables, her hair was disheveled as she thought about the plot of her next novel. Suddenly, she frowned and threw away the food and pen in her hand. The moonlight shining in from the window grew stronger and redder, and Furza's expression turned more pained. Every full moon, she would hear the ravings that drove her crazy. Thump! She fell off the sofa, her body contorted as she struggled. After a while, she grabbed a large handful of hair, but the pain didn't alleviate the feeling that her head was about to explode. It didn't calm the restlessness that made her want to end her life. It's happening again. Furs muttered in pain as her legs twitched. She chanted the honorific name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, hoping to obtain redemption. Great God of steam and machinery, you are the essence, the embodiment, you are the artisan's protector, you are the radiance of technology, the radiance, as she chanted over and over again. Furza's pain didn't lessen. Instead, it intensified. Bang! As she tumbled violently, she accidentally knocked over the coffee table, scattering the books on it to the ground. Unable to hold it in any longer, Furs frantically scratched at the wooden leg of the coffee table with her fingernails. She scratched out deep marks one after another, producing a jarring, creaking sound. Pa! Her fingernails were broken by force. Her hair was growing longer in a strange manner. At that moment, Furs felt that she would lose control that very night and become a monster. She had already chanted the honorific names of several gods, but none of them were saved. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. As she twisted and tumbled, she suddenly saw a piece of paper with ancient Hermes written on it. It was a mysterious incantation that Zio had discovered from history of the Ruan kingdom's aristocracy. Her chanting had even attracted an existence that was suspected to be an evil spirit. Even if it's an evil spirit, as long as it can help me, I'm willing to accept it. This thought flashed across Furza's mind in a muddled manner. She struggled to look over and used all her strength to whisper, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck." Chapter 299. Just as Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat, picked up his half-top hat, and walked towards the door, he suddenly heard an illusory prayer. "Who is it?" He frowned slightly and listened attentively, but he could only confirm that the supplicant was a woman. Furthermore, her voice was staccato, as though it contained immense pain. Thinking that there wasn't anything particularly urgent, the newly advanced magician Klein casually threw the half-top hat back onto the coat rack. He then returned to his bedroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the majestic palace. This time, he didn't see any of the illusory stars expanding and contracting with crimson light, but at the end of the ancient and mottled bronze table, beside the fool's seat, there was a clear brilliance rippling outwards. A prayer from someone who isn't a member of Tarot. Zio, or that lady with slightly curly brown hair. Klein had a guess as he sat in his seat. As he had already emptied the money in his anonymous account, he didn't suspect that anyone was trying to steal his wealth. Leaning back slightly, Klein tapped with his left hand, emanating his spirituality as he touched the rippling halo of light. The scene around him suddenly changed. He saw an overturned coffee table, a tilted sofa, books and papers strewn all over the floor, and a brown-haired lady who looked like she was on her deathbed. At the same time, Klein clearly heard the other party's prayer. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. Save me, save me, save me." From the looks of it, she looks like she's losing control. Her hair is growing longer at a discernible speed, and the stratum corneum of her skin is already covered in a layer of evil white light. How can I save her? Klein carefully observed for a few seconds and muttered to himself in a rather difficult position. At that moment, he recognized a faint, illusory, and indistinct ravings from the lady's pained pleas. Yes, ravings. This was similar to the terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog, but it didn't feel crazy or evil at all, nor did it contain any obvious malice. From the looks of it, the reason why this lady is close to losing control is because she heard the ravings. If she doesn't hear it, will she be able to calm down and get better? In thought, Klein extended his hand towards the rippling halo. Immediately following that, he allowed his spirituality to surge out and establish a stable and mysterious connection. After advancing to become a magician, his spirituality had become a lot more abundant, so the burden on him in this regard had decreased significantly. Firz's head became more and more muddled. She felt her thoughts were like boiling water, constantly bubbling, trying to break through the shackles of her head. Am I going to die soon? I don't want to. I don't want to become a monster. Just as this thought flashed through her mind sorrowfully, the pain drowned her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she became clear-headed. The pain, agitation, madness, and despair that she had felt before didn't exist at all. It was just an illusion. Did he get through today so quickly? Didn't the blood moon last for a longer period of time? Furze opened her eyes in puzzlement. She saw that beneath her was an endless grayish-white fog, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Where is this? She looked around in surprise and saw towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace propped up by the stone pillars. Right on the heels of that, she discovered that at the end of the long bronze table, there was a mysterious and abnormal figure shrouded in thick gray fog that seemed to be overlooking everything. What is this place? Who is he? Furze warily raised the question in her heart again. Immediately, she recalled what she had just done. Under extreme pain, she recited the mysterious incantation that Zio had found in History of the Ruan Kingdom's aristocracy. It was a mysterious incantation that seemed to point to an evil spirit. No, it's not just an evil spirit. He can actually temporarily free me from the effects of those terrifying ravings. Furthermore, he pulled me into this strange world. Furze suppressed the fear in her heart and got up halfway to bow. May I know who you are? At that moment, she suddenly recalled the exact contents of the incantation. She blurted out, You're the fool. Ah, sir. You're His Excellency the Fool? Klein smiled and nodded. You can just call me Mr. Fool. As he spoke, he discovered that behind the chair Furze was sitting on, the symbol and mysterious patterns formed by the resplendent stars were rapidly changing. In just a second or two, the outline of a door with layers upon layers was formed. It was a door formed by countless illusory figures of the same kind. Door. When Klein saw the symbol, he instantly thought of the Mr. Door mentioned in Roselle's diary. During the full moon, the other party would approach the real world and cry for help. Could the ravings have something to do with Mr. Door? Today is the night of the blood moon, an enhanced version of the full moon. This lady corresponds to Door, and the symbol behind Miss Zio's seat is similar to the Sword of Judgment. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With this, he confirmed one thing. Once a stable connection was established, and the other party was a beyonder, the symbol behind the corresponding seat would change according to the other party's actual situation. It wasn't necessary to join the tarot and regularly come above the gray fog. At this moment, Furze's heart was in turmoil. The Fool, as expected of the Fool. That honorific name indeed points to a powerful existence. What is he going to do? Will he make me use my soul to make a transaction? At least this is better than losing control in those terrifying ravings. I've managed to keep my life. No matter what happens in the future, it's equivalent to making a profit. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mr. Fool ask with a smile, Every time there's a full moon, you'll hear murmurs from somewhere? How does he know? Furze looked over in surprise and replied in a daze, Yes. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly thought of a possibility and blurted out a question. You know the origin of the ravings? Do you know who is harming me? Do you know how to solve this problem? It's a pitiful wretch lost in the darkness and trapped in a storm. Klein originally planned on replying with words that could portray his image, but after some thought, he felt that he couldn't be certain that the ravings the lady in front of him had heard came from Mr. Dorr. In order not to make any mistakes and not to embarrass himself in the future, he ignored the other party's question and smiled vaguely. He doesn't necessarily want to hurt you. Maybe he's just asking you for help. Therefore, the ravings were not malicious, crazy, or evil. Ask me for help? But the ravings made me get closer and closer to losing control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now, Furs asked in disbelief. Klein smiled. That's because you're too fragile. I'm too weak. Furs was stunned and confused. Klein briefly explained, your life's natural order is far inferior to the other party's. Your level of life is too far apart from him. Perhaps his normal breathing will bring about a storm that can tear you into pieces. Perhaps, with just a glance from him, you will die on the spot. Of course, if he deliberately controls his strength, it's not impossible for him to communicate with you normally. However, his voice might have to pass through layers of obstacles to reach your ears. Deliberate control often means that the call for help will fail. Let's say that he's calling for help. The difference in life's natural order is too great. Just a glance from him will cause me to die on the spot. Furs was taken aback when she heard that. After a long while, she squeezed out a smile and said, This reminds me of a saying. Do not look directly at God. Klein smiled at her and didn't give a direct answer. Could it be that the terrifying ravings really come from an existence that's close to the level of a deity? Mr. Fool can help me eliminate the influence brought about by the other party, and he has been discussing this matter in a rather calm tone. Does this mean that he's on the same level of life as that existence? The more Furs thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Klein waited for a few seconds before asking, How long will the ravings last during every full moon? How long will the ravings last during every full moon? 3 to 5 minutes. If it's the night of the blood moon, it will exceed 7 minutes. Furs reined in her thoughts and answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Klein increasingly felt that the owner of the ravings was Mr. Dorr. He temporarily put this matter aside and said with a smile, In a few minutes you can return. He smiled and said, You can return in a few minutes. There's only one solution to the problem, and that is to raise your life's natural order. Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, There's only one way to resolve the problem. Every time I see a full moon, may I recite your name? I'll be your devout believer. No, there's no need. Klein shook his head with a smile. But I don't mind helping you in passing. Thank you so much. Although Furs suspected that she was making a deal with an evil god, she didn't want to experience the same painful nightmare as before. After confirming this matter, she relaxed a lot. She noticed that there were still many seats around the long bronze table, so she asked tentatively, Mr. Fool, you seem to have other people who frequent this place? No, maybe it's not necessarily a human. Furs silently added. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. It's a few people who are similar to you. I've pulled them here for various reasons. They hope that I can hold regular gatherings to trade recipes, materials, information, and missions. I promised them. Hearing this, Furs's heart palpitated. Thinking that she had already fallen for it, she boldly asked, Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering? Sure. Every Monday, 3 p.m. Eliminate the interference. Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can pick one yourself. The ones below already have an owner, so you can't choose, Furs nodded. She shuffled and cut the deck with great interest. She mumbled, Let fate arrange my title, soon. She pulled out a card and looked at it. Chapter 300. Lying on the living room floor, Furs's eyelashes fluttered a few times as she slowly opened her eyes. She saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky outside the window, like a disk filled with crimson radiance. The thin and hazy crimson veil of the past had turned into a rich, sanguine glow. I didn't die, I didn't lose control. It wasn't a dream just now. A mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool really saved me. Furs sat up and checked her body. Apart from her hair becoming longer and thicker, there were no other abnormalities in the rest of her body. But compared to before, my life is completely different. I wonder if it's good or bad. As she muttered to herself, Furs hugged her knees as she sat on the ground. She fell into a daze, sometimes hesitant, sometimes nervous, sometimes sad and sometimes at a loss. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the chair with the symbol of stacked doors behind him and muttered thoughtfully. He muttered thoughtfully, I wonder what information the ravings contain. When she has a sequence 7 or sequence 6, she should be able to resist the negative effects and hear the contents of the ravings. If she hasn't grasped the acting method, I'll get Miss Justice and the others to help me teach her. I've sworn to the goddess with the holy artifact that I won't mention such matters to people who don't know the acting method. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a marionettist, I might be able to use the corresponding ritual and the uniqueness of this mysterious space to control her from afar. I can directly see the scenes she sees and hear the voices she hears. That way, I can confirm if it's Mr. Dorr. This is a gentleman who has witnessed the history of the fourth epoch. He might be older than Mr. Aztec, who has lived one life after another. I wonder what his strength and level are equivalent to. 2, or even 1. After some consideration, he felt his spirituality become unstable. He hurriedly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. This was a normal phenomenon after advancing recently, so Klein gave up on the idea of heading out. He patiently cogitated at home and restrained his dissipating spirituality. Early in the morning, Furs took the earliest steam subway and returned to St. George Borough. Then, she took a public carriage and arrived at the 2-bedroom apartment she and Zio lived in. The moment she opened the door and entered, she was surprised to see Zio, who usually slept late, baking bread. The blood moon suddenly appeared last night, so I didn't sleep well. I woke up very early. Furs, are you all right? Did the strange ravings become stronger? Zio looked up and asked in concern. Furs's vision suddenly blurred. She turned her head to the side, forced a smile, and used her usual demoralizing tone. Where's your brain? Didn't I tell you? During the blood moon, the ravings will definitely become stronger. But this doesn't affect me at all. Yes, it doesn't affect me at all. Look at me, I'm so energetic now. Hey, give me a piece of bread too. I thought you didn't like eating this way. Zio muttered softly as she combed her short blonde hair. After completing the first step of his revenge and obtaining a promotion, Klein slept all the way until dawn. He leisurely went out to buy Fena Potter noodles for breakfast, along with a desi pie and a cup of sweet iced tea. After enjoying the delicacies with satisfaction, he put down his knife and fork, picked up the newspaper, and began reading in a relaxed mood. With a glance, he saw that the headline on the front page of the Tussock Times read, "On the night of the blood moon, the murderer reappears." Come again? Klein quickly flipped through the front pages of the other newspapers and saw many similar headlines. The real 11th case. The police are helpless. The cold-blooded murderer has provoked the police again. An atmosphere of panic is spreading in Bakeland. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers must be having a headache, right? Klein sighed inwardly. To be honest, he had the urge to catch the murderer. When he was on Earth, he, who didn't have any abilities, would often fantasize about himself upholding justice and punishing evil. But now, as a sequence 7 Beyonder, Klein felt that he would be letting down his past if he didn't become a superhero. Sigh, what a pity. This case has already received a lot of attention. If I get involved, won't I just be waiting for my identity to be exposed? I still have to be rational. Besides, according to Sun, the murderer is very likely to be at the stage of advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. Although I won't be afraid of him with so many spells and spellic abilities, I might not be able to catch him. The risk is rather high. After some thought, Klein chose to follow the strongest thoughts in his heart and be an ordinary citizen. He believed that with the strength of the churches, if the murderer continued committing crimes, there was a high chance that he would be caught. After flipping through the relevant news, Klein glanced at the Bakelin Morning Post and discovered that the advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods had appeared on the 5th page. There's a gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Perfect timing. I can sell the spring of the elves' marrow crystals to the apothecary. As Klein mumbled, he memorized the first 4 numbers of all the quoted prices. More than half an hour later, he finished reading the thick stack of newspapers in front of him and seriously considered his future plans. The long-term plan is to advance to a high-sequence Beyonder and become a demigod powerhouse. Then, I'll plot my revenge on Ensanguil. The medium-term plan is to find a way to act as a magician, gradually summarize the corresponding rules, and digest the potion bit by bit. During this process, I'll gather the human-skinned shadow characteristic needed by faceless, deep-sea Naga's hair, thousand-faced hunters, mutated pituitary gland and blood, as well as the method to remove the evil god's mental corruption from an item. Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredients. Each one costs about £1,500. How expensive? In addition, I'll obtain a mystical item that leans towards attack or control. Although a magician is very strong, their Beyonder powers are mostly focused on life preservation, escape, and adapting to the environment. Their strongest attack is equivalent to a custom-made revolver. It's only good in the element of surprise, and it lacks the means to control the enemy. Short-term plan. I'll have to cut paper figurines later to prepare for the use of my abilities. I'll head to the circus in the afternoon to relax and entertain myself. I can also watch ordinary magicians perform to seek inspiration for acting. I read in the papers that Bakelin has a few fixed circuses. After clearing his thoughts, Klein immediately cleared his plate, washed his cutlery, and threw himself into the busy preparations. When it was almost noon, he put down the scissors and looked at the 3 rather crude paper figurines in front of him. He sighed and muttered softly, "This is probably the first time in my 2 lives that I've done manual work, so seriously. Thankfully, it's just paper figurines, not window decorations or embroidery. It's fine as long as there's a human figure. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that my hands have become nimble, I probably would have failed today." Klein had already used the additional paper figurines to test his abilities and confirmed that there were no mistakes. After folding the paper figurines and hiding them in a stack of notes, Klein put them away and placed them in his pocket. Just as he was about to head out to a better restaurant to enjoy the delicacies before heading to the nearest circus to watch a performance, the doorbell suddenly rang. The pleasant tinkling reverberated in his ears. A commission? The advertisement I published should be off the shelves soon. Klein wore a shirt with a straight collar and a thin but warm sweater. He came to the door and held the handle. At the same time, the image of a visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a man in his 40s. He was rather plump and appeared to be struggling to stand there. His eyes were squeezed into small pieces by the flesh on his face. His skin was rough but very white. He held a gentleman's cane in his hand and wore a very tall and large top hat on his head. Although Bakelin was considered cold in October, there was obvious sweat rolling down the man's forehead. Beside him were 2 attendants in bright red coats, one on each side of him and the other on each side of him. "I don't know him," Klein muttered. Before his spiritual perception could react, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is really hot." The plump, middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he spoke, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing the 2 attendants beside him to shiver a few times. "Good afternoon. May I know what you're here for?" Klein asked politely. "You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty, right? I have something I'd like to commission." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Colomon, a jewelry merchant. Please come in." Klein smiled and made way. Rogo Koloman walked in with heavy footsteps and sat down on the sofa, causing the aged furniture to groan in resistance. What exactly is it? Klein took out a copper penny and skillfully rolled and spun it at his fingertips. Luogo sighed. I'd like you to protect my child until tomorrow afternoon. He's offended some lunatics. Until tomorrow afternoon? You found a solution? Why didn't you call the police? Klein asked unhurriedly. Rogo fell silent for 2 seconds. Adel made a few bad friends and was led by them to do some bad things. Yes, it's not too serious, but it's the kind that will send him to jail. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have called the police. He recently fell out with those bad friends and suddenly broke down. He kept shouting that those people were coming to kill him. I was very worried, so I hired 6 experienced security personnel from a security company to guard the perimeter. Then I hired 4 private detectives to take turns following Adel. Even when he's sleeping, they'll keep watch. But something suddenly happened to one of the detectives at home. He can only return tomorrow afternoon, so I had to hire another one at the last minute. I'm sorry, but I can only hire you for a day. Well, the remuneration is £10. If you encounter any danger, I'll add more. I'll definitely satisfy you. Is that so? £10 a day is equivalent to more than a week's salary of Mr. Sammer next door. Klein confirmed that he wasn't lying from the other party's emotional color. In the brief silence in the living room, the copper penny that was constantly flipping between his fingers suddenly leaped up and landed in his palm with a clang. Klein glanced at it, curled his fingers, and smiled. Chapter 301. Westboro, Green Park Street. Klein, who already had a light beard around his mouth, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a half-top hat, and a black cane. He followed Rogo Caroman into a spacious and bright living room. There was a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the walls, corners, and table were decorated with all kinds of golden reliefs and ornaments. The whole place looked gorgeous, exquisite, and extravagant, as expected of a jewelry merchant who lives in Westboro. Klein scanned the oil paintings beside him and sighed inwardly. With every step Rogo took, the fat on his body would jiggle, making people speculate maliciously about when his clothes and pants would burst. But clearly, as a jewelry merchant, he had enough money to buy the best quality clothes. Detective Moriarty, this is my child, Adel. Rogo stopped at the edge of the carpet and pointed at the 15-year-old boy sitting on the single-seater sofa. As every fireplace in the house had been ignited, and there were metal pipes transmitting heat, the living room was rather warm. It made Klein want to strip down to a shirt and a pair of trousers. However, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat, and his legs were covered with a blanket that looked very hot. At that moment, he was lowering his head and hugging himself tightly. He was trembling nonstop, and his dark blue hair seemed to have lost its luster. Luoga glanced at him worriedly and whispered. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. Protect me, protect me. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. His voice became sharper and sharper, and in the end he covered his ears with both hands and shouted loudly. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down, and during this process, Klein had already tapped his teeth and secretly activated his spirit vision. He held back the surprise that leaped to the tip of his tongue and carefully examined Adel. He saw that the color of Adel's aura was dyed with a dark black with a hint of green. This was the sign of a vengeful spirit haunting him, or even possessing him. Adel's bad friends are already taking revenge on him. Or perhaps there's no such thing as bad friends at all. He encountered a wraith and was hallucinating. Klein quietly reached out and grabbed Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. He then spread his spirituality and looked away thoughtfully at the others in the living room. Near the oriel window stood a man in a black coat. He was tall and burly, serious, and his waist bulged as if he was hiding a pistol. This should be one of the 6 security personnel. Klein was about to size up the other person when Rogo Karaman introduced him. Detective Kaslana, her assistant Lydia, Detective Stewart. At this point, Rogo turned his body halfway and pointed at Klein. This is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Kaslana was in her 30s. She had black hair, blue eyes, and thick eyebrows. She seemed to be quite a beauty when she was young, but now, due to her slightly sagging cheeks, she didn't look easy to get along with. Her assistant, Lydia, was a red-haired lady in her 20s. She had an excellent figure, but her looks were rather average. The 2 ladies were dressed in clothes that resembled aristocratic riding uniforms. They wore white shirts that hugged the waist and trousers that were more close-fitting for movement. The only difference was that their collars and cuffs were pleated. In addition, they didn't bother concealing their revolvers at their waists. This reminded Klein of what Lawyer Jurgen had said. It was that for a private detective, illegal gun possession was a problem that could be solved with a single investigation. With the difficulty of obtaining a permit for the use of all types of weapons, it was very difficult to obtain one unless one was a noble, a member of parliament, or a high-ranking government employee. Stewart sat opposite Kaslana and Lydia. He didn't have much flesh on his face, but he had a large beard. His light green eyes were abnormally spirited. He was about the same age as Lydia, and his height was close to Klein's. He was a little over 7 meters tall, and weighed 140 pounds. Stewart had an armpit holster that contained what was clearly a custom-made revolver. After greeting each other in a reserved manner, Klein took off his coat and hat and handed it to the maid beside him. "Put it in a place where I can get it quickly. There are some important items inside." In fact, he had already moved the paper figurines, notes, charms, and matchboxes into his trouser pockets. Inside his coat were only herbal powder, extract essence, wallet keys, and the 206 pounds in notes in his wallet. Stewart sat there, turned his head to size up Klein, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You didn't bring a gun." "Gun? This is my gun." Klein smiled as he raised his cane. At the same time, he puffed up his cheeks and mimicked a sound. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Without a thought, Stewart rolled forward. Kaslana and Lydia quickly left the sofa and found a spot to hide. Rogo and the servant beside him were surprised and confused. They didn't understand what had happened. Adel continued to lower his head and tremble. When they saw that Klein was only holding a black cane in his hand and realized that nothing had happened, Kaslana and the others regained their composure and asked with a frown. At the same time they frowned and asked, "What happened just now?" "Ever since I picked up a pistol and handed it in, I've been learning how to mimic a sound. It looks like the effects aren't bad," Klein replied half-jokingly. "This isn't something fun, Detective Moriarty," Kaslana said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to perform a magic trick for you." Klein lampooned and handed the cane to the maid. He nodded solemnly and said, "I'll be careful." Stewart, who was in the most sorry state just now, did not show any signs of anger. He patted his clothes with interest, stood up, and asked, "Mr. Moriarty, why haven't I heard of you?" He patted his clothes with interest, stood up, and asked, "What I mean is, I know quite a lot of people in the detective industry, but I didn't know you before." "I only arrived in Bakeland in early September," Klein explained briefly. "I see." Stewart smiled. "Tonight, we'll be in a team of 2. We'll be in charge of the wee hours until tomorrow morning. That won't be a problem, right?" "No," Klein replied with the same smile. "All right, after dinner, you can go and rest. Then you can take turns in the wee hours of the morning," Kaslana added. Klein took a deep look at the trembling Adel and nodded seriously. Nothing happened the entire afternoon. The worried host and hostess prepared a sumptuous dinner for the detective and the security personnel, but there were no alcoholic beverages. After having his fill, Klein and the bearded young man, Stewart, walked to their guest room on the 2nd floor. Seeing that there was no one around, Stewart shook his head and said, "Sherlock, you should have seen it." "Sherlock, You should have seen that Adel's problem isn't that someone wants revenge on him. Brother, you sure are friendly. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked in return, What do you mean? He looks like he has a mental problem, or, according to the villagers, he's being haunted by a ghost or evil spirit. To be frank, I'm very afraid of that. Stuart sighed. Mr. Koloman should take him to a psychiatrist. If that doesn't work, find a priest of the Lord of Storms and get them to sprinkle holy water and perform a ritual. You can bring up this suggestion to him, Klein said to the point. In 2 days, if Adel doesn't get better, I'll consider it. Stuart turned his head to glance at Klein. Klein smiled and said, That's your problem. That's your problem. I'll end the commission tomorrow. At this moment, the two of them arrived at their destination and entered their respective rooms. 1 in the morning in Adel's bedroom. Klein sat in a rocking chair, holding Aztec's copper whistle as he quietly looked at the person he was protecting. Stuart was drinking coffee at the desk. The two of them didn't speak, afraid that they would wake up Adel, who had fallen asleep with great difficulty. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy intent swept through the room. Adel suddenly sat up and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Stuart asked nervously. Go to the bathroom. Adel replied in a low and ethereal voice. His face seemed to turn paler, and his lips turned purplish. Just as Stuart was about to speak, he saw Sherlock Moriarty stand up and nod at him. I'll follow him. All right. Stuart secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With his hands in his pockets, Klein walked 1 step behind Adel and followed him to the bathroom, door 2 rooms away. Adel was just about to close the door when he suddenly saw a figure flash in. I can't let you out of my sight. Do whatever you need to do. Pretend I don't exist. Klein smiled as he leaned against the corner of the wall. Adel remained silent. His unfocused gaze swept across the room as he looked at the mirror. He turned on the faucet and allowed the water to flow down. At this moment, Klein took out a box of matches and lit one, as if he wanted to smoke. However, he didn't do so. He blew lightly and let the match turn into an extinguished state. Pah! Klein casually threw the match in front of him and took out another item. Adel, whose back was facing him, suddenly straightened his back. His figure in the mirror was as pale as a corpse. Whoosh! In the bathroom, a cold wind howled. Adel didn't move his waist or his legs. He turned around and stared intently at Klein's left hand, at the exquisite copper whistle that was constantly being thrown and caught. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind suddenly blew at Klein's face. His smile remained unchanged as he snapped his fingers. With a bang, a flame rose from the ground and ignited the invisible figure. The figure only struggled twice before completely dissipating, and the flames extinguished. Klein put away the Aztec copper whistle in his hand and calmly looked at Adel, whose eyes were gradually focusing. Adel seemed to have had a long nightmare, and he finally woke up. He blankly saw a young man in a white shirt, dark trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses standing a few steps away. He saw that the man was leaning against the wall with a smile. Then he heard a gentle voice. What exactly happened to you? Chapter 302. What happened to him? Adel muttered this question in a low voice, unable to recall what he had done in the past few days. He looked around as if he was sleepwalking. Frightened and confused, he asked, Who are you? Where is this? This is your house's bathroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm the private detective responsible for protecting you. Klein looked at the big boy in front of him, who had yet to figure out the situation, and chuckled. My house. The detective who protects me. What exactly happened? Adel looked around in shock and muttered to himself. Suddenly he stopped. His already pale face was dyed with unconcealable fear. Maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His voice was rather shaky, but Klein could hear 2 completely different feelings of fear and excitement, which completely matched the color of his emotions. Excited? Was this a boy who deliberately provoked resentful spirits in order to seek excitement? Young people are really bold and not afraid of death. Klein made a preliminary guess, but he asked in confusion, "Ghost?" After becoming a magician, his spirit vision had improved slightly, but not by much. He was still unable to see the surface of the astral projection deep within the ether body, so he was unable to determine if the target was a beyonder. Adel's pale face suddenly turned red. "Yes, ghosts." He waved his arms and added, "Beyond our senses there is a wider world. Really, death is not the end of everything. This line, it's indeed from a youth in puberty, but I seem to have seen similar words somewhere before." Klein smiled and said, "I believe in another saying more. In the face of time that is more ancient than ancient, even death itself will vanish." Without waiting for Adel to speak, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. "So, how on earth did you get yourself into that state? Just like a mental breakdown patient." Adel tilted his head and pondered for a few seconds. "I joined a club, and it's not an ordinary club. We all believe that death is not the end. Using the secret deed, we can even directly feel death and understand that everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe that the dead can be resurrected." Klein, who had just crawled out of his grave a month ago, laughed dryly. "You're trying to resurrect the dead?" "Death is not the end. The world beyond the senses. Everything can be turned around. Secret contract enlightenment. Isn't this the doctrine of the charismatic order? These were all created to resurrect the Grim Reaper." He muttered to himself in realization. "Yes." Adel's eyes lit up, but he couldn't hide his fear as he nodded. "Where did you get the corpses?" Klein asked. W.E. would secretly dig up graves that had just been buried for a long time, or buy them from the hospital. Adel said as he recalled, "As expected, it's a crime that will get you sent to prison. No wonder Rogo Koloman didn't want to call the police. What a bold move." Klein maintained his gentle smile and asked, "Then did you succeed?" "Not yet." At that gathering, the way they looked at me was as if they were looking at a corpse, as if they were thinking of where to place the corresponding secret deed. Then we danced a spirit dance to communicate with the world beyond the senses. After that, I don't have any memories. Adel's body trembled uncontrollably. Spirit dance? It really is the charismatic order. This fellow became his companion's test subject? Klein frowned slightly and asked, "From then on, did your memory end?" According to the Nighthawk's internal records, the spirit dance originated from an ancient sacrificial dance. It was popular in the southern continent, and it was a ritual favored by the Grim Reaper. The spirit dance used rhythm, and movements to harmonize spirituality, allowing it to interact with the natural environment and the target it prayed to. Then, combined with a simple altar arrangement and the corresponding honorific name, it achieved the effects of a more complicated ritualistic magic. "Yes," Adel replied softly and suddenly looked up. "What day is it today? What time is it?" 1:12 a.m. on Friday, Klein answered based on his memory. Adel subconsciously took a deep breath and said, "I missed a new gathering. They hold a resurrection ritual outside Grimm's cemetery every Friday at 3 in the morning. Grimm's cemetery got its name because it wasn't far from Grim Garden Street. You still want to go? Have you forgotten what happened during this period of time? Oh, you really don't remember, but you should ask your father, mother, and servants," Klein reminded the youth in front of him. "And I might not be able to help you," he added, silently in his heart. After this incident, he discovered another weakness of magicians, which was that they lacked the ability to deal with wraiths and shadow-like creatures. Only the ability to control flames could count. After the wraiths possessed a human, expelling and purifying them became even more difficult, unless they planned to kill both the human and the wraiths. Of course, Klein wasn't completely helpless in this regard. He could set up ritualistic magic to accomplish similar things, but it would be very troublesome and easily expose himself. It wasn't suitable for actual combat. After some thought, he finally chose to use Aztec's copper whistle to lure the wraiths out and then control the flames to complete the purification. However, the degree of damage wasn't high. If he encountered a more powerful wraith, he might not be able to deal with it. I still lack items or charms to deal with undead creatures. If only I had sealed artifact 3-0782's mutated sun sacred emblem. Klein's thoughts briefly wandered. Adel suddenly recalled his amnesia, and his face turned pale again as he replied with a trembling voice. He trembled as he replied, "No, I don't want to go anymore. I don't want to go anymore." "Very good," Klein praised with a smile. Adel looked at his fearless face and subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid after I said so much?" "I've said so much, aren't you afraid?" Klein stopped leaning against the wall and slowly stood up. He replied in a relaxed tone, "As a detective, unless there's concrete evidence, I'd rather not believe it." With that said, he opened the door and walked out, wondering if he should make contact with the charismatic order. After all, it might involve the mystery of Mr. Aztec's origins. Adel stared blankly at the back of the private detective in front of him. After a while, he realized that there was no one else in the bathroom except for him. The moonlight outside was dim, illuminating the inside of the bathroom. It was as if something invisible was lurking and watching. He shuddered violently and hurriedly called out, "Come on!" "Wait for me." As he spoke, Adel quickened his pace and rushed out of the bathroom, following closely behind Klein. Knowing fear, there's still hope," Klein mumbled as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. After returning to his bedroom, Stuart didn't realize that Adel had recovered. He was still frightened by the ghost story he had imagined, and he didn't dare to walk around. When Adel fell asleep again, Klein took out a copper penny and let it spin between his fingers. When it was nearly 50-2, he tossed the coin and caught it. Then he stood up and said to Stuart in a low voice, "I'll go to the balcony for a smoke." "Hurry up," Stuart urged, a little tense. Klein put on his long suit and slowly left the room. He came to the balcony at the end of the corridor and hid in the shadows. Then he took out a relatively crudely cut paper figurine. "Pa!" Klein shook his wrist violently, causing the paper to emit a crisp sound. It rapidly expanded and transformed into a person. The dummy was the same height as Klein. Its facial features were identical, and there was no difference in its clothes. From afar, it looked like an exquisitely carved wax figurine. This was one of the applications of the paper figurine substitute technique. Following that, Klein focused, clenched his right fist, and lightly knocked on his body. Silently, the dummy felt alive. It even had a red cigarette in its mouth, and the fragrance of tobacco filled the air. Using a dummy as a support, this illusion can last for half an hour. Magicians! Klein put on his gloves, pressed down, and slid down the balcony stealthily, avoiding the patrolling security guards. Outside Grimm Cemetery in a secluded forest, Klein stood in the canopy of a tree, looking out at a relatively open and flat area not far away. Beside him were evergreen leaves and brown branches, but their surfaces were stained with grayish-white dust. As far as Klein could see, 7 or 8 young men and women in black robes were dancing a strange dance around a corpse that was slightly twitching and a little deranged. The dance was rhythmic and seemed to have a certain mysterious flavor to it. The girl swung her long hair, and the boy knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand. This scene seemed to have a subtle connection with the surrounding environment. It was a natural rhythm. After they danced for 3 to 4 minutes, everything within a 10-meter radius was tainted with a wild and bewildering aura. The atmosphere gradually became evil, mixed with a hint of holiness. It's indeed a spirit dance, ritualistic magic that even ordinary people can participate in. Klein shifted his gaze and looked at the black-robed man who was immersed in chanting an incantation beside the corpse. He was the one who had been instructing the boys and girls on how to perform the spirit dance. He should be a member of the charismatic order, and there's a high chance he's a beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly, planning to watch how the other party would conduct the resurrection ritual. At this moment, the dance reached its climax. The adult, black-robed man raised his head and took off his wig, revealing a few strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death! Honorable death! Return soon!" After he finished shouting, the dance stopped. The 7 or 8 young men and women stood on each side, their expressions blurry, expectant, excited, and fearful. Then the black-robed man bent down, opened the iron cage beside his feet, and carried out a black object. Klein focused and saw that it was a black cat with blue eyes. Is that even possible? He was obviously stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the various folklore about black cats. For example, when the black cat, which symbolized evil and hell's emissary, jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein had seen someone use such a method in a ritual. The black-robed man took a step forward, stopped the black cat in his arms from struggling, and threw it towards the corpse. Meow. The black cat's fur stood on end, and it meowed loudly as it jumped over the corpse. At this moment, Klein felt that he understood the cat's language. He believed that it must be saying 3 words, MMP. Chapter 303. Meow. The black cat's meow echoed in the open space surrounded by the secluded forest. Be it the adult, black-robed man or the 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, all of them cast their gazes at the corpse lying in the middle. A cold gust of wind blew as the black cat landed on the ground. It stared intently at the human who had thrown it out and kept sweeping its tail. Suddenly, its fur stood on end again. Then it exerted strength in its legs and leaped up, running in another direction. Unfortunately, its actions did not attract the slightest bit of attention. All the humans present were focused on the motionless corpse. Time ticked by, but the corpse didn't undergo any changes that were worth looking forward to. Did it fail again? A youth approached, squatted down, and poked the corpse's skin with his finger. There's no reaction. He turned his body halfway and said to the black-robed man and his companions. At this moment he felt a gust of wind blowing from the bottom to the top of his face. With a whoosh, the corpse sat up. The youth jumped in fright before he cheered in pleasant surprise. Success! Success! Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into its embrace. Then it opened its mouth and bit down, producing a crunching sound as blood gushed out. Ah, save me! The youth screamed in horror as he used all his strength to retreat, but he was unable to break free. The corpse raised its head, revealing its white teeth, as well as the bits of flesh hanging in between its teeth and the blood that flowed down its mouth. The black-robed man was first taken aback before he took out a brass whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew it. Following that, he said in Hermes, "In the name of death, I command you." As his voice echoed, the corpse stopped gnawing and momentarily froze on the spot. The youth, whose neck and shoulder had been bitten into a bloody mess, was also limp, as though he had lost his soul. The soil around his lower body was moist. It really works. The black-robed man muttered in pleasant surprise. He pointed at the corpse and said in Hermes again, "Get up!" The corpse suddenly stood up, flung its arms, and ran deep into the secluded forest. "Come back!" the black-robed man shouted in surprise, but he didn't notice any signs of the corpse stopping. He blew the whistle again and shouted in a dignified voice, "I command you to return in the name of the Grim Reaper." Following his words, the dead body disappeared into the trees. "I told you to come back." The black-robed man was stunned on the spot and muttered to himself. In the forest, Klein held Aztec's copper whistle and matchbox in one hand. He lit the matches with the other hand and flicked them out with a flick of his wrist before throwing them on the ground. During this process, he moved backward in an arc thud, thud, thud. The corpse with a pale face and a foul stench rushed over. its lifeless eyes staring straight at the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. Klein puffed up his cheeks as he retreated. He aimed at the corpse and simulated his voice. Bang! The corpse suddenly swayed, and a piercing wound appeared on its chest. Bang! Klein puffed his cheeks again and fired another air bomb. Puff! Half of the corpse's head was broken, and there was rotten liquid dripping from it. However, this wasn't a fatal injury. It only paused for a moment before appearing again. Seeing this, Klein took a step back and made a noise. Pa! A bright flame rose from the ground and enveloped the corpse, igniting its clothes. Thud, thud, thud! Thud, thud, thud! The corpse rushed through the flames and continued to move forward like a mad bull. Pa! 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 Klein snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to rise from the ground. The corpse rushed through the flames without feeling any pain. Its body gradually began to burn more and more intensely, giving off a strange feeling like a melting candle. Finally, the corpse that had turned into a torch rushed in front of Klein and clawed at him. At the same time, a flame rose and enveloped it and Klein at the same time. The corpse grabbed Klein's shoulder, but all it did was squeeze out sparks. Klein's figure dissipated in the scarlet flames and appeared at the farthest bonfire. The corpse seemed to have used up all its strength and stopped struggling. It quickly melted in the dark green flames, turning into ashes and wax. He's stronger than all the zombies and wraiths I've encountered before. Well, he's not as good as Mr. Aztec's descendant. If it weren't for me, they would all have died here today. Klein shook his head and walked through the forest toward the open field. At this time, the man in the black robe had already noticed the changes in the forest. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. The 7 or 8 young men and women first scattered, but as they ran, they realized that they were the only ones around. So they timidly stopped, returned to their original spots, and gathered together. Having just experienced the corpse being awakened and being gnawed on, they really didn't dare to run in the dark of the night alone. This would make them feel a chill at the back of their necks. They looked at each other, but none of them dared to help the youth whose neck and shoulders were a bloody mess. They were afraid that he would turn into a zombie at any moment. In the brief silence that made their hearts beat like drums, they were surprised to see a clown in exaggerated clothes with red, yellow, and white paint walk out of the forest. This was an illusion created directly by Klein. He surveyed the area and didn't chase after the black-robed man. He hoarsely asked, "Who was the one who presided over the ritual just now?" "Who?" The young men and women seemed to be in a daze. After a few seconds, a trembling boy was pushed out and answered, "He's our ancient Fasak teacher, Kopusky Reed. He claims to have a deep understanding of death, and he wants to lead us in search of the mysteries of eternal life." So he's our teacher in ancient Fasak. The mysteries of eternal life? So he's a teacher in school. The mysteries of eternal life? There's really no need to pay taxes for bragging. From the looks of it, this fellow isn't a spirit medium. At most, he's a grave digger. He might even be a sequence 9, a corpse collector. Of course, he might not be from the death pathway, and he only joined the charismatic order because of his worship. After Klein asked where Kopusky lived, he thought for a moment and said, "Go back. Don't participate in such matters again. Don't leak it out. Otherwise, all of you will die." Then he emphasized again, "Don't worry. All of you will die." The young men and women, who had been scared out of their wits by what had just happened, nodded frantically. They leaned on each other and prepared to leave. At this moment, a young girl with smooth hair pointed at her companion, who was moaning in pain on the ground. "Is he all right?" "He won't die for now, but he has to be taken to a doctor. Just say that he was bitten by a hyena that often eats rotten meat." Klein ignored them and returned to the forest. The young men and women looked at each other, and someone blurted out a question. Excuse me, how should I address you?" Klein smiled and deliberately misled the other party by replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I'm just a gatekeeper of hell." As he spoke, a mist suddenly spread out, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, this was all an illusion. Gatekeeper of hell? The young man and woman repeated the words softly, each with their own thoughts. However, after a gust of bone-chilling cold wind blew past, they shivered once again. They helped their companions up and left the place without daring to look back. This is a member of the charismatic order? How disappointing. If he hadn't abandoned his current identity, I would have visited him in the middle of the night when I'm free to see what he knows. Yes, I have to teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harm the students again. Are spirit dances and resurrection rituals to be fooled around? Klein habitually made judgments from the perspective of a nighthawk. Soon he returned to Rogo Koloman's mansion and patiently waited for the security personnel to move. As soon as he found an opportunity, he immediately climbed over the fence, quickly approached the house through the shadows, and quietly climbed onto the balcony. At this moment, the dummy disguised as him was still smoking. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers. The figure in front of him immediately turned into a thin piece of paper and floated into his palm. Compared to before, this piece of paper was covered in rusty, red marks. It could no longer be used. Klein didn't dare to throw it away. He folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. After doing all of this, he leisurely stepped into the corridor and returned to Adel's bedroom. "What took you so long?" Stuart asked with a trembling voice. He had gone to the door to investigate and found Sherlock Moriarty smoking one cigarette after another. But he didn't dare leave the bedroom because of his duty. Klein smiled and said, "Take a break and relax." "Take a break and relax. You can come too. I don't mind. Stuart was about to agree when he suddenly realized that he would be the only one on the balcony. He would be surrounded by the darkness of the night, the light that wasn't bright enough, and the cold wind. It was an environment that always reminded people of ghost stories. Therefore, he forced a smile. "It's fine. I don't need it." Klein smiled without a word. He sat down again and let the reclining chair rock slowly in the dark night. The shaking lasted until daybreak and nothing else happened. Adel woke up and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Klein didn't say anything. He swapped places with Kaslana and her female assistant, and slowly walked to the guest room to catch up on his sleep. In the midst of his slumber, he heard Rogo Carolman exclaim in a loud voice of surprise and delight, "Oh, my child, are you all right? Holy Lord of Storms, I want to donate 300 pounds to the church." "Why, you're saying that they won't come to kill you? Did you misunderstand? 300 pounds? How extravagant." Klein turned over and hugged the soft and warm blanket as he mumbled. Then he continued to sleep soundly. At noon, Klein went downstairs for lunch. Kaslana sat opposite him and asked with a frown, "Did anything happen last night? Did anything happen last night?" "No," Klein answered succinctly. Then he smiled and said, "Does Adel waking up and going to the bathroom count?" Beside him, Stuart slowed down and nodded in agreement. Kaslana's gaze swept across their faces. Then she retracted it and replied in a deep voice. No. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he skillfully cut the steak. Chapter 304. Not long after Klein and the others had lunch, the detective who had applied for leave returned to Green Garden Street. This meant that the commission he had accepted had come to an end. As Adel's situation had clearly improved, Rogo Karaman was rather generous when settling his payment. It was a full 50% premium on the base price of £10. As expected of a jewelry merchant, he's really generous. However, compared to the others in Westboro and Empress Borough, he's not that rich. Green Garden Street is close to the suburbs, and it's not even far from the cemetery. I can reach it in 10 minutes if I run at full speed. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon, is most likely a sequence 5 beyonder. The standard fee is £1,000 for 3 days, and as a sequence 7 beyonder, I only get £15 a day. The difference is still quite big. Of course, if I can have such a mission every day, my annual income will exceed £5,000 £400. I'll be at the top of the middle class. The first manager of Bakelin Bank only gets £5,000 a year. Ha, this is just pure fantasy. To most detectives, it's really a case of not working for a week, but when you do, you can eat for a week. And the Beyonder ingredients I need to advance to sequence 6 definitely add up to more than £3,000. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. To ordinary people, this is a huge sum of wealth. A huge sum of wealth that can maintain a good life for the rest of their lives. The good news is that even if I master the acting method, digesting a sequence 7 potion will take 6 to 3 months. Even if I can quickly summarize the rules of magicians, I'll only be 1 or 2 months ahead of the minimum limit. I still have enough time to save money and search for clues to the ingredients. Wait, Miss Justice still owes me. My adorer, £5,000. However, her recent financial situation isn't too good. It'll be difficult for her to fork out such a large sum of money in the next few months. With the 3 £5 notes in hand, Klein left Westboro with his thoughts wandering. After returning to Minsk Street, he quickly burned the paper figurines he had used and added 2 more. In the evening, he took the steam subway to the Bakelin Bridge area and knocked on the door of the gathering house according to the numbers provided in the newspaper. Just like the previous few times, he wore an iron mask that only covered the upper half of his face and a hooded black robe. Under the guidance of an attendant, he entered the activity room with only 1 candle burning quietly. At a glance, Klein realized that the number of Beyonders at this gathering was nearly halved compared to the past. I'm on time. Are the others late? This time, Klein did not change his walking posture and habits. He picked a corner seat and slowly sat down. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom cleared his throat. Let's start the party. The others probably won't be coming. At this point, he gave a brief explanation. As the serial killer has yet to be found, most of the Beyonders from the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hive Mind, and MI9 have been sent out to conduct a large-scale investigation and search. In this situation, it's very normal and understandable that those friends are unwilling to go out and participate in the gathering. Frankly speaking, there are more people here today than I expected. Indeed, the circle of Beyonders isn't isolated. It's also affected by current events. Klein looked around and saw that the chubby apothecary wasn't absent. He immediately felt relieved. The apothecary pushed up the metal mask on his face and shouted without much hope, looking to buy Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals. The price is negotiable. I have it, Klein said without hesitation. He was worried that others would also find such a Beyonder ingredient, causing his goods to be overstocked. Although Beyonder ingredients were scarce, and it was rare for there to be repeated cases in individual circles, it was better to be safe than sorry. Looking to buy Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals. The apothecary didn't seem to hear a response. Midway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. He turned his head to look at Klein and blurted out a question with a burning gaze. With a burning gaze, he blurted out, "You have it?" Yes. Klein couldn't withstand the other party's burning gaze. As he answered affirmatively, he rolled up his black robe and took out an iron cigar case. "Pa!" Klein opened the cigar case, revealing the faded egg-like Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals. "If you're worried, you can get Eye of Wisdom to appraise it," Klein added in a deep voice. This wasn't really necessary because it was obvious at a glance if it was a Beyonder ingredient, and once it was in hand, it could be quickly discovered if it had been contaminated. However, if one's knowledge in mysticism wasn't rich enough, Beyonders could easily mix similar ingredients together. At such times, an appraisal would be needed. The apothecary looked at the Beyonder ingredient in Klein's hand as though he was looking at a beautiful lady he had been drooling over. "No, there's no need." That's it. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he offered a price. £300, as well as clues to the apothecary formula. Clues to the apothecary formula. It's you. The apothecary was stunned for a moment before he finally understood who the person opposite him was. It was the guy who made him come all this way with sedatives. Soon after, he felt extremely pained and regretful to the extreme as he sighed with emotion. You're indeed a lucky guy. Why didn't I choose that path of luck back then? After all, I'm the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. Klein lampooned himself. The apothecary sighed and changed his sitting posture. That's too expensive. £200 and a clue to the formula. The clue to the formula is only incidental because I can't confirm its authenticity. Therefore, £300, not a penny less. I believe there should be people who need it elsewhere. Klein smiled. This price is actually very fair. If it were anyone else, they might offer £400 or even £500, and you might accept it. I'm not that stupid. I can still wait. The apothecary mumbled. The clue can be appraised by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. It has to be something that exists objectively and with detailed details. Only then can I appraise it. Simple clues aren't included. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom reminded him. And divination can roughly determine if a clue is effective, as long as it doesn't involve a power that's 2 or 3 levels higher than one's. Klein muttered to himself silently. However, he wouldn't reveal that he was good at divination at a Beyonder gathering. All right, £300 and clues. You've struck it rich. The apothecary took a deep breath and took out a thick stack of cash. He counted out the corresponding amount, then got the attendant to bring him a pen and paper. He buried himself in writing. After he was done with the clue, he crumpled the paper into a ball and handed it to the attendant along with the cash and a few other items. When the attendant came over, Klein glanced at it and was suddenly stunned. Apart from the cash and clues, there were also 4 glass tubes filled with what appeared to be a pure liquid. What's this? Klein asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten? The sedatives you want are specially made by me. Each tube costs 10 soldi, and 4 tubes cost £2. So the cash is £298, the apothecary replied. If you're worried about my sedatives, you can apply for an appraisal. I really forgot. I did that to gain Miss Sharon's trust, and she's not here now. That's fine. Having sedatives on hand might be able to deal with some unexpected situations. Klein didn't say another word. He shook out the marrow crystal of the Spring of the Elves and took the items. He counted the cash in front of everyone and used the weak candlelight to verify its authenticity. A total of £298. That's right. Seeing that his wallet couldn't hold any more cash, Klein had no choice but to roll up the notes and stuff them into his pocket. After putting away the sedatives, he unfolded the note and glanced at the clue. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Find Bishop Utravsky. As long as you can help him complete a mission, you might be able to obtain the apothecary formula. Harvest Church. This is one of the few churches of the Church of Earth Mother in the kingdom, and this church holds the 2 Beyonder pathways of planter and apothecary. The clues match very well. Klein folded the note thoughtfully. As the gathering progressed, the female Beyonder with the artisan backing her didn't make a sound. It was unknown if she didn't attend or if she hadn't obtained a new Beyonder weapon, but she didn't make a sound. This disappointed Klein. He now had £509 in cash, so he could think about equipment. After many transactions failed, a man sitting on a high stool said in a deep voice, I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this investigation. I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this major investigation. The mandated punishers locked him in the basement of a certain storm cathedral. I would like to invite a few helpers to rescue him. Eye of Wisdom immediately replied, Stray Dog, give up on this plan. The mandated punishers and sealed artifacts of a storm cathedral are enough to destroy all of us here. Your friend's outcome has already been decided. Don't let yourself fall into the same desperate situation. Stray Dog looked around and realized that no one was responding. He couldn't help but pound his thigh and growl. Wild Dog looked around and realized that no one was responding to him. He could not help but beat his thigh heavily and growled, "But what exactly did he do wrong? He is an excellent physician. He has saved many patients. He has never hurt anyone. Just because I consumed the potion and became a Beyonder, I'll be imprisoned in a place where I'll never see the sun and even become a mandated Punisher's experimental subject? Why? Why?" Wild Dog's painful and desperate question echoed in the room. Even Apothecary, who could never keep his mouth shut, remained silent. Sigh. The former official Beyonder, Klein, could only sigh inwardly. Without publicizing the acting method, unaffiliated Beyonders are time bombs, but if the acting method is popularized, the situation might be even more chaotic and bloody. After all, Beyonder characteristics are indestructible and conserved in this depressing atmosphere. The gathering came to an end. Klein, who had nothing else to gain, opened his mouth again. "Does anyone have bullets with different transcendent effects? For example, purification effect, demon hunting effect, etc." He didn't specifically ask for the caliber of the bullets because he didn't have a gun right now. He could wait until he bought the bullets before making them. In the silence, a female Beyonder who was also sitting in the corner replied in a low voice, "I can help you ask. I'll give you an answer at the next gathering." It seems to be the lady with the artisan backing her. Klein exhaled. All right. After the gathering ended, he didn't directly return to Minsk Street. Instead, he went to East Borough, changed his clothes, and headed for the border between North Borough and Helston Borough. Chapter 305. North Borough, Alcala Street. Kapusky Reed was sitting in a reclining chair in the activity room, lost in thought. Beside him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. As a senior teacher at a public school, his weekly salary was more than £4. This was enough for him to lead a rather good life as a single person. However, the clothes he wore at home had many patches, and the teacup on the table was very simple. Without taking off his wig, Kapusky's most eye-catching features were his high cheekbones and slightly protruding breasts, a deformity where the sternum protruded forward. On his knee was a poetry collection written in ancient Faysac, but he hadn't flipped a single page for a long time. Kapusky's eyes were unfocused. Suddenly, he heard someone chuckle in his ear. "I'm very puzzled. You didn't escape and stayed at home. Aren't you afraid of the police coming?" The voice was low and hoarse, like a boy going through puberty. Kapusky trembled and nearly jumped out of the reclining chair. He turned his head abruptly and saw a figure sitting on the sofa, a few steps away. The figure was wearing a summer linen shirt and thin trousers. His face was hazy, making it impossible to see him clearly. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kapusky asked as he gripped the armrest tightly. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers, leaned back, clasped his hands, and leisurely said, "Last night, ha?" "Last night, ha! It should be early this morning. I just saved you." "Saved us." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Kapusky relaxed a little. "You're the person in the forest? You finished off the corpse we awakened." As he spoke, he moved rather awkwardly, showing obvious fear. "He was able to sneak in without me noticing when I was awake. I definitely couldn't resist." Such thoughts quickly flashed through Kapusky's mind. "You're lucky that I happened to pass by. Otherwise, there would be corpses strewn all over the ground, corpses that had been torn to shreds." Klein smiled. "Back to our previous question. I'm very curious. You actually dared to stay at home. Do you know what crime you've committed?" From Kapusky's performance before and after the resurrection ritual, he had confirmed that he was a rookie. It was impossible for him to have the skill to hide the color of his true emotions. Therefore, he planned on using questioning and spirit vision to figure out the whole story. At most, he would use divination to verify it. I know, buying corpses privately, robbing graves. These are all crimes that can land me in jail for more than 10 years. And I will definitely be punished by the church." Kapusky, who looked less than 30 years old, took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "However, as long as I don't cause too much of a problem, those children and their parents won't report me because they did the same thing. Even if they do meritorious deeds and turn themselves in, they'll still end up in prison for a period of time. Huh. Kapusky laughed self-deprecatingly. Some children have already told their parents my identity. They got the gang to warn me to resign within a week and stay away from school. I agreed. Klein nodded slightly. It's a good thing to have a change of environment. Of course, don't do such things again. Bewitching ignorant children to commit crimes is an extremely evil act. No, never again. I actually didn't expect it to be so dangerous. I just saw that they had the same hobbies as me. So I wanted to teach them and lead them in search of the secret to eternal life. As for digging graves, many doctors have done it a long time ago. Kapusky sighed with lingering fear. The color of his emotions matches his current state. He doesn't sound like a member of the charismatic order. Klein thought for a moment and asked bluntly, "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Spirit dance? I call it the dance of death." Kapusky was first taken aback before he came to a realization. "It was taught to me by an old gentleman. An old gentleman." Klein pressed. Kapusky fell into a daze from his memories. He was a tramp who fainted in front of my house due to a serious illness. I didn't know that he was sick back then. I thought that he had simply fainted, so I helped him home, gave him a hot towel, and applied some ointment on him. After he woke up, he told me not to send him to the hospital or clinic. He also mentioned that death wasn't the end. I've experienced the death of my parents and a few other relatives, so I'm very interested in similar things. So I chatted with him and realized that he had profound knowledge and an admirable philosophy in this area. He seemed to be very satisfied with my curiosity. In the end, he even performed a miracle of killing a mosquito and waking it up. This opening. I've read at least 10 similar novels in my previous life. They were all about kindly picking up a dying grandpa and then having a fortuitous encounter. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. "So you left him at home?" Kapusky nodded solemnly. "Yes. If it weren't for the lack of time, I even wanted to become his student. In those few days, he taught me the dance of death and taught me a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Just as I entered the state, he died, leaving behind only a copper whistle." Before he could finish his sentence, Kapusky took out an exquisite copper whistle that didn't look old. "This is it. I have one too. It's probably at the ancestor level." Klein lampooned and asked thoughtfully, "How long ago was this? What did he look like? What did he look like? Where did you bury him?" "Half a year ago. His most obvious characteristic was his white hair and the red spots on the side of his face. He got me to bury him in the garden at the back," Kapusky said after doing some calculations. "It's not Mr. Aztec, but there's a high chance that he's a member of the charismatic order. His sequence might not be low." Klein then asked, "Apart from the spirit dance, you've only learned the resurrection ritual?" "I've only learned half of that ritual. I can only improve it bit by bit based on scattered knowledge and folklore." Kapusky answered very honestly. "Improve it based on folklore? Oh, that poor black cat. May the goddess bless you." Klein resisted the urge to draw the crimson moon on his chest. "Other than that?" He pressed. "Yes, there's also this copper whistle. I think it's the key to communicating with the world beyond your senses." Kapusky raised his hand to blow at it and said wistfully, "Every time I blow it, I can feel my surroundings turn cold. I feel like someone is watching me, and I feel like someone is pulling at me." As he spoke, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw rippling patterns on the ground. A cold aura emanated as the furnace fire and light dimmed a little. Right on the heels of that, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Around the skull were black, segmented tentacles that tangled around it. A tentacle reached out, occasionally touching Kapusky's leg and tugging at his clothes. It appeared rather anxious, but Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he didn't notice it at all. "This is a messenger, right?" The copper whistle is used to summon the corresponding messenger. Why did you summon it without giving it a letter? Klein was a little stunned. At this moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. Do you feel it? The surroundings have turned cold. The gas lamp has also dimmed. It's true. Someone is watching me and pulling at me. The horrible-looking messenger tried his best to touch Kapusky again and again, but in the end he didn't receive a letter. He helplessly burrowed back into the underground. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he silently muttered to himself. I take back what I just said. He's not a noob. He's a noob. He's a noob miser. He's not a beyonder at all. I previously thought that he was someone who had just learned the basics of mysticism, but from the looks of it, he hasn't even found the door. A Sequence 9 corpse collector of the death pathway can directly see ghosts and spirit bodies, combined with Kapusky's use of the copper whistle to command the zombies after the ritual. Klein was completely convinced that he wasn't lying. He couldn't help but sigh silently. Soon after, he thought of a question. If I write a note to the messenger, where will it go? A true member of the charismatic order? A senior member? Suppressing this thought, Klein nodded. It has indeed become gloomy. After replying, he quickly changed the topic. Have you felt anything unusual since the old man died? Not before, but in the past 2 weeks, I occasionally feel that someone around me is like a corpse, the kind that can be awakened. Kapusky asked, half afraid and half puzzled. Is this an illusion? It matches what Adel said. He wasn't lying. Klein glanced at the color of Kapusky's aura and sincerely reminded him, Don't worry. I suggest that for the next 2 months, you go to the church at least 3 times a week to attend Mass and listen to prayers. If you don't want to do that, you can reserve a grave for yourself first. All right. Kapusky replied, a little disappointed. He thought it was a sign that he had improved. Klein thought for a moment and said in a commanding tone, Take me to the old man's corpse. Ah, all right. Kapusky wanted to refuse, but he instantly recognized reality. He took his tools and led Klein out the back door of the kitchen, into the withered garden, and stopped in front of a crooked tree. Klein stood by the side and watched Kapusky skillfully dig through the soil, revealing the stone slab beneath. After finishing the upper layer, Kapusky used his tools to pry open the stone slab. Uft! The stone slab pressed down on the soil that had just been dug out, and the not-so-deep grave was illuminated by the crimson moonlight that faintly penetrated the clouds. Kapusky subconsciously looked over and suddenly screamed. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Chapter 306. White Feathers. Klein looked at the tomb without any bones and suddenly thought of a word. Angel! The books of the 7 major churches were filled with legends about angels and saints. One of the characteristics of the former was that they had 1, 2, 3, or even 6 pairs of pure white wings on their backs. However, in the blink of an eye, Klein remembered something from the past. Mr. Aztec had once described his dream to him, describing the dream that seemed to be a lifetime of life. One of the scenes was in a dark mausoleum. There were many open ancient coffins, and inside the coffins were corpses with white feathers on their backs. Is this a special manifestation of the death pathway, or is it a strange phenomenon caused by charismatic order? Klein did not speak. He restrained his emotions and calmly looked at the white feather at the bottom of the grave that was stained with yellow oil. His initial judgment was that the old gentleman wasn't an angel. This was because a terrifying Sequence 2, or even Sequence 1 Beyonder, would definitely have a strong impact on their surroundings after their death. For example, the saints' ashes behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate would extend out a nearly invisible black and cold thread to seal the surrounding people and objects. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't really dead, just like Mr. Aztec. Klein bent down and picked up 3 white feathers with his black-gloved right hand. He planned to do a divination above the gray fog after returning home. At this moment, Kapusky recovered and scrambled to Klein's side. He looked at the tomb with a hint of fear. Where's the corpse? Klein turned his head to look at him and said in a low voice, "Maybe he left on his own. He left on his own." Kapusky repeated in horror, fully realizing how terrifying it was for the dead to wake up. His legs were trembling, and he muttered to himself, But I didn't use the resurrection ritual on him." Klein turned around and stared at him for a few seconds. "Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Death is not the end." Kapusky was frightened by his belief and blurted out, "Will he come back?" Yes, there's a high chance that the messenger summoned by the copper whistle corresponds to that old gentleman. In other words, giving a note to the messenger is equivalent to sending a letter to that old gentleman, to a person who's been dead for almost half a year. I wonder where he's gone or what state he's in now. Klein casually mentioned Kapusky's question. That's right. Don't blow that copper whistle again. Are you saying that the copper whistle will attract him back? Kapusky asked fearfully. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued to make a request. Can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River? If you can't, I'll go by myself. Weren't you interested in the philosophy of death before? Klein cursed inwardly and reached out to take the copper whistle that belonged to Kapusky. He planned on trying to send a letter to the dead man under suitable conditions to see what would happen. Of course, the premise of all of this was that he was certain that there wasn't too much danger. After instructing Kapusky to fill in the grave, Klein exchanged some spirit dance and the corresponding mysticism knowledge with him, enriching his own knowledge. He also learned that when Kapusky buried the old gentleman, he had followed the old gentleman's will and allowed the corpse to lie face down. Under certain special circumstances, using spirit dance to replace a portion of the cumbersome setup of ritualistic magic will be more effective and simpler. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein warned Kapusky to stop messing around with the so-called resurrection ritual. Following that, he left the street from the garden and took a long detour before taking a carriage to Eastborough. After changing into his previous clothes, he returned to Minsk Street and entered his bedroom. After a series of actions, he brought the 3 white feathers and Kapusky's copper whistle above the gray fog. Sitting in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement he had long thought of, its origins. Right on the heels of that, he held the 3 white feathers and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted, Klein entered a dream. His surroundings were hazy and grayish-white. In such a world, there was a thick, lightless darkness. Suddenly, the darkness was dyed crimson as a bone-white hand reached out from the yellowish-brown soil. A figure slowly climbed up. He didn't lift the stone slabs or stir the soil. Instead, he penetrated outwards. Under the crimson moonlight, the back of the figure's clothes were tattered and white feathers grew out. The white-haired figure turned his head slightly, revealing the obvious red spots on his face, as well as his blank and emotionless eyes. He took a step forward and passed through the fence with great difficulty, heading deep into the darkness. He walked further and further until he disappeared. The dream shattered, and Klein woke up. White feathers really grew out of the corpse's back. Its state is very similar to Miss Sharon's, but there's a clear difference. It gives off a very heavy and corporeal feeling, not an illusion. It seems to be able to transform between a human and a spirit body in a semi-natural and incomplete manner, an envoy that communicates with the real world and the spirit world's underworld. Klein tapped the edge of the long table and pondered for a while. Right on the heels of that, he divined if there was any danger in using Kapusky's copper whistle to send a letter, and he received a positive answer. Furthermore, the spirit pendulum's rotation was very large and fast. It's a pity that I can't use the copper whistle directly above the gray fog. The messenger can't come in at all. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any danger. Klein muttered to himself as he fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. Early in the morning, in a relatively fresh forest in Empress Borough, a round-faced apothecary in his 30s appeared in a secluded corner and stored the herbs he had secretly planted into a leather bag he carried with him. After completing his mission for the day, he straightened his back, stretched his body, and muttered to himself in satisfaction. That's right. He muttered to himself in satisfaction. Indeed, my physique has improved. It's no longer like before, where I only had a higher resistance to poison. However, why is my sequence a beast tamer? What has this got to do with apothecary? Well, an apothecary tames and uses plants and parts of animals that have lost their lives. A beast tamer tames and uses living animals, including beyonder creatures? Then will my sequence 7 be able to tame and use humans? Old man didn't even tell me the name of sequence 7, nor did he give me the formula. When I stabilize, I'll have to try contacting him. The apothecary punched and kicked as he adapted to his strengthened body. He only stopped when he was exhausted. Phew! As he panted, he began to consider a serious question. How should he act as a beast tamer? Beast tamer. What should I do? Find an animal to tame? As the apothecary mumbled, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the artificial lake. There was a huge golden retriever running happily. As if sensing his gaze, the golden retriever suddenly turned its head and looked over. Their gazes collided in midair, and the large golden retriever froze for a moment. Then it nimbly turned around and disappeared without a trace. Inside the Earl of Hull's luxurious villa, Susie returned to the piano room and crouched beside Audrey's feet. She stuck out her tongue and panted heavily. After the blonde girl finished playing a song, it said with lingering fear, "Audrey, I met a scary guy. His eyes were scary." "Is that so? What does he want to do to you?" Audrey asked curiously and with concern. Susie thought seriously and said, "I don't know either. In short, he's dangerous. That's my intuition." "What does he look like?" Audrey was considering if she should let the guards and attendants at home warn the man. "I didn't see him clearly. I feel that he's my natural enemy." Susie answered seriously. "Your natural enemy? The bane of dogs?" Audrey revealed a reserved smile. "Susie, don't go to that forest for the time being." "Woof, Audrey, were you in a bad mood just now?" "I could tell from the sound of your piano," Susie asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said yes. "I just received news from Glaint." "I just received news from Glaint. Furs and Zio told me that tonight's gathering has been cancelled. I was planning to exchange for Beyonder ingredients for you, and try to come into contact with people from psychological alchemy," she added silently in her heart. "Why?" Susie asked, puzzled. Audrey thought for a moment before answering. "I heard it's because of the serial murders. On a Saturday morning, the air in Bakeland was as bad as usual. Klein was trying to make a pasta dish that he loved to eat when he was young. For this, he bought high-quality flour, added water and sugar, and mixed it into a thin paste. Then he poured oil into the pot and moistened the surface. After it was hot, he scooped up some of the paste with a spoon, poured it to the side of the pot, and spread it very thin. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he spread out a few thin pancakes, and the fragrance of the flour gradually spread. When it was almost done, he peeled off the soft pancakes one by one, placed them on a plate, and added water to make the remaining ingredients into a paste. Just as he returned to the dining room with the pancakes and paste, Klein couldn't wait to tear off a piece and stuff it into his mouth. The pancake only had a rich wheat fragrance and a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It was simple, but abnormally delicious. "It's the taste from my memories." Klein ate quickly, drinking a mouthful of the paste from time to time. Just as he was about to finish eating and began to slow down, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the tinkling sound echoed. A new commission? Klein took off his napkin, wiped his hands, and got up to walk to the door. Before he could even grab the doorknob, the image of a visitor naturally appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns, a thin face, and an outstanding temperament. It was the private Detective Eichinger Stanton, who had been invited by the police. "Why is he looking for me?" Klein opened the door in puzzlement and asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Stanton." "Good morning, Mr. Stanton. What can I do for you?" Eichinger took off his half-top hat and said with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty." "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I'd like to collaborate with you. I think you're an excellent detective. You managed to find the East Balham Dock and the Dock Union all by yourself. Collaborate?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger tapped his black cane and replied in a deep voice, "To find the murderer of the recent serial murders." Chapter 307. 2,000 pounds? That's enough to make all the bounty hunters and private detectives in Bakeland go crazy. This isn't like Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, who floats at sea for long periods of time and has a bunch of subordinates. They're the type that can be touched by just reaching out. A pirate with combat strength comparable to a Sequence 5 is worth 10,000 pounds. A Sequence 6 murder should be priced at 3,000 to 4,000 pounds at the very least. Could it be that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers determined that the murderer was a Sequence 7 serial killer and not a quasi-powerhouse who was about to advance to Sequence 5? So, 2,000 pounds is quite a huge premium. It's very possible that the ritual mentioned by the sun is rather ancient. Perhaps after the cataclysm, it rarely appeared again. The churches and the military don't have any similar information. There's a problem here. The Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the royal family, the Augustus family, can be said to have risen after the cataclysm and not understand the past. But the Church of the Storm has always insisted that they're one of the most ancient. Could it be that their most ancient claim still came after the devils retreated into the abyss? Upon hearing Eichinger Stanton's words, the first thing that flashed through Klein's mind was the evaluation of the bounty. Following that, he let his thoughts wander and made connections with many things. "What's your opinion?" Eichinger asked when he saw that Sherlock Moriarty seemed to be in a daze. "My opinion?" Klein was momentarily placed in a difficult position. A normal private detective would definitely agree. This was because of the generous bounty, as well as the fact that the other party was a famous detective. Establishing a friendship with Eichinger would greatly benefit him in the circle. But the problem was that Klein wasn't a normal private detective. He was worried that he would encounter the Nighthawks in charge of this matter while investigating the clues. Although I've grown a beard, wore glasses, and changed my hairstyle, and the Nighthawks, who have only met me a few times, definitely won't recognize me. What if I encounter Ma M. Daly? It wouldn't be right not to agree. It would seem strange and suspicious. Besides, I also hope to catch that devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent girls will be harmed? Klein deliberated for a few seconds and smiled. "I've recently taken on a very troublesome case. I'm afraid I don't have much free time." Without waiting for Eichinger Stanton to speak, he added, "I can participate in the discussion, help look through the information, and analyze the clues, but I probably won't investigate in detail. I'll do a divination later. If there's really a problem, I'll save my speech during the discussion and just be a mere spectator." As he spoke, Klein quickly formed an idea. Eichinger, who held the black cane, pondered for a moment. "No problem. This time, I've gathered more than 10 detectives. There's enough manpower to do an investigation, and what I admire the most about you is your excellent reasoning and analytical skills. Without my resources, you actually went to the East Balham Dock and the Dock Union. If we can catch the criminal and get the bounty, I will distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution. Trust me, I still have some credibility in this business. All right, it's a pleasure working with you." Klein took the initiative to extend his right hand and shake Eichinger's hand. He felt the dryness and warmth of Eichinger's palm. It wasn't easy for a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s or 50s to maintain such a feeling in Bakeland's late autumn. This made Klein even more suspicious that Eichinger was a beyonder. "It's a pleasure working with you." Eichinger nodded with a smile. At this moment, Klein realized that he had been a little rude. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in." "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in. Let's have a good chat over coffee and tea." "You're welcome." I've arranged for the detectives to come to my house at 9 in the morning to discuss the case. My assistant is waiting for them there. Isengard took out a silver pocket watch with complicated engravings and looked very mechanical. He opened it and said, "We have to go over and meet up with them. Is that okay?" "No problem. I'll go to the bathroom, change my clothes, and leave." At this moment, Klein suddenly felt like he was back when he was a Nighthawk, fighting crime, maintaining order, and protecting the people. In the bathroom, Klein went above the gray fog and used divination to obtain an acceptable answer. Hence, he quickly returned to the real world, put on his coat and hat, took his cane, and followed Eichinger into a rental carriage. They sat on either side of each other. Eichinger glanced at him and asked in thought, "I'm very curious. How did you discover that Sibyl's murder was related to the East Balham Dock and the Dock Workers Association?" "I didn't discover it. That was a misunderstanding." Klein seriously considered the problem of how to weave a lie. With a smile on his face, he replied vaguely, "Mainly, I first determined that Sibyr's death was due to a copycat crime. Thanks to reporter Mike Joseph's help, I confirmed this matter. Then, according to Sibyr's route back to the Golden Rose and some other clues, I came up with the corresponding speculation. So I pretended to be a reporter to investigate." Eichinger nodded slightly and didn't waste any more time on this topic. He began to introduce the serial murders in detail. It was more detailed than the descriptions in the newspapers, especially the latest one. Time flew by as they discussed and conversed. The carriage arrived at a slightly old building in Hillston Borough. The lighting in the building wasn't very good. Even though there wasn't any fog in Bakelin today, it still appeared rather dark. Eichinger Stanton led Klein through the rather spacious living room and into the activity room where the fireplace had been lit. Klein looked around and saw 15 to 16 detectives. They were sitting in every available seat in the activity room. "Sherlock," a surprised voice sounded. It seemed to be very familiar with Klein. "Who is it?" Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Detective Stewart, whom he had parted with yesterday, was actually here. He took a closer look and recognized Detective Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, who had been in charge of protecting Adel. What a coincidence! The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he approached Stewart with a smile. Stewart squeezed to the side, emptying half of his seat. He then patted it and said, "Perhaps it's not a coincidence. I've previously read in a magazine that there's a phenomenon in psychology called synchrony. It happens when you think about it. Haha, I'm just kidding." At this moment, Eichinger introduced him to the detectives present. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, an outstanding detective," Sherlock Moriarty said. With his endorsement, Kaslana and the others looked at Klein with more trust in their eyes. They believed that he was indeed an outstanding private detective. After Klein nodded in response, he sat beside Stewart and casually asked, "Is your commission over?" "Yes. Adel's situation has improved. Something seems to have happened to those bad friends of his. They can no longer threaten him, so we lost our jobs." Stewart laughed and said, "I wanted to rest for a few days, but Mr. Stanton summoned me, so I came over to take a look. Actually, this is good too. I don't like cases that are a little strange or scary. Yes, I mean scary like a ghost story. Compared to that, I'm more willing to take on murder cases." After the assistant poured everyone a cup of coffee or black tea and distributed the information, Eichinger sat in a reclining chair, took out his pipe, and slowly rubbed it. "I believe none of you are unfamiliar with this recent serial murder case. Do you have any thoughts? Tell us, so we can discuss it." Stewart, who had a thin face and a shaved beard, raised his hand and spoke first. "You're right. I just flipped through the information and realized that the police didn't investigate the victim's identity. I don't think it's possible for the criminal to recognize that the victim was once a street girl with just his eyes. He must have come into contact with them. This is a very important direction, but the police missed it. God, this is unbelievable. There's a high chance that the criminal was recognized by his eyes." Klein muttered to himself. Most of the private detectives echoed Stewart's doubts. Only Kaslana, Isengard, and a few others remained silent and didn't say a word. This is a very important direction. Stuart, get a few friends to help you investigate it carefully. After the discussion subsided, Eichinger calmly gave his evaluation. In the following period of time, the detectives expressed their opinions. At times, they argued, retorted loudly, and at other times, they stood up and paced back and forth to organize their thoughts. Klein listened quietly without expressing any opinion. When the discussion came to an end, he suddenly raised his hand. I want information on all the unsolved serial murders in Bakeland, or even the entire kingdom, in the past 20 years. The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Most of the private detectives were momentarily unable to understand Klein's intentions and thoughts. Isengard brought the pipe to his nose and took a whiff of the smell before speaking after some deliberation. He deliberated and said, "You think that the murderer isn't a first-time offender? You suspect that he has committed similar crimes before, even if the modus operandi isn't the same?" "It's not suspicion, it's almost certain," Klein replied inwardly. This was the inference he made based on the information provided by Sunday. Since the murderer was working hard to advance from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, then what did he do at the Sequence 7 serial killer stage? If he hadn't committed similar crimes, then it would be very difficult for him to digest the potion, even with the accumulation of time. Sequence 7 advancing to Sequence 6 also had a high chance of losing control, and Beyonders of the Abyss pathway were high-risk patients in this regard. Therefore, Klein determined that, regardless of whether the murderer knew the acting method, he should have completed serial murders at Sequence 7 for various reasons. This way, it wouldn't take him more than a few years to digest the Sequence 7 potion. Even with the addition of Sequence 6, 20 years was a reasonable limit. This was because if one was too old, regardless of whether the potion was digested or not, advancing was still rather dangerous. The person would become crazier and crazier as the ritual progressed, leaving behind obvious clues. At this stage, the murderer was calm when he committed the crime, and he had the ability to interfere with divination and tracking. There were almost no loopholes, but the inexperience him in the early stages might not be the same. When he first completed a serial murder case, there was a high chance that he wasn't that cautious. That was the best clue they could use to track him down. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein nodded in response. That criminal's modus operandi doesn't seem like that of a rookie. I have reason to believe that he has done similar things in the past. Combining the past and present, we have a higher chance of grasping the crux of the problem. Upon hearing his answer, the detectives whispered to each other and began discussing. After a brief silence, Eichinger praised sincerely. Chapter 308. In the evening, Klein sat in a reclining chair in the activity room. Under the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up the information that Eichinger's assistant had just sent over. After his train of thought in the morning was praised by the great detective, Kaslana immediately indicated that she needed similar information. Stuart sighed softly, saying that he had previously believed that Klein was an excellent detective from his calmness and composure when facing Adel's case, but he never expected him to be this outstanding. At the same time, he told Klein that if he needed manpower or help, he could look for him. He knew quite a number of friends in Bakeland's detective circle. Eichinger Stanton also promised to immediately contact the police department and strive to provide the relevant information to the detectives who needed it before nightfall. He was indeed very trustworthy. The next time I'm on the tarot, I have to get the world to ask Little Sun about the characteristics of a Sequence 6 devil and what powers a Beyonder of the sequence possesses. I didn't want to get involved previously and forgot to gather the corresponding information. Now that I've decided to help, I have to be prepared lest I encounter danger without knowing what's going on. Klein pondered for a few seconds, lowered his head, and under the light of the gas lamp, he flipped through the unsolved serial murders in the kingdom of Rouen in the past 20 years. And this was a lot less than he had expected. There were 4 cases in Bakeland, and a total of 5 cases in the other cities. Altogether, there were only 9 cases. Yes, although this world doesn't have the concept of DNA testing, and it lacks many necessary criminal investigation techniques, under the Emperor's promotion, there is already a relatively well-established fingerprint science. Furthermore, there are also beyonder means such as mediumship, divination, and dream infiltration. In a case where a lone murder doesn't involve nobles, tycoons, or officials, the police department often won't seek help from the beyonder teams of the 3 churches. However, the impact of serial murders is very bad, and it's easy to cause panic. They will definitely make the wisest choice. This way, it's reasonable and logical that there are only a few unsolved serial murders in the past 20 years. Klein quickly understood the reason. He reined in his thoughts and flipped through the cases one by one. Without enough information to make a divination, he had initially picked out 2 serial murder cases that might be related to the current incident and planned to use them as a preliminary entry point. One of the cases happened 4 years ago. There were 5 victims, all single prostitutes with a child. They were abused before their deaths, but there were no signs of sexual intercourse. At that time, the police in charge believed that the murderer must have known those prostitutes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accurately pick out the type of single person with a child. They started with the people who lived nearby and a few regular customers of the prostitutes. They identified some suspects, but in the end, they did not find the real murderer. Although the dossier only mentioned it briefly, Klein could clearly tell that they had sought the help of beyonders from the 3 churches. Unfortunately, they still failed to crack the case. With the Abyss Pathway's beyonder powers, it doesn't violate mysticism to see that a woman had once fallen. It's the same for seeing that she's a prostitute, but it doesn't make sense to tell that she's currently single and only has 1 child. The police's train of thought is correct, but what's the problem? Could the real murderer be like me, able to resist dreams, divination, and mediumship and escape the investigations of low and mid-sequence Nighthawks or mandated punishers? It's possible. Although the churches have no lack of understanding of serial killers, the murderer might have had other fortuitous encounters. Klein picked out some problems from his own point of view. I'm analyzing them as a kindred. I didn't let down the surname of Moriarty. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and decided to prioritize the 4 suspects. Yes, I'll get Mr. Stanton to confirm the suspects' current addresses and conditions through the police. Get Stewart to find someone to assist me. I won't appear directly, in case I encounter official beyonders. Once I figure out the situation, I'll gather the suspect's belongings and go above the gray fog to make metaphysical deductions. Klein quickly came up with a plan. The second case happened 11 years ago. At that time, there were 4 cases of dismembered bodies. Originally, these cases weren't merged until the police had suspicions about the way the corpses were disposed of. Only then were they confirmed to be serial murders. The victims were people who worked late and returned home. There were men and women, and they weren't robbed. They didn't have any common relationship with each other. Due to the delay of the most precious time, the case never found any clues to the suspects. This is a problem caused by a mistake. If we quickly get a spirit medium's help, then the wraiths of the deceased might even gather around the murderer. Of course, it's also possible that the murderer has even killed the soul, just like now. The deceased's corpse should only be left with ashes. It'll be very difficult to get them. Klein rubbed his temples. Seeing that it was already dark, he temporarily stopped thinking about the case. He got up from his reclining chair and left Minsk Street. He still had something to do tonight. He wanted to go south of the bridge to the Harvest Church on Rose Street. He wanted to find Bishop Utravsky and strive to obtain the apothecary formula. He had already divined if this matter was dangerous. To Klein, it would be very helpful if he had an apothecary as his subordinate. He could get injured, get sick, and encounter enemies that could harm him. An apothecary that could be found at any time would be his strong backing. After making a trip to Eastborough, Klein, who had changed his attire, took the steam subway, crossed the Tussock River, and arrived south of the bridge. Along the way, the darkness along the subway and the corresponding gas lamps formed a scene that left a deep impression. Switching to a public carriage, Klein arrived at Rose Street. He didn't need to identify it to find the narrow Harvest Church. This golden church had a rather eye-catching steeple and the sacred emblem of life engraved on the outer wall. It was a baby surrounded by symbols such as wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. It was completely different from the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the lights in the church were dim, and there didn't seem to be any believers. Klein snuck in from the side and carefully smeared his face with paint instead of relying purely on his ability to create illusions. Inside the church's hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. At the top was a huge sacred emblem of life, and on both sides were lit candles. In a seat in the front row, there was a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown priest's robe. Just sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an immense sense of oppression. The man wore a bishop's bonnet. His eyebrows were thin, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth. At that moment, he was tightly closing his eyes, clasping his hands and pressing them against his chin, as though he was doing the most pious penance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a light blue color. The Church of Mother Earth doesn't reject anyone. Why didn't you use the main entrance? The elder in his 40s or 50s said in a low and gentle voice without looking up, "Your Bishop Utravsky?" Klein walked out of the shadows. The tall man in the brown bishop's robe replied in a gentle tone, "I prefer people to call me Father. I prefer to be called Father. Father Utravsky." "All right, Mr. Bishop." Klein deliberately laughed. "Your name and your height tell me that you are from Fasak. Why do you believe in Earth Mother?" Bishop Utravsky slowly raised his head and looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him. "I was born in Ender, a city on the coast of the mid-seashore. I'm a person who loves to fight and kill." "Indo?" "He's indeed from the Fasak Empire." Klein nodded indiscernibly. Mid-seashore was the natural dividing line between Rouen, Intis, and Fasak. The east coast belonged to Rouen, and most of the west coast belonged to Intis. To the north were the famous port cities of the Fasak Empire, such as Indo. In addition, mid-seashore also extended northeast, passing through the Fasak Empire's territory and connecting to the North Sea. There were many islands in that part of the sea that were the habitats of ice bears, seals, and other animals. Hunting bears and fishing seals were traditional activities of the local Fasak citizens. While his thoughts were slightly scattered, Bishop Utravsky continued to look ahead and said, "There's no need to worry. I committed a serious crime and escaped to the Sonia Sea, becoming a ferocious pirate. Before I truly fell into the hell of my soul, I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of Mother Earth. After that day, I understood the value of life and the charm of the growth of all things. I obtained the pure joy that came from life itself. I swore an oath in front of Mother Earth's sacred emblem that I would spread her faith to other countries and repent for my bloody past. So I'm here. Amidst the calm but emotional voice, Bishop Utravsky stood up. He was more than 2 meters tall, and had a strong physique. His priest robe was tight, and he was like a legendary giant that had reappeared in the northern continent. A true giant is 3 to 5 meters tall with a single vertical eye. The citizens of the Fasak Empire are generally tall. It's no wonder they always call themselves the remnants of the giants and believe that they have the bloodline of the giants. Klein had no choice but to tilt his head back to look at the father's face. "What are you doing here?" Bishop Utravsky asked with his head lowered. "I heard that you have something to entrust, and the reward is the apothecary formula?" Klein, who had disguised himself, asked bluntly. Bishop Utravsky fell silent for a few seconds. "Yes. Although I don't know where you heard it from, there's indeed such a thing." "Then what's the mission?" Klein asked with a smile. Utravsky sized him up deeply for a moment. I don't think you can complete my commission. Perhaps I can? I need to know the details before I can make an assessment, Klein said with a frown. Yutravsky stood there like a towering pillar. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "My commission is—" At this point, he closed his eyes. Chapter 309. Kill you? This was the first time Klein had heard of such a request. When faced with such a mission, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. He even began to suspect if there was a huge conspiracy behind this matter. Bishop Yutravsky opened his eyes and looked down at Klein. "Kill my past self." "Mr. Priest, don't take a deep breath when you speak." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in puzzlement, "Even in myths and legends, no one can return to the past." Even in the myths and legends, no one can return to the past. I'm afraid that only the 7 gods can complete this task of yours. No, what I mean is to kill the past that's still hidden deep in my heart and has never truly died. Seeing that Klein was still puzzled, Bishop Yutravsky said with a hunched back, "My past self, who loved to kill and battle, didn't completely die with the repentance I felt from the bottom of my heart. I can clearly feel that he's still living in my body, always wanting to regain control of everything. I'm constantly suppressing him, hoping to use Mass, asceticism, and preaching to influence him so that he can truly believe in the teachings of Mother and become one with me again. To put it simply, the mark of the past is too deep and it conflicts intensely with your current life, resulting in a split personality." The pseudopsychologist and real keyboard warrior, Klein Moretti, made a preliminary judgment and said after some deliberation, "This is a psychological problem. This is a psychological problem. I think you need to see a psychiatrist the most. I've tried. You might not know this, but among the beyonder pathways that Mother controls, there's a doctor's sequence, which is also known as healing priest in ancient times. They've studied my problem and believe that it's not a simple mental illness. It also has a tendency to lose control. If my past self were to defeat my present self, I would undoubtedly lose control and become a monster." Yutravsky sighed. "Then what you need is a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway psychiatrist." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Your words make me believe that you've found a solution. You just lack a suitable executor, right?" "Yes. All these years, apart from preaching, I've also been searching for people and things that can help me." "Yes. Over the years, apart from preaching, I've been looking for people and things that can help me. In the end, with the blessings of the Mother Goddess, I obtained a very mystical item. It's said to be a relic of an ancient dragon." Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Yutravsky replied with some hope. "It allows the holder to enter the deepest part of the target's mind, or rather, the deepest part of the dream, and materialize the corresponding scene. That way, you can directly see the past me and then, through battle, destroy him. In that special state, once he truly dies, he will no longer appear." As expected of the mysterious world, to be able to treat a split personality in this way, Klein sighed to himself and asked cautiously, "What are the limitations, or rather, what harm will it cause to the wielder? Why do you think I can't complete this task?" Bishop Yutravsky lowered his head to look at Klein. "Once that mystical item is used, although the wielder will remain lucid, the mind or dream has many layers. In the past, I could have used this to deceive you or even hunt you. And after exceeding the predetermined time, yes, 5 minutes, that mystical item will make you completely lost, and your mind will no longer be able to return to your body, becoming its sacrifice. This way, you will become a vegetable. In addition, because of the materialization of the scene, if you are killed in the deepest part of your mind, or the deepest part of the dream, there will be similar repercussions, which is equivalent to true death. Believe me, the past me was much stronger than you imagined." "Is that so? But your problem isn't a problem for me at all. I'm a person who can remain lucid and rational in mediumship and dreams. Even if that mystical item wants to make me completely lost, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there's room for struggle, I can take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the honorific name to head straight above the gray fog. The problem is, how powerful was the past Bishop Yutravsky? How confident was I in defeating him? Were there any restrictions or taboos when fighting in the materialized spiritual world? Klein pondered for a moment. Father Yutravsky, how powerful were you in the past? I don't think I'll definitely lose. Bishop Yutravsky's eyes glazed over for a moment. I am a warrior. I have already reached sequence 6 of this Beyonder pathway and become a Dawn Paladin. So he's not a Beyonder of the Planter pathway. He himself said that he was redeemed by the Church of Earth Mother after committing a crime and becoming a pirate. Sequence 6. It's not that I can't win. Magicians are the type that will be much stronger as long as I'm prepared in advance. Besides, due to my uniqueness, the depths of my soul or the deepest level of my dream can be considered my home turf. Klein pondered for a few seconds. Will that mystical item weaken him? Yes, but that's the main area where he's active. This weakening won't be too great. At most, it'll be as if he's already engaged in an intense battle. Yutravsky recalled his previous attempts. In that case, I'm more confident. Klein continued to ask, what do I need to pay attention to when fighting in that special environment? Just like a real battle, an effective attack will always be effective, and an illusion will still be an illusion. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. He can bring you into a few more layers of dreams at any time, creating a situation where it's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Bishop Yutravsky emphasized, therefore, you have to be at least a sequence 6 or some special sequence 7 to be able to complete this mission. Furthermore, the risk isn't small. If I hadn't sworn on Mother's holy relic that I wouldn't ask the church for help before I succeed in preaching, things wouldn't have been so difficult. If that's the case, I'm not afraid of overlapping dreams. Klein curled his lips. One last question. What are the characteristics of a dawn knight? Bishop Yutravsky twitched his wrinkled face and sighed. This is something that needs to be kept a secret for Beyonders. However, as long as you participate in enough battles, others will be able to conclude it as well. Moreover, the more detailed you know, the higher your chances of success will be, right? Yes. Klein nodded frankly. Bishop Yutravsky said in a reminiscing tone, a Dawn Knight has the strength of a giant. He can fill a radius of 40 to 50 meters with the light of dawn. This light of dawn can dispel illusions, and it also has the special ability to disperse wraiths and shadows. It can even weaken evil spirits. He can condense dawn armor on the surface of his body. This is equivalent to a refined full-body armor, but it doesn't have any obvious weight. It won't affect his movements, but if it's destroyed, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. He can also condense different weapons. The strongest is a two-handed greatsword. It's often called the Sword of Dawn. It's sharp, sturdy, and every strike has a purifying effect. In addition, a Dawn Knight has another Beyonder power, which is to create a storm of light. It can directly destroy a human body, destroy wraiths, and injure evil spirits. There aren't many Beyonder powers, but they are all very good at restraining me. They're the type with high offensive power and defense, and they aren't afraid of illusions. The good thing is that apart from facing wraiths and shadows, a Dawn Knight's level of mystery is very low. As Klein listened, he simulated the battle situation in his mind, searching for the most confident method. The level of mystery in his mind referred to the degree of strangeness, inconceivability, and incomprehensibility. Bishop Yutravsky looked at him quietly. He didn't urge or chase him away. After gradually coming up with an idea, Klein raised his head and looked up. Perhaps I can give it a try, but the premise is that I have to leave for a few minutes to confirm that you're not lying. Bishop Yutravsky replied in a slightly stunned manner. No problem. However, I have to remind you again that although I don't know where your confidence comes from, Don't underestimate my past self. He was very good at combat. I won't joke around with my life. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Then he left the Harvest Church, found a secluded spot, and quickly went above the gray fog to do a divination. After receiving the answer that it would be dangerous but still bearable, he immediately returned to the real world. All in all, he had only spent about 20 seconds above the gray fog. Right on the heels of that, Klein re-entered the Harvest Church and said to Bishop Utrabsky, who was standing there, "I accept this commission." Bishop Utrabsky stared at him for a while and slowly said, "If it succeeds, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also give you a mystical item that doesn't have too many negative effects." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he praised from the bottom of his heart. "Sir Priest, you are truly a generous man." Bishop Utrabsky didn't say anything else as he took out a strange candle from a hidden pocket in his brown priest robe. The outer layer of the candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but there were a few lumps protruding from it. Its wick was only the height of a knuckle, and it was pitch black in color. It was covered in fine and dense, scale-like patterns. "Use your spirituality to ignite it." Utrabsky handed the strange candle to Klein. Klein didn't immediately follow his instructions. Instead, he took out a matchbox, pulled out a few, and placed them in his trouser pocket. He then lit a few, blew them out, and threw them in different corners of the church. Then he adjusted the positions of the paper figurines, notes, long strips of paper, Aztec's copper whistle, and various charms. This was in preparation for the worst situation that he had envisioned. After doing all of this, Klein snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spiritual flame to appear at his fingertip. Sizzle! He brought the flame to the top of the small half of the candle and watched the dark wick light up. Nothing around him seemed to have changed, but Klein clearly realized that he had entered the mind world. He saw that Bishop Utrabsky was still standing in front of him. His strong body, which was more than 2 meters tall, gave off an oppressive feeling. The repentant bishop looked down at him, the muscles on his face twisting bit by bit as his expression turned abnormally ferocious. Right on the heels of that, Klein realized that the surrounding light and shadows were rapidly transforming. He felt like he was experiencing a real, intense battle. At the end of the battle, Bishop Utrabsky fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and he was no longer breathing. The clear-headed and rational Klein watched this scene in a daze. The corners of his mouth twitched as he silently commented. The performance was very professional. Chapter 310. When Klein lowered his head again, he could no longer see the strange candle in his hand that was wrapped in human skin. However, a faint and slightly sweet fragrance lingered in his nose. Ignoring Bishop Utrabsky, who was lying in a pool of blood, he took out a matchbox and lit one. As the spark lit up, the blood on the ground quickly disappeared, and the messy cathedral hall became neat and tidy again. The giant like Utrabsky slowly got up, looked down at Klein, and said with a warped face, he said, "It's actually ineffective. It's no wonder you dared to accept this commission. However, it's your misfortune. I didn't want to kill you." As he spoke, the candles on both sides of the cathedral began to flicker. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but it was gentle and not blazing, like the first rays of dawn shining in at the end of the night. The invisible spirit was rapidly disappearing. Klein didn't waste any time. He threw the match away, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out and struck Bishop Utrabsky in the chest, producing a clear, reverberating sound. However, at some point in time, the giant bishop had already put on a set of silver-white armor that covered his entire body. He had gauntlets, a breastplate, a crown, and a helmet, and so on. At this moment, the silver-white metal on his chest was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, but it didn't completely shatter. In fact, it was even slowly recovering. Pung! Pung! Klein continuously made sounds, creating 2 air bullets that were connected end to end, allowing them to continue flying towards the enemy's chest in an attempt to completely destroy the defense there. However, he saw a heavy and wide sword in Bishop Yutravsky's hand. It seemed to be condensed from light, and he used it to deftly block the 2 air bullets. The clanging sounds were indistinguishable, almost as if they were one. Clang! Yutravsky took a single step forward, causing the cathedral to shake. At the same time, his 2-handed sword slashed down at Klein, as though it was about to shatter a building. Before the sword arrived, the strong wind it brought nearly made Klein lose his balance. Terrifying power! As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein had already leapt to the side in a practiced manner. He bent his waist and curled his body, preparing to roll on the ground. Bang! Yutravsky's 2-handed sword slashed down on the ground, shattering the stone slabs and causing cracks to spread in all directions. Whoosh! He dragged the giant's sword and rubbed it against the ground. He changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, creating a trail of sparks. This move was prepared for opponents who loved to roll. Just as Klein was about to land on the ground, the image of him being hit by a 2-handed sword instantly appeared in his mind. He hurriedly swung his arm and stretched out his palm. With a light press, he leaped into the air again. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the dust on the ground, and the terrifying giant sword flattened the nearby chairs. Before Klein could counterattack, the giant Bishop's attack arrived without any pause. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 5 slashes, 6 slashes, 7 slashes. Yutravsky seemed to have an abundance of stamina. He didn't stop, and the storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds. Vertical slash, diagonal slash, horizontal sweep, straight stab, smack. He used the simplest swordsmanship to demonstrate what was the most effective and reasonable, and the 2-handed sword's damage range reached a terrifying level. Klein jumped, rolled, and ran from time to time, but he didn't find an opportunity to use his abilities. He appeared to be in a sorry state and in imminent danger. If he hadn't thrown matches in different corners of the cathedral ahead of time, and there were still some candles on both sides that hadn't been extinguished, allowing him to blink, he would probably have been slain by his opponent. As expected of a Beyonder job that's famous for being good at combat. There's no mistake, no weakness. Klein didn't panic because of this. As he rolled and dodged, he kept looking for the enemy's flaws, waiting for the other party's attacks to slow down. Finally, he discovered a problem with Yutravsky's swordsmanship. It was that the 2-handed sword was too long and too large, and there was an obvious flaw in melee combat. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein took advantage of the opportunity when the giant sword slashed down vertically to roll to the left. Then, with a push of his palm, he quickly rolled towards the space between Yutravsky's legs. As a half-giant who was more than 2 meters tall, Yutravsky was only standing normally. His legs were spread apart, and his silver-white crotch was clearly visible. Just as he rolled there, Klein's left hand had already reached into his pocket, wanting to take out a long piece of paper and turn it into a hard and sharp cane. He would then insert it into the gap on the side of the enemy's crotch, into the body of the giant Bishop. This would be a fatal blow, but at this moment his heart skipped a beat. In his mind, a scene of the giant sword stabbing down appeared, and endless light burst forth. Forming a terrifying storm that engulfed him appeared. A trap! Yutravsky's trap. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his right hand and leaped forward, passing through the gap between the giant Bishop's legs and jumping behind him. Just as he did this, Yutravsky had already gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, bent his back, and stabbed the giant sword straight into the stone slab in front of him. With a cracking sound, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn surged out from the sword, turning into a hurricane that swept through the surroundings. Silently, the stone slab where Klein had been disappeared, and the soil beneath it thinned by nearly 10 centimeters. The silver-white armor on Yutravsky's legs and crotch was also damaged, shattering inch by inch, revealing his skin. His trap was to exchange his own injury for the enemy's destruction. At this moment, Klein, who had leaped behind Bishop Yutravsky, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He forcefully twisted his body in midair, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a gunshot at the back of the enemy's head. Bang! Bang! 2 air bullets hit the back of Yutravsky's head, first shattering the silver-white metal in that area, then shattering it into pieces, exposing an unprotected area. Just as Klein was about to deliver a fatal blow, Yutravsky suddenly straightened his body, turned his waist, and violently swept his 2-handed greatsword behind him. It was so fast and the attack so ferocious that it seemed impossible for Klein to dodge. However, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of him in time. Clang! The collision between the greatsword and the paper produced the sound of metal being struck. The crisp, deafening echo filled the entire cathedral. Klein was sent flying like a tennis ball, and the paper in his hand was torn apart, leaving only a tiny bit between his fingers. In midair, he immediately faced Yutravsky's violent and swift pursuit. The situation was precarious. However, he didn't panic at all. All he did was shake his wrist. The piece of paper ignited, and the flames rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Klein. Whoosh! The great sword sliced through the flames, but it didn't cause any damage. It only created a few sparks. At a candle on the right side of the cathedral, the dim yellow flame spread, outlining a figure with oil paint on his face. Klein reappeared and took out another long piece of paper from his pocket. Pa! With a flick of his wrist, the paper turned into a tough whip, and the surface of the whip was burning with scarlet flames. Pa! 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 From afar, Klein lashed at the giant bishop with the whip. However, his weapon was quickly torn apart by the 2-handed greatsword that was covered in light. And this was Klein's goal. Pa! 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 He snapped his fingers, causing beams of fire to rise from the ground one after another to stop Yutravsky and burn his unarmored legs. The recovery of the dawn armor was rather slow. As the flames flickered, Yutravsky's legs were charred black and scarlet red was flowing up. However, this didn't affect the giant bishop's agility. He suddenly let out a low roar, and like a steam train that had finally accelerated to its highest point, he smashed through the layers of flames quickly, heavily, and fiercely and rushed in front of Klein. This speed was unbelievably fast. Right on the heels of that, Yutravsky's 2-handed greatsword cracked, turning into spots of light that swept in all directions. Almost instantly, Klein fell into a situation of certain death. The few matches that were stored on his body were ignited, and a strong flame completely enveloped him. However, this wasn't as fast as the storm of light. Just as the scarlet appeared, it was immediately engulfed. Klein's body was torn apart, disappearing inch by inch. However, they lost their thickness and turned into shredded paper. Behind Yutravsky, a scarlet flame rose up and Klein walked out. He took out a matchbox from his other pocket and threw it at the enemy, as if he wanted to ignite all the remaining matches at once and create a certain degree of explosion through the confinement of the narrow space. And the matchbox was aimed at Yutravsky's unprotected lower body. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, Bishop Yutravsky jumped up, bent his knees, and retracted his legs. Pa! What accompanied the snap of his fingers was the unchanging matchbox. With a loud bang, an air bullet accurately tore open the back of Bishop Yutravsky's unprotected head. It was a fatal object that had been prepared long ago. His skull cracked open, and blood and white spots splattered out. Yutravsky turned his head with great difficulty and said in a daze, "You!" Thud. The matchbox fell onto the potholed ground that had been created by the storm of light, but it still wasn't ignited. Klein smiled. I never said that snapping my fingers can only be used to control flames, not to launch air bullets. Look. Pa! 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 He snapped his fingers repeatedly, causing one air bullet after another to hit Yutravsky's head, shattering his helmet and breaking his skull. Plop! Yutravsky lost his breath and fell heavily to the ground, causing the cathedral hall to shake slightly. Pa! Klein turned around and snapped his fingers again. The box of matches on the ground exploded, turning into scarlet flames that buried Yutravsky's huge corpse. Klein didn't sense the existence of the strange candle. He relied on his lucidity and rationality to forcefully walk out of the deepest part of his mind. Chapter 311. As the illusory feeling faded, Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again. He saw its pitch-black wick and pale white flame. The ground, chairs, and candles that had been shattered by the Dawn Paladin had returned to their pre-battle state. There was no sign of any damage. At some point in time, Bishop Yutravsky, who had been standing opposite him, had already sat in the first row of chairs. He was hunched forward, his head buried, and his hands were tightly covering his sun acupoints. Drip, drip. Sweat dripped down his face and soaked the ground by his feet. A large patch of the ground there was already wet. Sensing that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, Yutravsky shuddered violently and raised his head under Klein's gaze. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was crisscrossed with traces of crying. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If this giant bishop was said to be tall and heavy before, then now, all that was left of him was the weight of his body. He no longer had the weight of his mind. At this moment, Klein felt as though he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of a new life. The corners of Yutravsky's mouth curled up as he smiled benevolently. "You're much stronger than I expected." "No, this is only because I had sufficient understanding beforehand and had made the corresponding preparations. And in the past, not only did you not know what your opponent was good at, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight such a battle with you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape," Klein answered frankly. "A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are completely different concepts," he silently added in his heart. Bishop Yutravsky didn't dwell on this question. His entire body exuded a relaxed air. He said with a relaxed tone, "Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I will give you the apothecary formula as well as a mystical item." As he spoke, he took out an item that looked like a needle, a hose, and a container from the pocket of his brown priest robe. "You have two choices. This is one of them. When I obtained it, I didn't know its name, nor did I think of naming it. You can use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back. This way, your fatigue will disappear, your illnesses and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other aspects will receive a temporary but significant improvement." Bishop Yutravsky pointed at the item in his hand. "Then, what about its limitations and hidden dangers?" Klein asked rationally. Father Yutravsky looked at the needle and tube with mysterious patterns and explained in detail. "After drawing that tube of blood, you will be weak for a full 12 hours. During these 12 hours, transfusing it back won't produce any effects. Of course, the exact time limit isn't that precise. It depends on your physique and condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too frequently. Don't use it more than once a week. Otherwise, the blood transfused will not only bring you strength, but it will also make you temporarily lose your mind. And drawing blood in short intervals will also make weakness a characteristic of you. Apart from that, there's another problem. Once you carry it around for more than half an hour, you will become a little neurotic." Thankfully, Bishop Yutravsky didn't draw his blood beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been able to use it in the past, and my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then he frowned slightly, worried about the negative effects of the mystical item, be it losing one's mind for a short period of time, being weak for 12 hours, or becoming a little neurotic. They were all latent dangers that didn't seem to be too big of a problem. However, having seen rampagers and heard the ravings of evil gods, Klein believed that a Beyonder's mental state was very important. If it was in a trough for a long period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it was quite easy for it to lead to a loss of control. It was the same even if the Beyonder had mastered the acting method. "What's the second choice?" Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Yutravsky took out an ancient brass key from his other pocket and smiled. "It's called the Master Key. It can help you open all locks that don't contain any mysterious powers, as well as a small number of locks that have Beyonder effects attached to them. And in places without locks or doors, it can still open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. Ha ha! The premise is that there aren't any Beyonder restrictions and the obstacles aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely converged. When it's not in use, it's very difficult for Beyonders to tell that it's different from ordinary keys." Father Yutravsky stood up again, leaving Klein with no choice but to look up at him. This giant bishop took a step forward and came to the wall on the side of the cathedral hall. He pressed the master key against the bricks. With a gentle twist, he felt as if he had entered water. Then, ripples spread out as he passed through the wall and arrived outside. Right on the heels of that, Bishop Yutravsky used the same method to return to the cathedral hall, returning to Klein's line of sight. "Have you decided on which mystical item to choose?" the tall priest asked with his head lowered. "Yes. What's the latent danger of the master key?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. "The person who carries it will occasionally get lost. According to others, it should be random getting lost." "Lost? I'm a seer with spiritual intuition," Klein mumbled as he gradually made up his mind. After a few seconds, he said, "I want the master key." He didn't want to have any mental problems and accumulate the risk of losing control. "What a pity. What I want the most is that strange candle. It's similar to the deepest depths of the soul, the lowest level of the dream. It's equivalent to my home turf." He sighed inwardly. "All right." Bishop Yutravsky handed the ancient brass key to Klein and exchanged it for the strange candle wrapped in human skin. As Klein examined the mystical item, he pointed behind him and said, "The apothecary's formula is in the room." "The apothecary's formula is in the room. I'll go get it. You wait here for a while." Klein nodded in response. Taking the opportunity when Bishop Yutravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if the other party was lying about the master key. After receiving a positive answer, he walked to the wall with a row of candles in front of him and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard barrier. Infusing it with spirituality and twisting the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred before it became clear. At this moment, there were no longer burning candles, neat chairs, and straight walls in his line of sight. There were only withered grass and some rubbish on the muddy ground. To the side, there was a gas street lamp standing upright. "It's really out." Klein nodded with a smile, turned around, and once again used the master key to successfully return to the cathedral hall. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Yutravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, holding a roll of yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. "You can seek an appraisal. If there's a problem, I'll always be at the Harvest Church." The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn pegasus, 3 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystal. Klein scanned it and replied with a smile, "I'll confirm its authenticity. For example, divination above the gray fog," he added inwardly. Bishop Yutravsky nodded slightly and didn't say another word. He turned around and walked to the sacred emblem of life of Mother Earth. He stretched out his arms and chanted in a low voice, "Thank you, source of life. Praise you, mother of all." Klein put away the master key and the apothecary formula, and after Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, "That's right." After Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, "Could it be that my arrival was arranged by Mother Earth? Otherwise, why are you thanking her?" Klein, a fake believer of the Evernight goddess, clicked his tongue inwardly. Yes, all of this was arranged by Mother Earth. Otherwise, the matter of me seeking help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't have come to Bakeland, nor would I have obtained that mental terror candle, Bishop Utravsky said with a gentle smile without a hint of anger. A complete and self-consistent believer's logic, but Klein suddenly felt that he couldn't communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Thank you for your generosity. It's time for me to bid you farewell. He straightened his body and quickly retreated, quickly disappearing from the cathedral hall and into Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden outer wall of the Harvest Church from another direction. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Will I not be able to return without divination? He muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on himself to overcome the matter of being lost. However, his hands were faster than his voice. He had already snapped off the branches of the trees and made them into a makeshift dowsing rod. The dowsing rod technique could search for people, objects, and directions. This time, Klein finally returned home successfully. He went above the gray fog to confirm the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the master key. The next day, which was Sunday morning, after waking up and having breakfast, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Eichinger Stanton. He asked him to get the police department's help to confirm the current situation of the suspects in the serial murders from 4 years ago. The targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it into an envelope, Klein stuck a black stamp with a penny on it. He put on his clothes, took his hat and cane, and walked out of his house, preparing to send it to the mailbox at the end of the street. At that moment, he saw Mrs. Stellan Sammer from next door come out, dressed up with her husband, Mr. Luke. A rental carriage was already parked in front of their door. Good morning. Coming to the banquet so early? Klein asked in surprise. Luke chuckled. It's not really a banquet. It's more of a helping hand. Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, Mary has successfully entered the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Mary has successfully joined the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be a grand ball tonight. We have to go and help in advance. Mrs. Mary's hopes have been fulfilled. Impressive. Klein sighed and said with a smile, That's right. Please congratulate Mrs. Mary on my behalf. Luke Sammer nodded. You haven't seen this morning's newspaper, right? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published. Chapter 312. Sardeshaw? Mr. Hibbert Hall? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Klein pretended not to have any doubts and said, half jokingly, I hope they can bring blue skies and sunlight to Bakeland. Yes, although it's everyone's freedom to burn anything in their fireplace, and it's a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunlight are more desirable things. Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, echoed with a sigh and pointed to the rented carriage. We should head over. Mary is in desperate need of some help. Stellan Sammer pretended to be reserved and added, Perhaps there will be members of Parliament attending the banquet. Perhaps some member of Parliament will attend the banquet, the Backland region or the kingdom. I can imagine how grand this banquet will be, Klein politely complimented as he watched the Sammers get into the carriage and leave. Just as he turned around and was about to head for the mailbox at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to the mailbox at his door. My letter? Klein took out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one with an ancient design and a luster that was almost brass. Kacha! The master key easily opened the mailbox. I can only bring this key when I go out in the future. Klein mumbled as he took out the newspaper he had subscribed to and the letter from before. This letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Yesterday he had also flipped through the old, unsolved serial murder cases and picked out the most suspicious ones. Through the police department, he had preliminarily confirmed the current situation of the corresponding suspects. Therefore, he wrote to Klein, Kaslana, and other private detectives who were interested in this direction to share his findings. This included the two cases that Klein had paid attention to. Famous detectives think alike. I wrote the letter for nothing. Klein mocked himself and returned to the living room. According to Eichinger's description, many people had been investigated for the random murder of the late returnees, but they had never been able to lock onto the suspect. After so many years, it was already very difficult and hopeless to find new clues. Among the 4 suspects in the other case, one of them was a teenager whose mother was also a victim. She was a prostitute, single, and had only one child. He had been abused by his mother, and he was the police's first suspect. However, less than half a year after the case, he was seriously injured in a gang fight in the East Side and died in the surgery room of the Charity Hospital. His body was burned to ashes and buried in the cemetery. In this way, it was impossible for him to be related to the current serial murder case. If it wasn't cremated, I would definitely dig up the grave to confirm it. Klein seriously considered the possibility of the corpse coming back to life. Of the remaining 3 suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years, and the police had lost track of his situation. They needed more time to track him down. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved from North Borough to East Borough. The other had maintained his original state and was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out another piece of paper and first described the corresponding situation. Then he asked the recipient to secretly observe the 2 suspects who had specific addresses. He emphasized, "There are 2 suspects in this case." He emphasized, "The murderers of serial murder cases are cruel, vicious, and aggressive. Please be careful and don't get too close to them. Observe them like you're just an ordinary neighbor. The information I need is their recent mental state, such as whether they are irritable, like to lock themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others." This was also the information he had obtained from the son. After every murder, the devil would follow the requirements of the ritual and eat the victim's internal organs. It would remain in a state of bloodthirsty mania, wanting to harm others until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to pay attention to their own safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and stuck a black stamp on the surface. Then he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart, in Empress Borough, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Susie was sprawled in a corner of the study, observing her surroundings in a seemingly bored manner. Earl of Hall, whose belly was bulging, took a puff of his pipe and said to the eldest son in front of him, "Hibbert, do you know why I insisted on letting you enter the National Atmospheric Pollution Council?" Hibbert Hall had already thought about it and replied, "Do you wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies?" "No. Although I'm the 2nd largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't care too much about this problem. I've long been urging them to make the corresponding adjustments. Tackling air pollution is the trend of the future. I have no doubt about this. Hibbert, although our family has a fixed seat in the House of Lords, and you'll become a member of the House of Lords sooner or later, other than people with special statuses like the Speaker, why do some nobles have greater influence as members of the House of Lords?" Hibbert thought for a moment. "Title, wealth, business status, and relationships in the government and the military? People will always trust those who have rich experience and have participated in many things. If you want to make a difference in politics in the future, apart from inheriting a seat, you have to try your best to participate in all kinds of matters and show the corresponding abilities. Gradually, you have to be active in the eyes of the various members of Parliament and ministers, slowly making them feel that you are trustworthy. This is the influence that comes from you. Hibbert, take a look at the Republic of Intis and the current situation of their nobles. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the privileges on the surface will be weakened. The title of nobility will become less and less important. It will only be a title of honor. Status in the business field and your own influence are what you should pay attention to," Earl of Hall explained in detail. What if I encounter something I'm not good at? Hibbert pondered. Then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money. Build a professional team and listen to their opinions before making a decision. Everyone has many areas they aren't good at. Only money is omnipotent, Earl of Hull pointed out. Hibbert replied in enlightenment, I understand. I understand, father. At this moment, Susie yawned in boredom. When everything was over, it slipped into Audrey's studio and repeated everything it had heard. In the end, it muttered, I'm sorry. Finally, it mumbled, I have no idea what they're talking about. Audrey listened thoughtfully and smiled faintly. It's a good thing so that you don't have to smell those pungent odors. Is that so? Susie asked, not fully understanding. Audrey didn't answer it as she thought of something else. She originally planned on secretly guiding the members of Parliament to pay attention to the terrible situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area, but in the last two social gatherings, she realized that she couldn't find an opportunity. The nobles, the members of Parliament, and the senior government employees wouldn't talk about such topics at all. She couldn't guide them even if she wanted to. It was Monday afternoon again. Klein leisurely returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelag Club. As Stewart hadn't given him the results of the preliminary investigation, and he couldn't find anyone to groom as an apothecary for the time being, he didn't have anything to do yesterday and today. He went to the Quelag Club to practice shooting, read, and scrounge a meal. In the process, he got to know many of the club's members. This is the source of future business. Klein sighed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He made all sorts of preparations, step by step. First, he conjured the fake world and familiarized himself with the control techniques of the all-black eye. Then he sent a message to Sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After doing all of this, Klein waited for 3 o'clock to arrive before reaching out to touch the corresponding crimson stars of each member. After establishing a stable connection, the magicians also had their own illusory star. Fur's Wall found an excuse to focus on her work and sent Zio away. At that moment, her vision blurred as she saw the grayish-white fog instantly surge out. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and deep gray fog. She was inside the majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient mottled bronze table. Around her, there were blurry figures shrouded in fog that were difficult to see. Many figures, one figure after another. These are the members of the gathering that Mr. Fool mentioned. Furs watched all of this cautiously, feeling that the members who could participate in such a secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought guiltily and fearfully. However, from another perspective, if a sequence 9 like me can join, the other members might not necessarily be very powerful. The requirement for this gathering is clearly not to be powerful, but to establish a connection with Mr. Fool for some reason. Furs quickly denied her previous judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a newcomer at today's gathering. A female. Zio or Furs? Has she passed the test? Or is it someone else? Audrey almost forgot to greet Mr. Fool. She only wanted to carefully observe the characteristics of the new member. No matter how blurry her figure was, she could still make out her hair color and outline, as well as her accent and habitual language. I have to take note as well. Mr. the Hanging Man was the first to confirm that I'm a noble from my special pronunciation of certain words and my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After greeting them, she didn't hide her curiosity. She glanced at the new member in the same row as her and asked with a smile, Chapter 313. Klein sat leisurely in the Fool's seat and looked around. "This is Miss Magician. She's our new member," Marlene said. Following that, he looked at Furs and introduced them one by one. "This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. the Hanging Man," as Furs matched the code names to the characters and nodded in greeting. She observed the members. Miss Justice is a blonde lady who looks very young. Her sitting posture is rather elegant. Mr. the Hanging Man has dark blue hair that's as messy as seaweed. He doesn't have a well-built body, and although he doesn't like to speak, one would feel uneasy under his gaze. He's likely the leader of some faction. Mr. Sun seems to be just a youth. He's very quiet and reserved. Apart from that, there's nothing else about him. Perhaps he's as weak as me. Mr. World's gaze is very cold and rather gloomy. It's obvious that he's not someone to be trifled with. Miss Author, who has written a best-selling novel, is displaying her talents to the fullest. While she was looking at the other members were also looking. Among them, Audrey was the one who looked the most attentively. Miss Zio can't be ruled out from her figure. Brown hair, slightly curly. That's my furs, right? For the time being, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has pulled someone else. The pronunciation and mouth shape are identical. It's a Bakeland accent. The aura and the color of her emotions are also very consistent. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool would specially forge an image for a member, right? There's no need for he to hide anything. In just a few seconds of sizing up, Audrey had almost overlapped the blurry figure with the image of furs in her mind. If I can find a fulcrum in other aspects, I'll basically be certain. She waited with interest to verify her beyonder powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need for her to expose her identity to furs. It's better to keep some secrets. Let's see when she discovers it. Audrey retracted her gaze and watched quietly with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, as there were no new Roselle Diary entries, Klein controlled World to speak. I want to know about the two sequences, Devil and Guardian. He was certain that Sun knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil. This was because he had previously mentioned demonology, and in order to not expose that he was investigating the serial murders, he had deliberately added the God of Combat Pathway Sequence 5 Guardian. This pathway was also known as the Giant Pathway, and it was the mainstream path of the City of Silver's Beyonders. It was impossible for Sun not to know about it. Among them, Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master had long been grasped by Klein from the Nighthawk's internal information. As for Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned about it from Father Yutrovsky. Therefore, the only ones he could ask and pay were the ones who wouldn't be wasted. All that was left was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask Sunday. Instead, he issued this request to everyone. This was because, according to the settings, it was impossible for the World who had just joined the Tarot to know that the City of Silver controlled the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil Sequence, I have some understanding of the situation, the Hanging Man Alger, who had a certain status in the Church of the Storm, interjected. Derek Berg glanced at him and stopped thinking. He straightened his back and said, "That's right." He straightened his back and said, "I know these two sequences very well. The reward I want is information related to the fallen creator. Whether the two pieces of information are equivalent will be determined by Mr. Fool." At this point, he remembered that he hadn't sought Mr. Fool's approval. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the seat of honor and respectfully made a request. "Son, you can't blame me for this. You requested this yourself." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he chuckled. "Sure, and when it comes to understanding the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen here are as good as I am," he added confidently in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician's, Furs, who was listening at the side, was stunned. "The Devil Sequence is from the Devil Pathway? What's the sequence? Which pathway is the Guardian from? What's the sequence? How come I've never heard of it? Fallen creator. The true creator? God, they actually want to exchange information on the true creator that is known as the oldest and most powerful existence among the gods. What kind of organization did I join?" The World, who had received the Fool's affirmation, didn't hesitate to say, "That's right." "Deal. I would like to request a private exchange. I really want to hear it, but I have to be frugal. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Bear with it, Audrey. Audrey blinked and reluctantly retracted her gaze from Sunday. Their vision, hearing, and spiritual intuition were immediately blocked by Klein. The world quickly buried his head and conjured a piece of paper to write his understanding of the true Creator, including the orthodox images of the hanging giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, as well as the information that the Aurora Order members believed that this evil god was the Lord who created everything. At the end, Klein also added his direct impression of coming into contact with an evil god spawn, sensing the deity's aura and listening to the true Creator's voice. Depraved, distorted, bloody, crazy evil. Following that, as Mr. Fool, he gave his judgment. The value of this information is slightly higher than the information on the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Son, Derek sincerely took the piece of parchment and read it carefully from beginning to end several times. And one of the things he paid the most attention to was that the true Creator was known as the Lord who created everything. Distorted, depraved, crazy. Derek silently recited these words as he vaguely saw the black tragedy that had enveloped everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Could it be that the Lord hasn't abandoned us? However, he has gone mad. Sun realized that he could use blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver worshipped without any resistance. It's time for you to answer my question, the world urged hoarsely. Derek restrained his boiling and sorrowful thoughts and fell silent for 2 seconds. After creatures of different races consume the devil potion, the mutations that occur are different. They all have certain characteristics. What kind of devil do you want to know? There's actually such a difference. Klein was slightly stunned. He immediately realized something. There was a blind spot in his previous thoughts. What if the serial killer is not a human but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, an animal would mutate into a devil. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it would turn into a devil. Although the probability is very low and the risk of animals losing control is far higher than humans, there's still a possibility. I have to investigate this point. But if that's the case, there will be more questions. Where did the devil that mutated into an animal obtain the potion and Beyonder ingredients? It's unlikely that it would join the human Beyonder circle. Klein maintained his silence and controlled the world. What I want to know is the common characteristic of all kinds of devils. Sun recalled and organized his knowledge. The most terrifying thing about a devil is that if you can cause fatal harm to him in a short period of time and take action to put it into practice, then he'll be able to sense it, and grasp where and who the danger comes from. From there, he can target and kill you or take revenge. This time point can range from a few minutes to a day. Different demons have different intuitions. This power is a little scary, but it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat. Instead, it's used to detect the source of danger in advance and respond in time. It's closer to, the sudden inspiration, power from the Shinsha novels I read in my previous life. I wonder if I can interfere with or even block this intuition with the mysterious space above the gray fog. Isn't Stewart a little dangerous? Klein leaned back in his chair, seemingly uninterested in the topic Sun and world were discussing. Seeing that the world wasn't shocked, Derek continued, "That's right. All of them have the ability to create huge clones, which allow them to break free from the shackles and temporarily increase their strength and speed. Their skin has mutated, which is equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can also block objects and reduce damage. They are immune to most poisons and are not afraid of curses and flames to a certain extent. They are talented in fire and filthy spells. They are cold-blooded and do not panic or fear. They have very strong melee abilities and are good at using all kinds of items to cause damage. Their biggest weakness is that they are easily out of control. Even if they are not, they will often show cold-blooded and cruel madness. They are easily controlled by the desire for blood and killing. He's really powerful, as expected of a sequence 6 devil. Could it be that in the 22 Beyonder pathways, sequence 6 or sequence 7 is the threshold for qualitative change below the high sequences? On this point, different sequences are different. Therefore, they are the dividing line between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled World and said, "I'm very satisfied with your information." Derek didn't act humble. He nodded and said, "That's right." Guardians rarely suffer damage. Once they enter a guardian state and give up on attacking, very few people below the high sequence Beyonders can break through their defense. All kinds of damage are the same. When they attack, the corresponding defense will be greatly reduced, but it's still far stronger than refined full-body armor. Their Sword of Dawn, their Storm of Light, and other Beyonder powers allow them to deal damage to any type of monster. They won't be confused by illusions. They can help their companions within a certain range withstand the damage and protect them. As Sun described, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 3:14. After the Sun finished speaking, Klein controlled the world to nod. It's more detailed than I imagined. The transaction is complete. Before the world could finish a sentence, Klein had already synchronously unblocked Justice, the Hanging Man, and magicians. After a few seconds of silence, the world looked around and smiled sinisterly. "I don't have any other requests for the time being." Having roughly figured out the process and characteristics, Furs was immediately eager to purchase the corresponding sequence 8 Trickmaster for apprentice. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the ravings of the full moon was because her life's natural order wasn't high enough. The pain would decrease as her sequence increased. This made Furs eager to obtain the subsequent formulas. However, this will expose my Beyonder pathway. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, the exposure won't be too serious. But for the next few gatherings, I'll have to cover it up, lest the members of the gathering use it to lock onto me in reality. Furs thought calmly for a moment before saying, "I want the formulas for Apothecary and Trickmaster." "I want the recipes for Apothecary and Trickmaster. I'll trade them with money." She deliberately added the Apothecary formula to her actual request to interfere with the judgment of others. If any member really had the formula, she would eat it as usual and then sell it to Viscount Glaint, who had been yearning for the formula for a long time, at a higher price. After all, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss, and she might even make a killing. As for money, Furs didn't lack it for the time being. Not only were the royalties from her best-selling books entering her account, but she also had additional income, such as the £650 she received from Miss Audrey during the Zillings and Intis Ambassador Bakerland incidents. Poor Zio! She had to fork out her own money to compensate the families of the 2 victims of the Lenivis incident, spending more than £200. I wonder if Miss Audrey will reimburse her after the commotion blows over. The note with Mr. Fool's honorific name was found in the book compartment of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was once a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades, or even centuries? Furs's thoughts suddenly wandered. 2 seats away from her, Audrey was slightly taken aback when she heard that Glaint wanted to purchase the formulas for Apothecary and Trickmaster. She accurately grasped Glaint's thoughts. She's Furs. Trickmaster is for herself, and Apothecary is to be sold to Glaint to confuse others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She was already certain of the identity of the magicians. Her sequence isn't high, at most 8. It's very likely that she's only 9. I wonder where Mr. Fool pulled her from, and what's so special about her. Her accent has a hint of Bakeland's characteristics, but she might not be from Bakeland. The Hanging Man Alger was also observing the new member and confirmed that she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Derek didn't think too much about it. He was only guessing if Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver or the world where Miss Justice and company lived. Klein looked at Miss Magicians with pity, not holding much hope for her attempt to hide her identity. When you encounter a telepathic reader who is very familiar with you, even if you know the other party's powers in advance and take the corresponding precautions, you might not be able to hide your true thoughts. Furthermore, you don't know anything. The fool Klein sighed on behalf of Miss Magicians. At the same time he controlled World and said hoarsely, I have the apothecary formula. I have the apothecary formula. 230 pounds. As for the Trickmaster formula, I will try my best to find it for you, but I can't guarantee success. Using the apothecary formula to exchange for money and using it to groom a useful helper wasn't contradictory. It could be carried out at the same time. Therefore, Klein let the World speak first to prevent the hanging man and son from intercepting him. As for the Trickmaster formula, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, the master key, was likely related to the corresponding sequence, 9 Apprentice of Trickmaster. If he divined its origins above the gray fog, he might be able to discover some clues. Yes, actually, the most convenient method is to ask the existence, suspected to be Mr. Dorr. He keeps whispering during the full moon. Apart from asking for help, he's probably teaching the formula and the acting method so that the target can become stronger and complete difficult missions. But unfortunately, before the target becomes stronger, there's no way to listen to his ravings. The moment they hear it, they will break down and show signs of losing control. This forms a vicious cycle. Klein sighed. Furs wasn't in a hurry to respond to Mr. World. Instead, she looked around and realized that the hanging man, Justice, and son had no intention of speaking. Clearly, they didn't know what the apothecary and Trickmaster formulas were. Mr. World, I hope you can find the Trickmaster potion formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, As for the apothecary formula, I plan on buying it now. How should I pay for it? From the looks of it, he's also from Rouen and is willing to accept gold pounds. However, gold pounds have always been more recognized than golden horn, entifer, and other coins. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the origins of World. The World didn't mind her sizing him up at all, as he said in a deep voice, When you return, offer the cash to Mr. Fool. That way, the transaction will be complete. The exact process of the offering is offering. Mr. Fool can even accept offerings. His life's natural order has reached such a level. It's no wonder he used such a tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs was shocked and stunned, but she felt that it was only natural as she listened and memorized it. After finishing his explanation, Klein conjured the apothecary formula in front of World and made the fake person hand it to Miss Magicians. The transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool. You don't have to worry that it's fake. I believe in Mr. Fool. Furs immediately nodded, unfolded the formula, and seriously memorized it. At this moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see an acquaintance work so hard, reminded her, You can ask Mr. Fool to help you recall while making the offering. There's no need for any special memorization. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by chanting his honorific name. Miss Justice actually used a personal pronoun that represented a deity to address Mr. Fool. Him. Could it really be him? But why is he willing to help with such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is appropriate, the 7 Orthodox deities will often respond to their believers and fulfill their requests. Furs turned her head to Justice and said, Thank you for your reminder. Thank you for your reminder. Your title is your character. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. She immediately thought of another question and hurriedly said, Miss Magicians, do you know the acting method? Acting. Furs looked at him in confusion. She soon discovered that Sun, the hanging man, and the other members didn't have any additional reactions to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering made me feel like a country girl who had just arrived in Bakeland. After all, I've attended so many Beyonder gatherings. Furs thought, half sad and half happy. She couldn't help but want to write a novel based on this mood and feeling. She would call it Miss Wall's Journey in the Dream. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a firm judgment based on her reaction and her usual behavior. She turned around, looked at the end of the long, ancient table, and spoke to the figure shrouded in thick gray fog. Mr. Fool, can you tell Miss Magicians about the acting method? If it's possible, what price does she need to pay? Audrey had originally planned on directly asking if she could exchange for a new Roselle diary like before, but she immediately realized that Furs's Beyonder circle overlapped with hers. This way, she would lose many opportunities to obtain Roselle's diary. This isn't too important. Sooner or later, Furs will know that Mr. Fool needs Roselle's diary, and I'll definitely have other Beyonder circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Roselle's diary. If she wants to collect them, the first person she'll look for will definitely be me. However, Mr. Fool has already read my diary. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Furs that Roselle's diary was accidentally lost. Audrey deduced a chain reaction and tried her best to express her worries to Mr. Fool through body language. What is Miss Justice hinting at? She knows Furs, but she doesn't wish to expose her identity. In other words, she doesn't wish for the remuneration I propose to cause trouble in this aspect. Klein chuckled thoughtfully. You decide and explain. I don't wish to repeat such topics. This is a form of respect for the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leaped with joy. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and tried her best to look at Magician's Furs differently. The acting method is to speed up the mastery of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control to the greatest extent. Do you want to know? There's such a method? Is it real or fake? A high-level figure like Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. Furs widened her slightly languid eyes and pursed her lips. Yes, as long as one was a Beyonder, there was no one who didn't want to know such a method. Furs suddenly felt a little excited. Audrey thought seriously and said, There are 2 requirements. First, without Mr. Fool's permission, you are not to tell anyone about the acting method. Second, you have to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Roselle's diary as a discount. Back then, she and the hanging man had used the number of diary pages to repay the debt. But in reality, Roselle's diary was sold very cheaply because it couldn't be cracked. Furthermore, most of the time, it was impossible to determine whether it was real or fake. The total price after conversion was a little unworthy of the acting method. Therefore, she added a little more on top of that. If Mr. Fool's dependents are no longer short of money, I'll accept the £200. After that, I'll look for the diary pages to repay Mr. Fool's debt. Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200? The method to reduce the risk of losing control is only £200? Isn't that too cheap? Surprised and delighted, Furs was afraid that she would go back on her word. Without hesitation, she said, Deal! Chapter 3:15. Audrey was just about to request for a private conversation when she suddenly realized something. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method. He didn't even have the urge to ask. He had already grasped the acting method to begin with, or had he privately consulted Mr. Fool? Audrey mumbled, but she still cautiously requested for a private conversation. Then she looked at Furs and deliberated over her words and pronunciation. Our attitude towards potions shouldn't be grasping them, but digesting them. The key to digesting them is acting, and the key to acting is the name of the potion. Why? Furs blurted out. She deliberated for a moment and added another question. Then, how should we act? Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's posture and examples from back then. She repeated the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, and the disguise. Finally, she said, in short, the goal of acting is to harmonize the body, heart, and spirit to bypass the stubborn resistance of the remnant psyche of the potion, shattering and digesting it. As a novelist, Furs had a powerful imagination. When Justice finished speaking, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind and basically understood what she was trying to say. Is that so? So it's possible to eliminate the remnant psyche influence of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it's possible. Furs's doubts gradually decreased as a sense of pleasant surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked in confirmation, was it Mr. Fool? Yes, this was taught by Mr. Fool? Yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our existence proves that the acting method is effective, Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew! Furs secretly exhaled as she felt that her future was filled with the radiance of hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in various novels? What a wonderful feeling! However, I still can't be careless. Mr. Fool might be an evil god who harbors ill intentions and hides himself very deeply, Furs reminded herself inwardly. Soon after, she began to think about a more important problem, which was how to act as an apprentice. Based on the literal meaning of the word, apprentice meant that he was still immature in all aspects of his skills, and he still had to receive guidance and focus on learning. I can't be stubborn, I can't be arrogant, I have to understand the insignificance of my own strength. Furs quickly dispersed her thoughts, not even noticing that the private communication environment had been suspended. At this moment, the son, Derek, silently looked around and gritted his teeth. I want to know which 7 gods you are talking about, as well as their general situation. He finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been in his heart for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what Sun was asking, so she raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanging man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What are they doing? Furs looked at them blankly, trying hard to recall what had just happened. A moment later, she remembered the question about the sun and figured out the hidden meaning behind his words. It can't be? He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods? Where did he come from? Furs looked in surprise at Mr. Sun, who was only a young man. In the northern continent, apart from immature children, there was no one who didn't know about the 7 orthodox gods. Even the poor and vagabonds who were struggling to survive were no exception. To them, the free food that was occasionally given out by the church was very tempting, and the workhouse that was opened was a candle flame in their despair. People from the southern continent's colonies? But why would he ask such a simple question here? There's no need for that. He could just find a church and get a pastor or a priest to preach, and he would be able to figure out the relevant content. Where exactly does Sun live? What a freak, as Furs muttered to herself. She looked around and realized that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Mr. the World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-shrouded Klein smiled when he saw the 3 of them rush to answer. Mr. Sun, who do you want to make a deal with? What are you willing to pay? Sun pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. I'll make a deal with each of them individually. Only then will I be able to obtain the most comprehensive information. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, he had matured a little from the previous few patrols and cleanup operations. He paused for a moment. The payment is that you can ask me a question, and I can answer it. I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver, Audrey said without hesitation with a faint smile. City of Silver? What's this place? Why haven't I heard of it? Furs looked around blankly, feeling like she couldn't understand what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, Mr. Sun isn't in the North or South continent. Mr. Sun isn't in the northern and southern continents, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located beyond our knowledge or exploration limits. It's a lie, right? This was the first thought that popped into Fur's mind. However, Sun's performance and the idea that it was impossible for everyone to join forces to deceive me made her quickly accept Audrey's explanation. This secret gathering is more unbelievable than I imagined. Mr. Fool is more powerful than I imagined. Furs secretly exhaled and sighed wistfully. Audrey vaguely read her current thoughts. For a moment, she wanted to brag about how Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and Swindler Lenevis had all died because of Tarot. Unfortunately, if Furs were to know of these three matters, she would immediately associate Audrey with justice. I have to keep it a secret, Even if it's difficult, I have to keep it a secret. Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. As she didn't understand the City of Silver and didn't know what to ask, Furs didn't participate in the subsequent transaction and chose to watch from the sidelines. The Hanging Man and the world agreed to Sun's request one after another. The happiest person was Klein. To him, this meant that his harvest had gone from 1 to 3. The Fool could hear the content of a private conversation, and Klein clearly didn't plan on shielding himself. Student, the Sun sure is simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information related to the 7 deities, Justice, the Hanging Man, and the world could only choose the key points to write. After a while, they passed their respective descriptions to Sunday. Derek quickly skimmed through it, and his gaze stopped on a few lines of words. Apart from the Lord who created everything, the most ancient deities are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Their churches are the most ancient churches. Why haven't I heard of them? I haven't heard of any of these deities. I feel like there's something very important hidden here. Sun knew that the time of the tarot gathering was limited, so he hurriedly ended his reading. He planned on praying to Mr. Fool when he returned and asked him to help him awaken his memories. Right on the heels of that, the first person to raise a question was Audrey. Due to the serial murders, she was very interested in the sequence of devils, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the corresponding questions. Derek answered skillfully and added an additional sentence. At the corresponding sequence 7, Beyonders of the Abyss pathway are able to effectively interfere with divination and mediumship. The powers of devils are truly terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will bring about a qualitative change, or do I need to reach sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive when she heard that. The second question came from Alger, the Hanging Man. He seemed to have deliberated for a long time as he looked at Sun and said in a deep voice, I want to know about the City of Silver's creation myth. The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, That's right. The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything and entered a deep slumber. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Elf King Siniathrim, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Devil Monarch Farbudi, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, Mutant King Faster, Demonic Wolf King Phlegria. They divided the authority left behind by the Lord and became gods that ruled over the sky, land, and sea. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They ruled over all races, true gods, ancient gods. Phlegria, Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Every time he advanced and was in an unstable state, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's notebook, there would always be illusory ravings echoing in his ears. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria. Klein had long known that Hornacis was referring to the mountain range with the country of the Evernight ruins, but he never knew what the word Phlegria meant. And now, for the first time, he was hearing Phlegria from someone else's mouth. King of the demonic wolves, an ancient deity. But why would he be involved with the Hornacis mountain range? Klein maintained his posture as he quietly listened to Sun continue. Some of them perished in battle, while others were stripped of their authority by the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, after he awoke. The first part is the creation myth, and the latter part is the history of the City of Silver's true history. The hanging man, Alger, wasn't done listening. He wanted to know more, but due to Sun's unwillingness to speak further, he could only stop in time and think. King of the demonic wolves, Phlegria, left the stage of history in the second epoch, which was the dark epoch long before the cataclysm. As Klein pondered, he controlled the world to ask questions. He originally wanted to ask which sequence Beyonder could freely switch between physical and spirit bodies, just like Miss Sharon. If Sun didn't know such knowledge, he could consider other questions. But now there was something more important that he wanted to know. So he said in a gloomy and hoarse voice, hence he asked in a deep voice, everything about King of the demonic wolves, Phlegria. Sun looked at Mr. World in surprise and frowned slightly. I don't know much about this ancient god. Limu said, he is also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly.